This is going to be the ultimate detection engineering tutorial and training series, and this is based on the SOC Level 2 pathway of TryHackMe. And inside of this video, you're going to get all of these rooms broken down into individual videos, and you can find these individual videos inside of the channel, or you can just click through in the timestamps below to go to each individual section. The first one is going to be the intro to detection engineering. Then we're going to have tactical detection, threat intelligence for SOC, which is the Security Operations Center. Then we're going to go over Sigma, which is a very important language when it comes down to creating rules for alert generation and detection and threat detection. Then we have SigHunt, which is a practical exercise. It was more of a case study that we did where we had to create a bunch of different Sigma rules to make sure that we could do it properly, and you get a lot of sample Sigma rules and how to create Sigma rules. This is a very, very big one when it comes down to just writing Sigma rules. And then we go over the Aurora EDR endpoint detection and response tool, which is very specific to the Microsoft environment because more than 80% of organizations around the world use Microsoft for their computer systems. So it's very important for you to understand how to write Sigma rules and how to create an EDR system or use an EDR software for the Microsoft environment. And finally, we go over SOAR, which is a concept for security orchestration, automation, and response. And that is essentially where you use a variety of different tools, or you learn how to write your own scripts and essentially automations for SIM management, detection management, and response to things that happen. So if something happens inside of your organization and you need to respond to it automatically because it's very important, and human beings are very limited in their response time and their attention span and their bandwidth, so on and so forth, this is what allows you to take care of a lot of that and automate all of that. So SOAR is a very, very big concept, and it goes hand in hand with SIM tools, security information and event management, and everything along those lines. So these are all of the videos that you're going to find inside of this video for detection engineering. And I hope that you actually find it useful, because this is actually one of those really important topics that I think is going to lead into everything else that we're going to be talking about in the SOC Level 2 pathway. And we have compilations for all the other modules that we have done so far as well. So hopefully you'll find it useful. Hopefully you'll get a lot of value out of it. And I would very much like to hear from you in the comment section if you have any questions about it. That being said, we're going to go into our very first video, which is going to be the introduction to detection engineering. This is episode 13 of our SOC Level 2 pathway in TryHackMe. And in this particular video, we have begun the detection engineering module. And we're going to be going through a lot of videos, actually, a lot of rooms for this particular module. And one of them, the very first one, obviously, is Introduction to Detection Engineering. My name is Hank Hackerson, your host for today. And if you want to find more videos like this in SOC Level 2, SOC Level 1, pen testing, ethical hacking, any of that stuff, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out, because you can see that we have a lot of videos on this channel and they will continue to come out. And I do want to hear from you as well in the comment section, because I am very, very active in the comment section. We have a very live community, and a lot of people drop a lot of comments and they give a lot of feedback, and sometimes they ask really good questions, and those questions lead to future videos that will come out. So this is actually something that I'm very, very excited about, and I very much love hearing from people in the comment section. So if any questions come up, or if there's anything that you want to learn, definitely drop a comment below, or if you just want to say hi or whatever, drop a comment below, and I'll respond to you for sure. And if there is something that deserves a video, I will make a video in response to your video, or in response to your comment. And last but not least, if you're interested in furthering your education, I do encourage you to check out our YouTube membership community, which is Hackaholics Anonymous. And it is my goal and my ambition to make this the premier YouTube community for people who are in the security industry and for people who want to become hackers. And we have multiple tiers. All of those tiers have benefits attached to them. They have perks attached to them. This is not something that I just put up and I'm like, hey, if you want to contribute and if you want to support us, give us some money. That's not how it works. You will get a lot of value in exchange for whatever tier that you choose. And I used to have this entire 14-minute video plugged at the beginning of the videos, but I got some feedback in the comment section, right? And I was like, okay, fine, I'm not gonna include this thing in the entire video, so I'm just gonna give you a quick plug. But if you want to learn more about the Hackaholics Anonymous community, including all the benefits and all the perks that come from it, I do very much encourage you to go check out this video. It's on our channel's homepage, and then you can read through it. You can, skip the video at 2x speed or something like that and just go through everything that goes on and see what benefits stand out to you, and then join a tier if you want. If not, it's all good. Just make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a new video comes out on this channel. Now, without further ado, with all of that being said, let's jump into our video for today. Okay, so the video for today is on the introduction to detection engineering. And so we want to introduce the concept of detection engineering and the frameworks that are used towards crafting effective threat detection strategies. So as the name implies, you are going to be working on detection, and then you want to engineer your approach to detection. That's essentially what I know about this entire concept. So I'm going through this with you. The detection engineering is an important role and task for security analysts. It involves developing processes that will guide you as an analyst to identify threats, detect them through rules and processes, and fine-tune the process as the landscape changes. And our learning objectives are to understand what detection engineering actually is, to understand the DE lifecycle, and identify various frameworks that are used in DE, in detection engineering. So that's the goal for today and the goal for this video. Now, let's jump into the first official question, or the first task here, that explains to us what is detection engineering. All right, as you may or you may not know, cybersecurity is a growing and evolving industry, and it's growing very, very quickly, basically at the speed of hackers trying to hack into systems and businesses, which is very, very fast. And that growth is compounded by technology, obviously, and of course the age of AI and all of these things. It makes it so much more quickly progressive. And adversary actions are also evolving, right? So cyber attacks are becoming more rampant and sophisticated, and it's difficult to keep up with everything. So security teams have to develop and adapt to all of these things, the new mindsets and practices that will aid us in keeping up with our adversaries. And that's where detection engineering comes in. It's the continuous process of building and operating threat intelligence analytics to identify potentially malicious activity or misconfigurations that may affect your environment. So it requires a cultural shift with the alignment of all security teams and management to build effective threat-rich defense systems. So the types of detections that you're going to deal with are going to be environment-based and threat-based. So it can be viewed from two perspectives, and they come from those perspectives. So environment-based focuses on looking at changes in an environment based on configurations and baseline activities, which is like the standard activities that happen normally, the normal activity inside of a business. And with this detection, we have configuration detection and modeling. The second perspective is the threat-based detection, and it focuses on elements associated with an adversary's activities, such as the tactics, tools, and artifacts that would identify their actions. And with this, we have indicators and threat behavior detection. So these are the two general approaches or perspectives, and then within each perspective, you have the types of detection mechanisms or engineering mechanisms that you would use. So going and looking at environment-based detection, we have configuration and modeling. So configuration detection works like this. So we use the current knowledge of the known environment and the infrastructure to identify misalignments. Configurations can cross domains, including network, assets, or identity. And configuration detection has benefits and challenges, right? Just like anything else. So the benefit is this. It's easiest form of detection to create and maintain in static environments. So keep that in mind. It's easy in static environments. Under perfect conditions and coverage, it detects everything. Individuals with different expertise can execute the detection, so it's very universal. Easy to combine with other detections for forensics and response. The challenges are they're difficult to maintain in dynamic environments, limited visibility reduces effectiveness, and there's an assumption of knowledge of the working infrastructure and configurations for effectiveness. Frequent configuration changes can result in high false positives. So these are all of our challenges. So you see that it's mostly designed for kind of like a basic environment. And then we have modeling. Threat detection under modeling is defined by baseline operations. So you need to first understand what the baseline, the basic regular activities and operations are, and then recording any deviations that occur. And deviations are considered to be anomalies. So you find out what normal operations are supposed to be like, and anything that falls outside of normal operations is considered a deviation or an anomaly. The primary assumption of this approach is that the malicious activity can be sufficiently identified from benign activity, meaning benign activity is harmless, and you want to know what all the benign activity, also known as baseline activity, is, and then anything that comes outside of that would be something that's suspicious. And the approach involves building an asset or activity profile that includes the baseline events, time and data threshold, and an in-depth look into baselining shall be discussed in our next task. So we're going to talk about that. Some of the benefits and challenges are like this. So used to identify unknown adversary activities due to model changes and not threat characteristics, and then easy to maintain in a very static environment. The challenges are a lot. So there's no context of threat activity during investigations. It's difficult to maintain in dynamic environments. Limited visibility reduces effectiveness, assumes in-depth knowledge of the working infrastructure and configurations, and potentially adds existing malicious activity into the model. So that may not be good, because when you're establishing your baseline, if somebody's already in your system and now they're part of the baseline, their activity is going to be assumed to be normal, and that could be a big problem. Then we go into indicator detection. So now we're going into the threat-based situation. So a threat-based environment goes through indicators and threat behavior. And so indicator detection, indicators are pieces of information that identify a state and context of an element or an entity. This is like a really sophisticated definition for what basically means a sign of something. So if an indicator is a sign. So if you see an indicator of compromise, that means you saw a sign of a compromise. So there are both good indicators used to identify legitimate activities or resources, such as those used in whitelists, or bad indicators used for suspicious or malicious resources, such as blacklists or malware IPs, right? So an indicator, again, is a sign. So it's a sign of a good activity or a sign of a bad activity. IOC is an indicator of compromise, and is commonly referenced and derived from investigations against malicious events. By observing threat activities and investigations, we can use identified indicators to craft detections and adapt them based on the adversary's rate of change, right? So we can adapt our activities and our indicators for detection based on what the adversary does, based on what the enemy does, essentially. So these are the benefits. They're fast detection to create and deploy. Indicators raise specific threat context, used for enriching data sources and detections, and practical for scoping environments post-investigation of indicators, right? So the challenges are the value of detection depends on the adversary's rate of change, retroactive in nature. One needs to observe the indicator first, limited to some indicators that can be processed at a time, and unknown indicator expiry or change timelines can lead to false detections, right? So again, they're just fancy words, but essentially it's fast detection to create and deploy. So this is the fastest to create and deploy. The indicators raise specific threat contexts. So you're looking for a specific attack that's being done because of the indicator that's attached to it. That's used for enriching data and detections. So it makes your data more robust, and it makes your data more comprehensive. It enriches the data. And it's for scoping environments post-investigation of indicators. So once the indicator has been investigated, this is useful for after the investigation has been done. The challenge is that the value of this depends on the adversary's rate of change. So if your hacker doesn't change their indicator, they don't change their tactics, most likely your signs aren't going to change either, because you're going based on their specific tactics and their indicators. It's retroactive in nature, meaning it's not proactive, meaning that you have to wait for something to happen first, meaning an indicator of compromise comes up and then you do something in response to it. It's limited to some indicators that can be processed at a time. Unknown indicator expiry or change timelines can lead to false detections. That one's kind of a little bit easier to understand. Threat behavior detection. So we just saw indicator. Now we're looking at threat behavior. So when we look at an adversary's tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs, to conduct an attack regardless of any specific indicators, that's what we do as an analyst in general. This makes the detection more scalable beyond the indicator. Through this, analysts can focus their efforts more efficiently on responding to the threat and mitigate against it, instead of utilizing time and resources to understand how and why alerts are triggered. So you just find the threat that's actually being done instead of looking for signs and trying to figure out if that's actually real or not. Threat behavior detection can be paired with established workflows and playbooks to provide best practices that can be followed during an investigation. The benefit is that it withstands the adversary's rate of change. So it doesn't matter what they do because we're mostly going after the threat, not an indicator. It's easy to tune to adapt to different environments. There's low rates of false positives because, again, you're responding to threats. Integrates with defensive playbooks and automated remediation. The challenge is that because of the complexity, a lot of data is required to provide something that is complete. Moderately difficult to make initial implementation due to baseline assessments, and only detects similar threat behavior based on the set analytic, and modifications must be made if detections must be reused across industries. So it seems to involve more hands-on and energy investment than any of the other ones that we saw. But the idea here is to combine these detection in more robust defense systems. For example, model-based detection can be strengthened with expert-led configuration detection to reduce the chances of having false positives. So you want to combine all of these things because there's portions of them that are really good and really quick and not as in-depth, and there's portions of them that are really in-depth but they're not as quick, and you have to configure them and be more actively managing. So detection as code. We see this a lot right here. So something as code, meaning automated, right? So detection as code is a structured approach to writing detections by incorporating software engineering best practices. This means that detection engineers and analysts will handle detection processes and logic as code, offering scalability to address the rapidly changing environments and adversary capabilities. DAC offers a code-driven workflow that creates fine-tuned detection processes that include or introduce critical elements found in continuous integration, continuous development, the CIDC model, and workflow. And some of these would be the version control. So most SIEMs and endpoint detection products lack the ability to track changes made to alerts, and their definitions. By introducing version control, detection rules and processes can be quickly reviewed, tested, and accounted for, enabling higher quality detections. Automation workflows. By adopting a CI/CD workflow, detection can be automated and allow quick transition. With that, detection as code provides the following benefits. It's customizable and flexible detections, test-driven development, team collaborations, and code reusability. So it's customizable and flexible in the detections, and you can use Sigma or Yara and the rules that come with those things to offer something to be vendor agnostic and deployed across a lot of different platforms and solutions. Test driven, meaning that there's quality testing of the code that can ensure that there's no blind spots and false positives are identified earlier and taken care of more efficiently. And it improves the quality of the detections and ensures that they are well documented. Team collaborations means that CI/CD, which is continuous integration, continuous development, it eliminates isolation between security teams. So everybody kind of comes in on the solution and adds their 2 cents to make sure that everything is done during the coding process correctly. So do it right the first time so you don't have to redo it in the future, right? And then we have the reusability, which is the big part of automation. So you can reuse the same thing. You can reuse it across different companies, different platforms, different industries. It doesn't really matter, right? It's reusable. That's why we like code. Observe a suspicious or malicious behavior is the first step. You model it in your code and then write the test cases. And then now you commit it to version control. and version control goes to the staging and the testing process. They deploy it in production, they tune and they update it, and it goes back to version control. Then it goes to development and staging, and then deployed, and then again tuned and updated. And this part is going to be continuous over and over and over again, because with everything that updates, with every new test that's run, something new might come up, and just the landscape of everything changes. So when the landscape changes, when the attackers become more sophisticated and smart, then we also have to update all of our stuff. So this process is continuous. This part is not gonna change. You're gonna commit to version control, deploy and staging, maybe go back to version control, deploy and staging, and then we go to production, and then you fine tune, and then again version control, deploy, back and forth, and this becomes a big cycle, right? So here are our questions. Which detection type focuses on misalignments within the current infrastructure? Configuration. So configuration detection focuses on the misalignments within our current infrastructure. Which detection approach involves building an asset or activity baseline profile for detection? So you want to build an asset or activity on the baseline. And so that would be our, I believe it's the threat, right? Is it threat or detection? What is it? Threat behavior indicator detection. It's actually modeling. There we go. Which type of detection integrates with defensive playbooks? And this one, I want to say, is the automated one, right? So detection integrates with defensive playbooks. Threat behavior, my bad. So it's threat behavior. Am I misspelling behavior? Yeah. I don't think I misspelled behavior. I think they're misspelling behavior, but all right, whatever. Okay, so there we go. We got the first portion. So what is detection engineering? That is all done. So let's look at some detection engineering methodologies. Detection gap analysis is the first step, and it involves looking at the environment and identifying key areas where organizations can improve threat detection. This is also known as threat modeling, and it's done either reactively or proactively. So reactively means you look at the most recent internal incident reports, they take note of the lessons learned from the attacks, and then curve out missed areas. Proactive means you use something like the MITRE ATT&CK framework and various threat intelligence sources to map out potential areas of attack and the various tactics, techniques, and procedures that an adversary can use against your environment. The threat modeling in this context differs from the detection type that was discussed in previously. So this is the overall threat modeling that I'm actually more familiar with, is this type of threat modeling. You just either look at something that's already happened and you're looking at those incidental reports that are internal, or you look at something like a MITRE ATT&CK framework or a lot of the other frameworks that are available that have a lot of previous campaigns for attacks that have been done against other companies in other countries, and you use all of that as your baseline for your detection modeling, your threat modeling. So then there's the data source identification and log creation. So when you have information about relevant threat actors, their tactics, and potential risks that you may face, the sources and relevant data associated with this need to be identified. So this will be determined by what logs are currently available and what will aid, the logs that are available, it will aid in defining detections against the threats and know which ones are missing and which ones are necessary. So creating a baseline is one of the key pieces of this. Before you use any of the collected information about adversaries and everything, the security analyst, meaning you, needs to know what normal behavior is set and the security baseline. And this is a rolling process that requires participation from all the departments, and it's continually updated. So when you set up the security baseline, you identify the different types of devices that are running, and then based on their operating systems and functions, you find out what their normal activity is. And then there's the high level view of this, which sets the broad OS independent standards that are guided by specific security policies. So this is like something that would be done that's industry specific. So if you're in the health industry, you use HIPAA and the stuff that's associated with the technical frameworks that would be done with that. And then you use that as your high level overview. And then there's the technical overview, which is the actual OS-based configuration that outline different systems that are in your company, and then the intended behaviors or activities that should be done for those devices and what should be happening. So technical baselines outline the OS hardening policies, the network activities, identity and access management policies, application policies. These are the technical parts of this. And this is the stuff that should be happening, right? And then the same thing with the high level regulatory compliance stuff. This is the stuff that should be happening. And the stuff that should be happening becomes your baseline. And then you review it to just make sure that that's actually correct. And then you collect the logs, right? So you do log collection. Now, based on the baselines and based on your assets and sources and the stuff inside of your network, you start collecting logs and metadata for threat detection. So you start basically collecting a bunch of information from all of those sources. And depending on the infrastructure, a centralized system can aggregate all your logs, which is why we are talking about SIMs. And, we did videos on Elk Stack and Splunk and all that stuff. And services like Sysmon, which is the system monitor, that collects and hosts all of that data. So you want to collect a bunch of data, forward it to some type of centralized system to just keep everything in one location. And then from there, you start looking at all the different logs and going and analyzing them. Then you start writing rules. So once you have your logs collected and based on whatever tool you're using and centralized location you're using, then you will need to write some rules to detect what's going on. So you need to write the rules and test them against your data sources. And the rules test for abnormal patterns, right? So anomalies that are logged inside of your events. And network traffic would be assessed via snort rules, for example, or Yara rules would use the actual file data. So snort is really good for network intrusion detection or intrusion protection. And Yara goes through file data, which might be more specific to the actual devices themselves. And I've already done several videos on snort, and you can definitely go check those out. And yeah, this one for sure we did. And then I think I also did one on Yara. Let me make sure if it's the same room that's over here. Yeah, I also did the video on Yara. So you can actually go check that out, and you can go find that inside of the videos that are in our channel. You just go over here, you click on the little, what is it, search thing, or what is that called? Magnifying glass. I keep forgetting that name. You click on the little magnifying glass, and then you just type snort. And then boom, all the snort training comes up. And there's a lot of good stuff on there. I've actually done a lot of videos on snort because it's a really powerful tool. It's open source and you can use it for a lot of things. Or you click and you type in Yara and then you see the videos that come up on Yara. So there's a lot of great content, and I make sure to update all these things because it's actually super important for me to also be updated on all this stuff. So you'll definitely find a lot of good videos that constantly get uploaded. So that's why I say, at least join the community, right? Like subscribe to the channel so that all these things will actually be provided to you as we continue to grow. Then you deploy and you automate and you fine tune. So once you've written your rules, once you have all your logs and all these things come in, you actually run everything and then you start testing automation to make sure that everything is done automatically. And this is where SOAR comes in, security orchestration and automation. Those things are really, really big deal, and companies love using people that know what they're doing in that regard, and they'll pay you a lot of money if you know how to automate security. So tested detection rules must be put into production based on to be assessed in a live environment. Over time, the detections would need to be modified and updated to account for changes in attack vectors, patterns, or environments. This improves the quality of detections and encourages viewing detection as an ongoing process. There's no questions to answer. It was just a lot of reading. So now let's go to detection engineering frameworks. And we've looked at this stuff in previous videos, but now we're gonna re-review and look at them at a different light, in a different perspective. MITRE's attack framework and the CAR frameworks are probably something that you're gonna run across a lot. These things are very well known and they're used a lot. So MITRE is well known for publishing CVEs that adversaries that actually done and used before, because it works, right? So they'll publish all of that stuff, and this is their map, right? This is like their attack map for MITRE. This is actually a really, really big freaking thing, and each one of these, when you click on it, it expands and it creates more and more things. So we can go and check it out like this. So this is what the attack map looks like, the attack matrix, excuse me. So you can go and you can click on these individually, or you can just search through these things and try to find something to see what it belongs to, right? So if we zoom in here, we'll see that there's reconnaissance techniques, which is active scanning and all this different stuff. Then there's resource development, initial access, execution, persistence, privilege escalation, defense evasion, credential access, discovery, lateral movement collection, command and control, exfiltration, and the impact that it has. These are the general categories, and these are the general steps of any proper attack done against an organization or a country or a company, because a lot of these things have been done against countries. So it's like these are advanced persistent threats. So like giant groups of hackers that have been funded, very well funded by some other, entity, and they are just paid to attack a country. And this happens all the time. There's actually something, the attack map, I think, that you can see that's actually really pretty crazy. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, so this is just one of them. There's like multiple, but this one's actually kind of, I think this might be the updated version of the last one that I saw. But these are live. This is a real-time attack map that's happening from the United States against the United States, going to all the various countries in the world and the attacks that are happening against them. And you just see how crazy this traffic is and all the real live attacks that are currently happening from China to China, from Ukraine to Ukraine, from Europe to Europe. Greenland is at peace with everybody. Nobody wants to mess with Greenland. I think there might be like one or two that's happening in Canada against Canada. It seems like Canada is also off the grid and nobody wants to mess with Canada. The United States is getting a good amount of hits. Mexico is getting a good amount of hits. South America is getting a good amount of hits. This is actually really crazy. I love the fact that it's so funny that like Greenland is literally nobody's messing with Greenland. Europe is actually getting a lot of hits. This is actually pretty crazy, inward and outward. That's the thing, right? So it's like there's a lot of stuff coming in and going out of Europe, and this one particular location seems to be sending out a lot of traffic. So yeah, this is the attack map, right? So you can see what all the attacks are that are being done. China obviously is getting a lot, and it's just pretty crazy. Australia is getting a good amount of stuff. So this is pretty crazy. When you really analyze it, when you try to see what's going on, this is actually really, really crazy. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on, and these are big hits that are happening. If it lands on that map, that means those are attacks of note being done against countries. And so that's it's just something to keep in mind, that when you look at something like the attack framework, this is based on a lot of data, and they've narrowed it down to these specific activities and attack vectors, and it's good information to keep in mind. So it's really crazy when you think about it. Then there's the CAR, which is the Cyber Analytics Repository, and it's used to detect adversary behaviors and priorities based on the attack framework. So the Cyber Analytics Repository is also a product of MITRE, and this is something that's based on the attack framework. And we can kind of go into it by just looking at analytics by technique, the data models, resources, sensors, all that stuff. So if we go to analytics by technique, you'll end up seeing the techniques and the analytics associated with them. So masquerading, for example, we'll click on this and it'll take us to that specific analytics. So here's the thing, right? Masquerading is actually also included in this overall environment. Let me see if I can actually find it. There it is. So masquerading is actually here as well. And then when you click on this, it'll take you to the same page that we just looked at. So a very similar page, right? Actually exactly the same page. So this is the attack matrix. So if you're trying to group or if you're trying to find something through browsing and trying to find what potentially may be happening depending on what your industry is or what your company is, you can kind of browse it like this. If you know specifically what you're looking for, you can kind of go through this type of a list and search through it by the techniques and so on and so forth. And this is a giant list, obviously, so there's a lot of stuff that's happening. But both of these are from MITRE, so they're very reliable sources for people. And then you have the Pyramid of Pain, which is also another video that I actually have done already, and it was actually it was like, at the time, it was one of our most popular videos when I made it. And it's this thing, the hacker's worst nightmare. And at the time, like, it got a lot of views. Right now it's 3,000, and I've had views that I've done multiples of that. But this specific video ended up doing really, really well. And it's mainly because of the fact that you look at the overall pyramid, and this is the pyramid of pain, right? So this is trivial, meaning that this is something that doesn't really need to be worried about because hash values can change, because IP addresses addressed to hash values change all the time. So it's mainly used to showcase the pain for the adversary. If the defender detect that specific tactic in advance, then how difficult and costly would it be for the adversary to change their tactic? So if we detect their hash value, it's not that big of a deal. If we detect the IP address, it's pretty easy. If we detect their domain name, it's kind of simple. If we detect their network and their host artifacts, it becomes really annoying for them. If we detect the tools that they're using, it becomes challenging. And if we detect their overall tactic, technique, and procedure, which is what all of this is for. This is all tactic, technique, and procedure. If you detect their overall tactic and technique and procedure, TTP, it becomes very tough for the attacker. It becomes their worst nightmare, so to speak. And then we have, of course, the cyber kill chain, which also has videos right here. So it's like I've done actual videos on these things, like in-depth videos on these things. So this is just something that we're looking at as an overview, but I've done videos on this. So you can go and check out the video on the cyber kill chain and see how it goes from recon to weaponization to delivery. Then you exploit, and then you install whatever you need to install. And then you establish your C2 command and control, and then action on your objectives, whatever you were trying to do. And then there's the unified kill chain, which you guessed it. There's also a video on the unified kill chain, and that exists over here as well. So all these things actually exist. So this is something that you should definitely check out, because I've already done videos on all of these things. And if you want more in-depth explanations for those, you should definitely go check out those videos. So these questions here: which framework looks at how to make it difficult for an adversary to change their approach when detected? And that is what? The pyramid of pain. What is the improved cyber kill chain framework called? And that is called the unified kill chain. And how many phases are in the improved kill chain? So this is what, 18? So 18 phases are inside of the improved kill chain. And there we go. And we got that out of the way. All done. So now let's look at the detection engineering frameworks part 2. All right, alerting and detection strategy framework was developed by Palantir to provide a guideline for documenting detection content, a significant challenge that's faced by security teams, and Palantir apparently was not an exception to this, is the alert fatigue and apathy. Alert fatigue means that there are so many alerts that are coming in that your system gets exhausted, people who are viewing them gets exhausted, and this mainly is caused by poor means of developing and implementing detection alerts, and it would result in which would ultimately result in effective incident response. So it's like, if you have the proper detection alerts, then you would have good incident response. But if you don't have good detection alerts, meaning you're getting too many, right? Alert fatigue comes from getting too many alerts and too many false positives, and now you can't detect the things that are actually wrong. So the ADS framework seeks to address this challenge and provide a guideline for constructing effective detection and alerts. And so this is what it does right here. We have the alerting detection strategy framework page that's on GitHub, and it is meant to be a really, really good freaking thing. So the ADS examples are here. We have the license, of course. There's a README file that's associated with it. And these are our examples here. We have the little snitch discovery behavior, modified boot configuration data, OS query, which is something that was developed by Facebook. It's a language that was developed by Facebook that you can use to query OS systems. And this is the Mac OS malware detection, unusual PowerShell host processes, which would be a Windows thing. AD is also a Windows thing, and Cilium blocked DNS resolution, which is for web attacks and HTTP type environments. So this is what it does, right? So the goal is, the framework has a strict flow that detection engineers have to follow before publishing detection rules into production. And these are the stages of it. So there are rules if you want to publish detection rules. So we have the goal, which describes the intended reasons for setting up the alert and the type of behavior that needs to be detected. Then you have the categorization, mapping the detection to the MITRE attack framework to provide analysts with information on the tactics, techniques, and procedures for investigation and areas of the kill chain where the ADS will be used. And then you have strategy abstract, and it provides a top-level description of how the detection strategy will be will be done, or the functions of it are by outlining what the alert will look for and the data sources, the enrichment resources, and the ways of reducing the false positives, right? So this is basically the kind of like the essay or the theory, the plot line of what this whole thing is going to do, right? The strategy that you're developing, what is the intention of it, and what is it going to do, and how is it going to reduce false positives. Then the technical context goes into the detail of this. So the same thing that you were explaining here, now you go into the technical context. So it shows the technical environment that the detection is going to be used, that provides analysts and responders with all the information that we need to understand the alert. Then security analysts will align this information with their platforms and tools for collecting and processing threat alerts. And then you have blind spots and assumptions. So it describes any issues that are identified where suspicious activities may not trigger the strategy, and assumptions and blind spots help clarify ways that the ADS may fail or be bypassed by an adversary. So keep this in mind, right? So you're explaining this is what it would do, this is the technical context of it, and these are the areas that this might not work, and you should keep an open mind and keep your eye out for any blind spots or assumptions. False positives are the occurrences where alerts may be triggered due to misconfigurations or non-malicious activities within the environment, and this makes it easy to configure your SIM to limit the alert generation to targeted threats when pushed to production, right? So you want to make sure you actually, inside of your automations and as you're configuring your SIM, you want to also account for all the false positives and configure your SIM so that it doesn't alert you because of the known false positives that you have. And then we have validation. So every detection needs to be verified, and you can outline all the steps required to produce a true positive event that will trigger the detection alert. And that this will be a unit test. So you got to just think about it as a unit test, which can even be a script or scenario that's used to generate and return alerts. So for effective validation, you got to develop a plan that will produce a true positive, then document the process of the plan, and from the testing environment, test and trigger the alert, validate the strategy that triggered the alert, and then that would be a good process for validation. Then you set up the alerting events with detection strategy and how they should be tagged as far as their priority. Is it severe? Is it not that big of a deal? This section provides the details of the criteria used to set up preferences, and it is separate from the alerting levels shown that's through a SIM, right? The response would be how to triage and investigate a detection alert. So once something happens, what do you do and what should you do? And this is the information that's helpful for analysts and responders to be able to prevent extreme repercussions, right? So this is what it would look like inside of a visual, and we love visuals, right? So it's like, this is the goal, this is how you categorize it, this is the strategy overview, the technical overview, these are what the blind spots might be, this is how false positives will look like and what you should do in case, this is how you should validate if whether or not something else is false or a true positive, this is how you should prioritize it, and then of course the response and how to respond to it. So detection maturity level model is now another model that we can look at, and this is brought forward by the model in 2014 by Ryan Stillians as a way for organizations to assess the maturity levels concerning the ability to ingest and utilize cyber threat intelligence in detecting adversary actions. According to Ryan, there are two guiding principles for this model. An organization's maturity is not measured by its capabilities of obtaining valuable intelligence, but by its ability to apply it to detection and response. Without established detection functions, there's no opportunity to carry out response functions, right? So it doesn't matter how good you are at getting information or getting intelligence, but you have to be able to detect the information. So it's like getting the intelligence is useless technically, this is based on this, right? Getting the intelligence isn't useful without being able to apply it to detection and response. And without the established detection functions, there is no opportunity to carry out response functions. So if you can't detect it, you can't respond to it. So the DML model, the detection maturity level model, has goals, right? So this is the DML version 8, DML, actually, I guess step 8, then there's 7, 6, 5, so they're kind of going in reverse order. So this is the top of the model, and it says it represents organizations that can detect an adversary's motives and goals. Unfortunately, it is near impossible to conduct detections solely based on goals, as in most cases, it's a guessing game. So your goals kind of don't really matter in this case, because you got to be able to actually pull it off. The strategy is the non-technical and represents an adversary's intentions and strategies to fulfill them. So organizations at this level would have a mature intelligence source that will ensure that they have context about an adversary's plans, which will be helpful for responders. Then there's this tactic. So there's a strategy of what the approach is going to be like. The tactic is what they're actually going to be doing. So you have to be able to detect the tactic being used by an adversary without necessarily knowing which technique or tool that they're using. You need to know the tactic that they're actually they're trying to use. And tactics are observable after observing patterns of events that aggregate over time and conditions. And then you have techniques. Techniques are specific to the individual or the advanced persistent threat, the group that's attacking. Therefore, adversaries leave behind evidence of their attack habits and behaviors, and organizations that detect these things is within their environment are at an advantage. And then you have the procedure. Organizations required to detect sequences of events from an adversary at this level, they will be very organized and follow a given pattern, such as pre-exfiltration reconnaissance. Then the tools that are used can fall into two phases. You have the transfer phase, where the tool is downloaded via the network onto a host device and resides on a file system or in memory. And the second is detecting through the functionality and operation. In some cases, this detection would require organizations to perform reverse engineering against adversarial tools, which makes it difficult to cause havoc by understanding their tool's capabilities. So if you know what the tool does, you can account for what it does. And then if you know what it's going to look like when somebody's transferring something into your system or into your network, then you can account for that. So these are like very specific. And this, I would imagine that this is actually a very useful approach. So if you know what a tool does and what it's going to do when it's launched, then you can account for that. You can plan for that and make sure your defenses are set up to detect that, and then you know how to respond to it. Then there's the host and network artifacts. So most organizational resources would be spent gathering IOCs, indications of compromise, and artifacts as threat intel at this level. Unfortunately, in most cases, indicators are observed after the fact, meaning that something's already happened. So now you're kind of responding and you're trying to figure out what just happened. And the threat actor would likely be causing havoc within the network when the artifacts are picked up and investigated. So it's like they've already done the damage. And this has been described as chasing the vapor trail of an aircraft, which seems kind of pointless and useless. And then you have atomic indicators. This level comprises organizations utilizing threat intel feeds in the form of lists of IP addresses and domains to detect threats, which, as we saw earlier, is kind of easy to get around. And then the bottom of the model is that operations at this level have no detection processes established. So it seems like this is kind of the highest level of it, and this is the lowest level of it. But based on what they said, is that the pinnacle of the model represents organizations that can detect the motives and goals. Unfortunately, it's nearly impossible to conduct detection solely based on goals, because in most cases it's a guessing game based on what the person is trying to do. So if you can detect these are probably really, really solid, which is why we reviewed MITRE, and these are also super, super solid as well. I think these are very, very solid. So if you can detect what's actually being done and reverse engineer a lot of the things that can be done, and you can account for those, then you're probably going to be in a really, really good position. So this is the visual that's attached to this thing, right? So this is what the adversaries want during an attack, which is these red pieces right here. This is how the adversaries plan to achieve their objectives, which is the tactics, techniques, procedures, and the tools that they're going to use. And then these are the evidence that's been left behind. So the host and network artifacts, the atomic indicators, and of course, nothing at the bottom is pretty much garbage. So in the original publication of this, Ryan described 4 critical uses. So to provide a lexicon for more accessible communication of threat information, to assess detection maturity against monitored threat actors, to assess the maturity of security vendors and products in use, and to provide context to analysts by including the DML and levels in Yara rules, snort signatures, and SIM correlation rules. And there is that. And now finally, we actually are going to use all of this information in a little exercise in our site. So let's go and check this out. Let's see what this is going to be. All right, detection detective. Here's the scenario. THM, TryHackMe, right now is an online cybersecurity training flag. I love that there's like an explanation for this. THM is seeking to establish a detection engineering process to detect changes made to privileged and administrative groups and accounts in Active Directory. As a detection analyst, you have been tasked with developing the strategy based on a set of questions. Each question comes with one correct answer. Therefore, it is up to you to identify and select it. You will have 3 attempts to complete the exercise before it ends or before it resets. We're going to use the unusual PowerShell host process ADS framework template below as a guide to what each stage of the framework requires. So this is going to be our template right here for what we're going to be doing for each step of the process, and then we're going to get the flag at the end of it. So let's see what we got over here. So the first question here, it says establish a detection engineering process about privileged administration accounts and groups in under 3 attempts. What categorization class would you assign to the strategy? So let's proceed. How do I do this? Let's proceed. There we go. Okay. So what categorization strategy for PowerShell, I guess, is what we're trying to do here. So execution of PowerShell. The tactic is execution, performs, so on and so forth. So we're looking for a categorization level. So let's see what we can find here. Okay, so if we zoom in right here, we actually get some stuff right here. So you have drive-by compromise, you have account manipulation, scheduled task, user execution, client configuration, and access token manipulation. I'm going to say it is account manipulation. Was that right? Okay, cool. That is right. So now it says what would be part of the strategy abstract. All right, so let's see. In our template here, in our little cheat sheet, shows monitor module loads via endpoint tools, assess the process that loads PowerShell, and alert on unusual PowerShell host processes. So what would be part of the strategy abstract here? And if we go over here and if we zoom in on here, so we got collect Windows event logs related to AD, suppress any known good PowerShell processes by path and process name, monitor security logs for discrete administration, initiated password changes, I don't think so, alert on any browser related activity, no, monitor enrollment of new multi-factor authorization, no, monitor endpoint logs for file transfers, so I don't think it's any of that. Collect Windows event logs related to AD group changes. I would say that's probably it. Is that it? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so next question is what would be part of the response plan? So let's go look at potential response right here. So we got compare suspect PowerShell host against whitelist entries, check the digital signature of the binary, identify the execution behavior of the binary. So let's see, we got validate the group modified, user added, and user making the change. We got compare suspect PowerShell host against entries on, I would say that's the answer. Oh, is that wrong? No way. Really? It says identify the application binary corresponds, alert user whenever a password reset request occurs, validate any unusual network connections, apply immediate software patch. I mean, it literally says it compare suspect against whitelist entries, check the digital signature, execution behavior of the binary. That's so weird that wasn't even the answer. So validate the group modified, user added, and the user making the change. All right, so let's, okay, I guess that was it. All right. What's the next thing? Oh, this is the flag. Oh, okay. So that was it. That was our flag right there. Let me see if I can copy paste this. Cool. Okay. There you go. That was it. That was kind of straightforward. I mean, I thought we were going to go through more levels of this, but that was pretty much it. That's what we did for our detection detective exercise. It kind of felt a little bit short. I do recommend that you go and check this out for yourself. So it is a free room, and anybody can deploy these virtual machines and things like that. But it's a read-only kind of a room. There was a lot of reading that I did, and you can definitely just read this for yourself or just listen to this as you're going through these. There wasn't too much activity happening. So this is kind of one of those read-only, listen-only, watch-only types of rooms. And it was an introduction to detection engineering, so I can understand why that's the case. And the other ones we're going to be going through, hopefully, more in-depth stuff where we can actually use these things. And finally, we're going to end up going into security orchestration, automation, and response, which is very, very, very important. And I think that's one of those really big skill sets too. So I think you will find a lot of value in that one in particular. So that was it for this video. I hope you got some value out of it. If you did get value from this video, if you've gotten any value from this channel, I do encourage that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, drop a comment, because I would love to hear from you if you learned anything, if you have anything to say, if you have any feedback, if you want information to be shared, and if you want to learn something that you think a video should be made about it, please let me know, and I will definitely go ahead and work on that so that you have that stuff for yourself in the future, and kind of use this channel selfishly, you know what I mean? Like, use it to learn the things that you want to learn. If you can't find any decent videos, I do pretty in-depth videos. I do like long form videos, and I go deep into the concepts and strategies that we talk about. And so literally I have videos that are 3 hours long, 5 hours long. So it's like there's a lot of stuff that you can definitely get access to, and I would be more than happy to do something like that for you. So drop a comment, let me know what you think, and if you have any questions, and like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And if you want to get the more advanced stuff, I do recommend that you check out Hackaholics Anonymous, our membership community on YouTube. And we have a lot of great tiers with a lot of great information, a lot of great giveaways and perks and things that people get access to. For example, you can have direct conversations with me, and we will do live recordings for you, not necessarily even recordings that are distributed on the public channel, because it's limited to people who are inside of the membership community, and you can ask all of your questions directly from me. You get access to me through our Discord chat. And I'm just very, very responsive, obviously, and I create videos specifically, create automation scripts and all those things for our membership community. So that would be one of the very many perks that are available to our membership community, and I highly recommend that you check that out. At the very least, see what's about. You don't have to sign up for anything, but see what it's about and see if there's anything that we can do for you in that regard. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system protector / attacker. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. I will see you in the next room. Later. This is episode 14 of the SOC Level 2 pathway of TryHackMe. And in this episode, we are continuing with our detection engineering module and going into tactical detection. And the tagline says we're going to establish a baseline knowledge of tactical detection, leveraging efficient techniques to bolster your security posture. And this is going to be the contents of the video today. My name is Hank Hackerson, your host for today, and to get more videos like this, or to find other videos around topics in ethical hacking and pen testing and all that good stuff, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And if you really want to advance your knowledge base and get access to some serious goodies, I would like to tell you a little bit about Hackaholics Anonymous. The full video right here is on our homepage on the channel, so you can go check out all the perks and everything that comes with it. But the intention here is to make it the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers, and I truly mean that. I am very much committed to that. If you ask ask any of our members, and you can just go check the comment section of some of our posts in the community under the community tab right here. You will see that I do take this very, very seriously, and I've developed a lot of perks for this. It's not just something that we say, hey, you know what, give us some money and thank you so much for being a supporter. There's a lot of serious perks that are given in exchange for your contribution. So I very much would love for you to check it out and see what Hackaholics Anonymous is all about. And if you see some value in it, I would love to welcome you to join our membership community. Now, with that being said, let's actually jump into the video for today. All right, here's the intro. It says you're hired as a security engineer and you want to make a good impression. You've noticed that there's this default rule set available and it has already been enabled. The SOC team seems to function, albeit not as efficiently as you might expect. Then it dawns on you, the default rules just don't cut it. So this scenario is not uncommon. In fact, a common pitfall of modern SOCs today is leaning too much on default rules and settings on the products they deploy, leaving them with security alerts that they don't really add value to the security posture. So the whole idea, the objective for this room, is for us to understand the mindset behind choosing a tactical approach in alerting and detecting threats, IOAs, IOCs, etc. And in the process, we will gain practical experience in setting up a basic tactical detection capability, leveraging techniques used in real-life environments. The prerequisites there are no hard prerequisites. There's no links to other rooms or anything, but it would be a good idea for you to have an understanding of navigating the command line and CMD and executing basic commands. And I mean, I created this very, very in-depth video on the Linux CLI, the Linux command line interface. And by the time that this video comes out, that should already be up and running. So you should have access to that. And navigating full event log views, that's on the, I would say that's a Windows thing, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Don't quote me on that. Event logs for sure are actually, for that phrase, I think is very inherent to Windows environments. So we're going to touch on some of these things, and we're going to touch on the most efficient ways to bolster an organization's security posture by leveraging detection mechanisms and walking the user through setting them up tactically. This should serve as a baseline where the user will be able to learn the basics, implement them in their functions, and make them their truly their own, as it says. This is like a tongue twister right here. And that's it pretty much for our introduction. So let's actually jump into this piece. Unique threat intelligence. So you stumbled upon documentation of a previous incident containing a couple of unique IOCs, indicators of compromise. Unique IOCs of previous intrusions are good examples of threat intelligence as they're traces of the specific adversary that your environment has already faced. And the inclusion of these IOCs in your detection mechanism will help spot re-intrusion of that specific adversary immediately and among others. So for example, we have the file name, which is an executable bad exe69. Then we have the path that it was downloaded to, which is the downloads folder, downloaded from the internet, posing at an installer for application that needs an update. And then you have the DNS IP addresses that are associated with it. So bad3x69connection.io, which is the domain of the source of the malicious file, kindforbad.com, which is a suspicion domain related to this, and then niceconnection.io, which is another domain that's related to the main domain right here. So the screenshots are excerpts from a spreadsheet that contains IOCs that can be integrated with the organization's current detection mechanism. It's more or less the same format that incident responders use as they go through an investigation. Logging in IOCs in a file like this allows for better collaboration among multiple incident responders. It also makes scoping of the incident more effective. More often than not, IOCs lead to more IOCs. In the spreadsheet above, based on the description, the direct indicator found by the authors of the documentation is actually the domain itself. So, however, upon further inspection of the malicious domain, they were able to conclude that two other malicious domains recorded as IOCs to the association with the original malicious domain. And to maximize this, we can transform these IOCs into detection rules in a vendor-agnostic format using Sigma. And I think I have already done a video on Sigma. Sigma is an open-source generic signature language developed to describe log events in structured format. This allows for quick sharing of detection methods by security analysts. A basic example of how it can be written into a Sigma rule is as follows. So you have the title, executable download from suspicious domains, the status is a test, the description is as such, the author, the date of it, the modified date of it, log source, which is a category of proxy detection, and it gives you the selection, which is the URI extension, which is an executable, and then the DNS, which is all the different domain names associated with it. Condition is the selection, and fields are CURI, false positives unknown, and the level is medium. So this is a lot, I understand. If you don't know Sigma rules, you probably will have a challenge trying to wrap your head around this. For the most part, everything up to this point is just basic, and it really has not much relevance to the rest of the rule. These pieces right here are the most important parts of the rule. The log source itself is the proxy log. The detection is a selection, which is basically one of the columns or one of the fields. And under the selection field, there is a URI extension. And then that would be the exe. So basically an executable is the extension that it's looking for. And then from there, we have the actual domain names that are attached to it. Sorry about that. I had a call coming in. But yes, so these are the biggest, most important pieces of the Sigma rule, are essentially the piece that you have under detection. And these parameters under the detection explain what needs to actually happen in order for the rule to be elicited. And so the selection portion of it states what the actual elements of the IOC would be, and then the condition is the selection. So the condition says that when this selection, any portions of this selection are triggered, then I want this rule to go off, and then to actually, give us an alert or send us an email, whatever. So that is how that would work. In the grander scheme of things, these layers work together to give your analyst the visibility that they need to spot bad actors. Remember that the bad guys need to circumvent all our defenses in order to get to their objectives, but we only need them to fail one layer of detection to have an idea that they are there. So that is what makes our job a little bit easier than their job, essentially, because as long as they trigger one of the little wires, or they are seen by one camera, so to speak, then we have them. So this is the portion of it right here where it's like if one of these things are triggered, if we notice one of these things, it doesn't have to be all of these things. If one of these things are triggered, we now become aware that they're in our environment, and we can start investigating and watching them and so on and so forth. So here are the questions. What did we use to transform IOCs as detection rules in a vendor agnostic format? And I want to say it's Sigma. Yeah, so what is the original indicator found by the authors of the documentation? Write it as written in the spreadsheet. The original indicator, I want to say, is this thing. So I'm going to copy this, and let's just go verify this. The original indicator, actually, I think it was the bad3xe69.exe or the bad.exe connection. So let's try the bad.exe connection. Yeah, okay, that is it. What is the full file path of the malicious file downloaded from the internet? And it is this thing. I can't copy this, so I actually have to type it out. So downloads bad3xe69.exe. So that's what it is. Cool, there we go. In the Sigma rule, bad domains.yaml, what is the log source category used by the author? So bad domains.yaml, and then we're looking for our log source category, which is proxy. And that is our log source. Very cool. All right, just like that, we got our unique threat intelligence taken out of the way. So let's talk about publicly generated IOCs. You're feeling proud of yourself for being able to implement detection rules that have an immediate impact on the organization when suddenly news broke out of a 0-day vulnerability. Upon taking a closer look at it, you realize that your organization is directly susceptible to this vulnerability. You don't have to be able to experience everything in order to learn from something. You can learn from other people's experiences or research or learnings. Analogs analogous, I think that's what that is, analogous to that is the array of research being done by the community, and almost always they release public IOCs. These public IOCs are then transformed into usable mechanisms to detect bad things in the environment. Going back to our previous task, we've leveraged Sigma to transform unique IOCs into product agnostic that we can use regardless of the SIM choice. As this technique shows great promise to the community, there are a number of nice repositories that contain user-submitted Sigma rules that anyone can use. You can plug one directly into the SIM for immediate value, or further edit it for your environment and add even more value. This is a nice exercise. Write a detection rule for these two, transform these publicly generated IOCs into usable alerts for the use in the Elastic Stack and Splunk. And we will do the first one together while you can do the rest on your own. For our purposes, we will be using Uncoder to help with the transformation of these Sigma rules. Uncoder is a nice tool that helps convert Sigma rules and can be immediately used in a SIM. So a recent zero-day vulnerability, Folina MSDT, has a publicly available Sigma rule developed by Huntress's Matthew Brennan. So this is the title, ID, status, description, so on. And then you have the reference, which is the doublepulsar.com that goes directly to the vulnerability. And then you also have the Twitter link as well. The author is Matthew Brennan. Tags are attack execution. Here's where it gets interesting. So you have the log source, which is process creation. And then you also have product being Windows. The detection would be selection 1, which would be an image that ends with msdt.exe. Selection 2 is a command line that contains PCW diagnostic, and selection 3 is a command line that contains these strings right here. So msdt ID, and ID with either a dash or a /. And selection 4 is a command line that contains invoke. So any of those things, right? So selection 1 and selection 4, or selection 2 and selection 3. So selection 1 has to be present, and it could be either selection 4 or these two combinations. So it could be these two combined with selection 1, or it could be selection 1 and selection 4. That's it. So false positives unknown, level is high. Another zero-day vulnerability was the log4j, and we've talked about this in a lot of other videos as well. And it can detect suspicious shells spawned from a Java host process. And the rule looks like so. So you have the title, ID, description, status, author, yada, 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 tags, yada, 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 and then it becomes to the important part. So the log source is going to be the process creation in Windows. Detection is going to be selection, and it has all of these pieces under the one selection. And it's actually still goes. It's literally, this is all under the selection. So it could be ends with any of these things: SHEXE, Bash EXE, PowerShell EXE, CScript EXE, run DLL32, so on and so forth. And false positives actually have a value here. So legitimate calls to system binaries and company-specific internal usage. So upon navigating to Uncoder, you will immediately see two text boxes as shown below. And make sure that on the left side, the Sigma Lab is selected as shown above. Copy the Folina MSDT Sigma rule contents and then paste it in the left box. Click on the downward arrow and select last alert, and click on the translate button when you're ready. Upon clicking translate, it shouldn't take long before the results come to the right box. It is important to note that there's no guarantee that transform Sigma rules will work perfectly straight out of Unicoder or Uncoder. In order to be production ready, you need to do a lot of testing and fine-tuning. What Uncoder essentially offers is generic blueprint, and it's up to the user to further improve upon it. All right, so in order for us to be able to answer any of these things, or basically all of these things, we have to go into Uncoder. So let me actually open that up. And then from there, we are going to first use this piece to answer our first set of questions. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go to Uncoder, and on the left side, I'm going to paste all of this code. And that'll be done, and we're going to turn it to a last alert based on what I was told, right? So you're going to go right here. Let's just confirm. Yes, a last alert is it, and then we're going to click translate, and it shouldn't take too long. And now we have this information on the right side right here. So the alert, description, filter, all this is going to be for a last alert in the Lucene language. And this is basically what we got. So it should be fine. Now it says, what is the index of the rule? And the index is right here. So win log beat. And we're going to paste this here. That should be good. And what is the alert subclass as shown in the output? And so we're going to go here and we want the alert subclass. This is the only portion of this thing that comes under the alert. And I want to say that it's debug is the alert subclass. So let's do that. Very good. Now change the uncoder output to elastic stack query Lucene. And let's see what this piece does right here. So elastic stack query. We got that right there. Very good. Translate this. And it's much shorter. Wow. Okay, so what's the question? It says, which part of the last alert output looks exactly like the elastic query? So this literally looks like an actual query on elastic stack. So this looks like the query itself. So it would be process executable, I want to say. I don't know if that's right or not, but let's see. It's not. So what's the hint say? Part refers to either of the following: alert, filter, index name, priority, real alert, and type. I see. It is this piece right here. It's name. So let's try that. No way, really. So okay, fine. Could be UUID. It could be author. It could be any of these things at this point. So let's try UUID, I guess. That's not it either. What is going on here? So part refers to either of the following: alert, filter, index name, priority, real alert, and type. I see. So this is the actual query right here. And I think so it's filter or query in this case that has the actual query in it. So I think it's either filter or query. I think that's what we're looking for. Yeah, that's like the phrasing of this question was kind of weird. But okay, so now we're going to move on to the next one, which is log4j sigma rule, which is going to be this piece right here. So let's go and check this piece out, and we're going to copy this, go here and paste it here, and we're going to translate it. And now that's what we got. So what is the alert severity as shown in the output? And we're doing it we're going to translate it into a Splunk alert. So first let's translate this to a Splunk alert. Yes, cool. Okay, so what is the severity that we're looking for in this particular case? Let's see. Okay, so very important little note here, because I was wondering what was going on. So when you go here, you click on this and it gives you two options. And the one that we want specifically is the alert SPL. What was happening is that we were getting a query SPL and we want the alert SPL. And so this is what it looks like for alert SPL. And if we zoom in here, there should be something severity right here. So severity in this particular case is going to be 3. Very good. So what is the dispatch earliest time value as shown in the output? So dispatch earliest time is right here, which is going to be this piece. And then we got change the uncoder output to Splunk query SPL. What is the source as shown in the output? So now we're going to go here and we're going to turn it into Splunk query SPL, like so. And then they want the source as shown in the output. So the source is going to be, I mean, damn. I want to say it's win event log, because that whole thing could be win event log security, I think. Maybe that's what it is. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. Okay, great. So we got that, and now we can move on to the next piece right here. And I think we can finally get to use our little machine that we have on the side right here, because I had it loaded for such a long time and we still had not gotten a chance to use it. So time to use the machine. Here we go. All right, so leveraging the environment tripwires. So one way to create immediate impact is to leverage very specific data to your advantage. Depending on the environment organization, more often than not, there exist pieces of data that not everyone is entitled to have access to. Usually controls are set by the IT team to limit access. For example, suppose there are ultra-sensitive files in your organization and it tends to keep it secret, such as hidden treasure maps. In that case, you can set alerts, for instance, that said map has been accessed, edited, delete it among other things, and then filter out the ones that access to make detections more accessible. So essentially a file. So for example, there's a file or there's a folder that people aren't supposed to access, and then when something happens and somebody tries to access it, that's called a tripwire, right? Tripwire is a great way to supplement the detection mechanisms that you already have in place. It's a way to uncover unknown unknowns and even study an adversary. The most common tripwires are honeypots and hidden files and folders. The way honeypots work is that they serve no legitimate business purpose, so any activity concerning them should raise immediate red flags. Hidden files and folders, on the other hand, are not meant to even be seen by normal end users, and so it works best when dealing with crawlers like worms, making them particularly effective to detect intrusions. So now we're going to actually set up the tripwire. I already have this loaded in my split screen, but we can also RDP into this so we can get access to it via the command line on a Linux machine, for example. But since we already have our virtual machine launched, I'm just going to use the one that's inside of the browser right here. So we can start click the start icon and type local, and then local security policy application should appear. Open the application, then navigate to security settings, local policy, and audit policy. So we are going to click the start icon, and let me see. Of course, it's going to be super slow. Then we're going to type local, and it should bring up our local security policy. Boom, there we go. And then so what we're going is security settings, local policies, audit policy. So security settings, local policy, and then audit policies where we're going. And I guess we're looking for the audit object access, which is this piece. So we're just going to double click that and it'll open it up for us. And so let's see what it says. It says tick the boxes besides success and failure, click apply, and finally click OK. This entails that all access attempts will be logged regardless of whether it is succeeded. Once you're done, you may proceed to close the local security policy application. So let's just do that real quick. So success and failure, okay, and we're done. And then we can close this. So that was that. So basically where we went was the local security policies, and then under security settings we went to local policy, and then we went to the audit policy and audit object access, and we turned on success and or failure, meaning if somebody was successfully able to access it, or if somebody tried to access it but they failed. In both of those instances we would get notified. After that, we're going to nothing immediately is going to happen, so we have to specify the actual file or folder that we intend to monitor, and as such, for our purposes, we'll create a fresh file wherein the tripwire setup can be implemented and consequently observed. Right click anywhere on the desktop, new text document, and a new whatever will appear, and then we can do secret document. Right click the document, properties, security, advanced, and auditing. So we're going to do this. We're going to do new, and we'll do new text document, and then we'll call it a secret document. And then right click the document, go to properties and security, and then advanced right there, and then auditing. There we go. Okay, cool. So we should now be here. So just so you can see what happened, I'm gonna zoom in here so you can see what's going on. We're gonna go here, we're gonna right click this, we're gonna click properties, then we're gonna go to security, and then we're gonna click on advanced right there, and then this window will come up, and then we're gonna go to auditing, and this is where we are right here. I'm pretty sure we're gonna add a new audit, so let's not get ahead of ourselves here. So that's the screen that we land on. This is where we go here. So click add, and boom, and then select a principal, and there's that. And then this is gonna appear, so very good. And so this particular pop-up is where we can specify which users or groups we want to be alerted on whenever they access our secret document. You have a choice to be very granular, but for our purposes, we intend to be general. And so on the text box, write everyone, then press enter. So boom, everyone, and then enter. And so we got everyone, I guess. Oh, right here. Yeah, it does say everyone right there. So we got that. Okay, cool. So once that happens, now it says the principal should now reflect everyone, and permission should now allow granular. Here you can specify all the activities on the secret document that you want to audit. You can toggle the advanced permissions via show advanced permissions, and on the right corner for an even broader selection of activities. Click OK when you're done exploring, and then click Apply and OK the audit entry page. Finally, when we click on OK on our secret document properties, and important note here is you intend to track multiple files, it's recommended that you have them categorized into folders as to make it easier. At this point, setup is complete and auditing is active for the secret document. Anyone who accesses it will be logged, and its details will be recorded in the security event log with an event ID of 4663. So if we look at Google, what does this mean? It says an attempt was made to access an object. That's 4663. That's the event ID that we just got. Okay. This event ID, along with other object access event IDs, can then be filtered and furnished into alerts that would immediately tell your analyst of tripwires being activated, immediately giving value to the organization's security. More about this can be read here, which is probably, what is this? Ultimate IT Security, and ultimatewindowsecurity.com is the website. So we can go through this and look at this. I wonder how this looks like an old website, but I wonder how updated this is. So it's very, very interesting. But I mean, this is good to know. Ultimate Security ID, Ultimate IT Security. I am a little bit dyslexic apparently. Okay, cool. So the full event log view application comes installed on Windows machine. Use it for the following questions. What is the accesses value in the log details when you try reading? Okay, so first, let's do this, and then we'll do read, execute. We're gonna do write, modify, all that, and then let's do full, and we want all of these things. Okay, so I'm gonna do click OK. That's gonna be all good, and then we're gonna click OK, and then we're gonna click OK. So now we have all of the properties for our secret document set up. So now we're going to go here, and then we're gonna go to full event. Use it for the following questions. Full event log view. Full event log view. There's no such thing that shows up over here under that name, so I don't know what the hell that's supposed to be. So maybe it's this thing? Yeah, it is this thing. So it's this little thing at the bottom. Okay, so full event log view is the application that we're going to be using for this particular case. I'm just going to bring this down so I can see my secret document here. Now it says, what is the accesses value in the log details when you try reading our secret document via CMD? So we're going to open up CMD, and we're going to see what we have in here. We have all of this stuff. So let's go to desktop, and let's list this stuff. Okay, there we go. So we have the secret document right here, and so let's type secret document, press that. I literally didn't put anything inside of the secret document, that's why it shows empty. I was wondering why that didn't work. Okay, so the accesses value in the log details when you try reading the secret document via CMD. So I did that, and now I need to find accesses in the log details. Okay, so there are many items in here, and what I had to do is I had to click this magnifying glass search thing right here for find, and then I typed in secret document, and then it found my item right here. And then inside of the bottom section right here, we have access request information, and then we have accesses as one of our pieces right here. And so it says synchronize and read attributes, and that's basically what I got. So it says the access value in the log details when you try reading the secret document. I mean, this is kind of the only thing I found. Is there anything else? This is the only thing I see. So, I mean, synchronize read attributes is all I got. I don't see anything else that would be under accesses. So let's see if I could maybe do something else, because secret document, when I tried to read it, it didn't show anything. And then I'll just, for shits and giggles, I'm just going to do that and press enter, and it'll open it up. So now we should see more things. So let's see. Okay, now I have multiple entries here. So I have the first one, I think, which was this. So you have a bunch of things here. So read data or list directory, read, etc., etc. And then you click it again, and it gives you more. So access is read data or list directory. And this I tried multiple ways, right? So I tried to actually type it onto the screen like this, where I did type secret document, and then I just typed the actual name of it. And in Windows command line, you don't use the open keyword to open it. So you just type the name of the thing and it just opens it or runs if it's an executable. And so it opened it up inside the text editor like this. And so now we have multiple instances of this phrase showing up inside of our events. And there is various things. I think this is it. I think it's the read data, or I need to type correctly, or list directory. That's it. Yes. Event ID 4663 is always preceded by. It's the phrasing of the question that is always my issue. So 4663 is always preceded by 4658, I'm guessing. So I literally clicked on event ID and I organized it by number, and then I searched for it again, and then 4663 is preceded by 4658. So 4658, I'm guessing. No, that's not. Okay. What the hell, dude? So another way that we could view this is that 4663 is the attempt was made to access it. 4658 is the handle to an object was closed. And then so if an attempt was made to access it, there's probably another thing. So 4656 is a handle to an object was requested. So it's probably this. So it's like it was first requested, then it was attempted to access, and then it was closed. So we could try to do this one. 4656. Okay, so that makes sense. So 465, and I don't know why it would be organized the way that it is. I feel like 4658, since it's closing the thing, it should be higher than 4663, but whatever. So 4656 is the handle to an object was requested. 4658 is that it was closed, and then 4663 is that an attempt was made to actually access it. So there's that. So now it says what event ID identifies the closure of an object, and that's this one right here. So it's 4658. I think that should be the one. Yeah, there we go. And then event ID 4658 helps determine how long a specific object was open. What description field will you check in between events to be able to do so? So how long it was open, what description field would you check? So let's see what we can find here. Okay, so we are now reading through the ultimate IT security documentation, and so this is where we land on when we click on it. And then at the very, very top, it actually, or not at the very top, but like towards the top, we have this portion right here where it has our specific event IDs of interest here. So, 4656, it was requested, 4658, it was closed, 4660, it was deleted, and 4663, an attempt was made to access it. So 4658 is the one that we're interested in. And if we read through some of these pieces right here, where was it? It was right here. So it says handle ID is a semi-unique, and then it says unique between reboots. So it's kind of the phrasing of this that implies that we're looking for this information. So how long an object was open, what description field to check in between events to be able to do so. So unique between reboots number that identifies all subsequent audited events while the object is open. Handle ID allows you to correlate other events that are logged. So in between events, I would say it's probably that. And then we have it over here as well, handle ID. Yeah, because it's not the process ID. I'm going to say that it's the handle ID. Yes, it is the handle ID. So it's the phrasing of this, right? You got to kind of understand what they're trying to say here. Is they're trying to say it helps determine how long a specific object was open. So you want to know how long it was open, and what description field will you check in between events to be able to do so. So semi-unique between reboots that identifies all subsequent events while the object is open. That it's like literally for me the thing that triggered I'm like, oh, this might be it, was the word between. And this is what they had over here, check in between events, and it was the word between. That was the thing. I was like, oh, maybe this is it. So that's it. Like, it was kind of a lucky guess, but at the same time I was like deductive reasoning to trying to get to the final answer. So that is that. Okay, so now we can move on to purple teaming. And so for this, there's actually a couple of follow-up rooms as well. There's the Tempest room, which I know I haven't done. This is an exercise room. And then we also have the Folina MSDT that I know I haven't done. So there's a lot of stuff that I probably got to do for this. I don't want to get too sidetracked because I do want to finish the SOC Level 2 path before I start going into all these different side things, unless they're absolutely necessary for us to understand something. So for example, the regex room that I did after I started the SOC Level 2 was because it's very important for us to know regex, because we're going to be using regular expressions, you know, all the time. And so that was complementary to the content. When we go through challenges, right? So these are like challenge rooms. The Tempest room, as you can see, like immediately from the top, you see that these are everybody's scores. So this is a challenge room. It doesn't give us information that would help us understand the rest of SOC Level 2, basically. But so purple teaming is the concept here that we're trying to understand. So the idea is simple. If you want to see how your defenses fare against an attack, understand how a certain vulnerability works and what it looks like on the logs, or you simply want to know the extent of your visibility, simulate an attack and then check the results. So blue and red combined would become purple, essentially, right? So the questions are, what are the attacker techniques that you did? Which ones did you detect? And which ones flew under the radar? And this is kind of like an attempt to become a purple teamer, or to go through the exercise as a purple teamer, which is why they have the quick discussion for Tempest and or Folina. So let's just read it. It says, for the Tempest room, the room creator designed a full attack chain and emulated an adversary from start to finish, collecting valuable logs and showcasing detection and analysis tools as the room progresses. This is a classic example of the application of purple team tactics. The goal is to understand how logs will look like when specific attack techniques are being implemented against your environment. Okay? From the Folina room, the room creator focused on the effects and of the exploitation of the vulnerability in the environment, and introduced how reviewing logs and process artifacts complements publicly available IOCs. From these findings, you can furnish alerts from the artifacts you've collected, as well as yada yada yada. So, I mean, I feel like I should do them, but I don't know. I'm gonna finish this video and then we'll see how I feel tomorrow, and if I feel like I should do these rooms in advance. I'm just going to leave the windows open, so just in case I do want to do them, I don't forget about them, whatever. All right, so here's the thing. Fill in the blanks. The Tempest and Folina rooms are examples of leveraging purple team tactics. What CVE is the Folina MSDT room about? So let's actually go into it, Folina MSDT room, and we're looking for CVE. So let's see what we can find in here. Oh, right here. It's at the very, very top. A walkthrough on the CVE 2022, so it's actually kind of recent, 2022. It's 2 years ago. Purple teaming is awesome. Acknowledge me if you can. I do acknowledge you. Very good. And that's it. So that was it for those two things. But I mean, I feel like it is worth it to go through this. So I might just do it. We'll see what we can find later on. So that is it for purple teaming, and we got the recap of the room. So pretty simple. This one was kind of straightforward. We got a chance to actually do some exercises, tactical detection, and then our next room is threat intelligence for this, which is very next room, so that's cool. And that is it for this room. So we went through unique threat intelligence that we were able to gather, and what it looks like when you use a sigma rule to create something like this. And then we went through the publicly generated indicators of compromise, and how you can use something like Uncoder to actually create specific sets of modifications and rules for different things. So there was Chronicle that was in there, Splunk was in there, Elk was in there. So a lot of different sims that Uncoder can just turn a sigma rule into the specific queries available for the various sims that you're using. And then we have the leveraging of the know your environment. That was tripwires, so how to actually set up tripwires inside of the Windows directory, which was, the local security policy. You do audit object access, and then you turn it on. and then from there you actually go and for whatever the object was, you just turn it on so that it gets documented. And that's what we did. And then inside the full event log viewer is where we found the event IDs that were, this is the one that it was attempted to access it. It was the one that it was closed, so on and so forth. And then we talked about purple teaming, and it has a few rooms that are attached to it. And purple teaming is basically a combination of red team attacks as well as the blue team exercises to try to catch those attacks so that you can get, your security posture up to par. And purple teaming is essentially what happens when there's a pen test that's done, because the red team works with the blue team and they combine their forces at the end of the exercises to try to fix any vulnerabilities or, update the security posture of the company. So that is what that was. And that's pretty much it for the tactical detection room. It's cool. I like the way that it's working so far. And it's setting us up for the more advanced stuff. So we're going to go through threat intelligence for SOC, which I think is another, information intensive room. But then the Sigma, SigHunt, Aurora EDR, and SOAR, all of those I believe are going to be practical exercises involved. And we're going to do a lot of things instead of just reading through information. So all of these things sets us up for the next series of rooms, which are going to be application heavy, and I for one am very excited about that. But that's it for tactical detection. If you learned anything inside of this room and inside of this video, if you've learned anything from this channel, really, I would like to invite you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, drop a comment and let me know what you thought. If you have any questions, if you want something to be clarified, if you just want to say hi, or if you want to say thanks, I welcome all of those comments. And it would be lovely to see you as a part of our community. We have a steadily growing community, and it's become a beautiful thing to see all the people communicate with each other. There's actually people now helping each other inside of the comments, it's just beautiful to see from my perspective, because I never thought that it would turn into what it has turned into. And we're just getting started. I mean, we've barely gotten started. We're at 3,600 subscribers and change. At 10,000 subscribers, I'm going to do a face reveal. At 100,000 subscribers, I'm going to do an identity reveal. It's going to be fun. This is going to be a nice journey, and it would be really nice to have you as a part of the journey. So I'm super excited. And of course, if you want a little bit more, if you want to advance your education even further, and if you want some extra perks, for example, automations for Python, for pen testing, or for ethical hacking, for CySec or system administration, if you want early access to content, if you want to speak with me directly in our live sessions or ask me any question, the AMAs that we have, the Q&As that we have, there are so many things that we have as perks that we give away to our Hackaholics Anonymous community. And it will be something that it would be an honor. Honestly, it's like my baby. I say this in every video, but this is literally something that I've spent so much time and energy on to make sure that you get really dope value in exchange for your contribution and for your support. This is not something that we just do just to say, hey, give us some money and you'll be considered a supporter. So ask anybody that's actually been a member of this thing. I do respond immediately. I do email back and forth with people. You'll get access to my email, and we come into our Discord server. We have conversations. So it's something, again, that I'm just really, really passionate about, and I would love to see you in the membership community as well. And it will help you tremendously to speed up your learning curve and to give you access to a lot of tools that you can actually use inside of your day-to-day life as well as your job. If you want to pursue cybersecurity or system administration, all of the Python automations and all those things are going to make your life easier, and they're just going to make you seem much more functional as a security professional. So all of that being said, I would love to see you in the Hackaholics Anonymous community as well. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Hope you enjoyed this one. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you, and I will see you in the next room. Later. This is episode 15 of the SOC Level 2 pathway of TryHackMe, and today we are continuing with our detection engineering module. And the room that we're in today is the Threat Intelligence for Security Operations Center, or Security Operations. And we're going to learn how to utilize threat intelligence to improve the security operations pipeline. That is the purpose of the video today. My name is Hank Hackerson and I am your host for today. And to get more videos like this and everything else inside of cybersecurity, pen testing, ethical hacking, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And a quick plug for our membership community is the Hackaholics Anonymous community. This is going to be the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers because I am so committed to making it so. And we have 4 tiers for it. We have the basic supporter as well as all of the more advanced tiers where you get a lot of perks. Even the supporter gets a lot of perks just for being a supporter. This is not one of those channels where we just say, hey, give us your money, and we appreciate you giving us your money. There's legitimate perks that are being attached to it. For example, Python automations, early access to content, one-on-ones with me, live chats with me, Q&As, AMAs, and so many other things. And I would very much encourage you to go check out this video. It's on our channel's homepage, and it breaks down all of the perks and the reasoning why I even started the Hackaholics Anonymous community. And if nothing else, I would very much love for you to at least check it out, maybe tell your friends about it. But if you do see some value in it, I very much invite you to become one of our members inside of the Hackaholics Anonymous community. That being said, let's jump into the intro for this video. So it's threat intelligence for security operations, and the introduction says this, right? So is your organization prepared to handle emerging threats like new malware, indicators of compromise, or 0 days? And in any case, can you determine unknown adversaries or apply known indicators from reliable sources in your security operations pipeline? Such questions arise when you think of the ever-going cat and mouse game of threat actors and security analysts on a typical day. As a group working to secure an organization, the security team is expected to be prepared to handle the never-ending evolution of threats and anticipate unknown possibilities of potential compromises. Doing all of this might be challenging, but you're not alone, and that is honestly very, very reassuring for me, because I'm still technically a newbie in this world. I mean, there are some people out there that are very, very, very intelligent, and they're very capable, and they just know so much that, like, when I talk to them or when I see some of their content, I'm like, man, dude, I feel like I will never get there. But thankfully, when I compare myself, like when I compare these videos to the original videos that I made when I first started this channel, I'm like, man, I've come a long way, and it hasn't even been a year yet. So I'm really excited to see what this channel is going to look like when we hit our 1-year anniversary, which is still quite some time away. So the objectives that we got for this room are to highlight the impact of threat intelligence and security ops, how important information shared across different groups can be, and in addition, we're going to tackle topics like threat intelligence for consumers and producers, types of threat intelligence, utilizing threat intelligence to prevent and detect malicious activities. And there are some prerequisites, but for the most part, I've actually done all of these in different videos. So you can, if you haven't gone through these rooms yourself, or if you don't have a membership to TryHackMe, which I recommend you get, because there is a discount code in the description below, and it's just totally worth it in my opinion. You learn a lot, and one of our community members mentioned in one of the comments that they actually took their cybersecurity degree in San Diego State University, I think it was, and they said that they use TryHackMe regularly for exercises inside of that degree. So this was something that I was like, okay, well, it made me even more adamant about just using TryHackMe and just promoting it to everybody. So I have done this video because all of these have been check marked. So this is actually available, and you can go check that out. If you just search for threat intelligence tools, you'll definitely find that. Same thing to intro to detection engineering. That was actually one of the videos that came out earlier this week, so I know that's there. Tactical detection, same thing. Investigating with ELK 101, same thing. I know that this is already exists. So all of these videos already exist on the channel, and you're more than welcome to go watch those if you have not seen those yet, because if there are prerequisites for this room, that means we're going to be covering topics that have already been covered in those rooms, and we're not going to go into a deep dive on any of those things, and you're going to need those things for this room to actually make sense for you. So if you haven't seen those, I would highly recommend you go watch those. But if you just want to, be one of those guys that, hey, you're going to figure it out and you want to be thrown in the deep end, or guys or gals, no discrimination here. I welcome all types of hackers. I would very much love to see. I've actually seen girls in our community as well, and it's really, really nice, because when I look at the analytics of the community, it does say that most are guys, but it's nice to see that we actually have a certain percentage of our community actually be women and girls. And it's just really nice to see what happens when I get comments from the women. I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. We actually have women hackers. This is like a great... I shouldn't be surprised, obviously. I'm digging a deeper hole for myself the more I talk. So anyways, we're going to move on. We're going to move on to threat intelligence feeds. First, we're going to do a recap of threat intelligence, and this is based on the definition that we got to our intro to cyber threat intel, which is this room as well. And of course, there's a video on this as well. So if you haven't seen that one, go check that one as well. So the threat intelligence is the analysis of data and information using tools and techniques to generate meaningful patterns to mitigate against potential risks associated with existing or emerging threats targeting organizations, yada, yada, yada. So it's like a very long-winded answer, and it's basically the analysis of data and information using tools or techniques to find patterns, and then using those patterns to mitigate against potential risk or prepare against potential risk with existing or emerging threats. Okay, so you're going to use data and information using tools and techniques to find patterns and prepare for potential risks. That's basically what we're doing. There are different classifications of threat intel. The primary is strategic intel, technical intel, tactical intel, and operational intel. Strategic is high-level intel that looks into the organization's threat landscape and maps out the risks based on trends, patterns, and emerging threats that could impact the business decisions, right? So this is the highest level. Technical looks at the evidence and artifacts of the attacks that an adversary uses, and in the incident response teams use this intel to create a baseline attack surface to analyze and develop defense mechanisms. Tactical assesses the adversary's tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs. This is like a very common phrase that just shows up all the time. This intel can strengthen security controls and address vulnerabilities through real-time investigations. And then we have operational intel that assesses an adversary's specific motives and intent to perform an attack. We can use this intel to understand the critical assets available in the organization, which is people, processes, and technologies that a threat actor can target. So in this level, we're looking at the adversary's specific motives for attacking us specifically. Tactical is looking at the adversary's tactics, techniques, and procedures in general and what they've done before to try to find real-time investigation strategies for us. Technical looks at evidence and artifacts of attacks that they have used before more often than not. So we just look at the evidence and artifacts of previous attacks to try to create a baseline attack surface and prepare ourselves for the future. And that's essentially the four main levels of classification. So they give you an idea of how to operate within the data, but our only focus in this specific room is technical intelligence, right? So that is the main purpose of this specific room, utilizing artifacts generated by adversaries to improve the security operations pipeline. This is the most common of the four classes and is mainly known as IOC, Indicator of Compromise Based Threat Intelligence. Before applying this, we're going to deal with the understanding of how organizations differ in roles regarding threat intelligence. So you have the consumers and producers. So do you build the knowledge base or do you consume the knowledge of others? So consumers, as the name implies, consumes the knowledge. Producers produce the knowledge. The most common notion of threat intelligence is the data set of known bad IOCs collated by different entities. It may be malicious URLs hosting malware or IP addresses of suspicious connections, but would you know how this information is gathered for the disposal of security analysts? So we're going to differentiate the concept of producers and consumers. Producers gather, analyze, and disseminate threat intelligence data for others and themselves. They create reports, advisories, resources that are shared within the broad cybersecurity community. This includes cybersecurity vendors, research labs, organizations specializing in collecting and interpreting data on emerging threats. The producers typically collect data using various methods and techniques. Standard methods include network monitoring, which involves monitoring an organization's network to identify abnormal behavior from the inside, or a honeypot that was exposed externally. Another example could be a collection of IOCs based on internal incidents handled by the organization. They expect a more significant number of incidents compared to small organizations, with fewer assets to be compromised or user activity to be monitored. The results of these collections are then further analyzed, attributed to potential threat actors, and published eventually to help organizations. This is not every organization can be a producer. That's basically the example here. It requires a vast set of collected data and the capacity to determine expected normal behavior and the capability to analyze and pinpoint unknown potential threats. Then you have the consumer. So threat intelligence consumers are organizations or individuals who consume the threat intel created by producers. The information gathered from different sources is utilized to improve the organization's security posture, and this group typically leverages the intelligence through identifying vulnerabilities, prevention and detection, incident response, and collaborating with others. So we can use published vulnerabilities discovered due to 0 days launched by threat actors to identify vulnerabilities in the infrastructure. CVE is a big one. So the CVE publications are commonly utilized to determine if the organization is impacted by it. So when you run a vulnerability scan, it typically has a CVE or a CVSS score. So it has one of those two things, and you can get more information by just going to the CVE database and trying to figure out how it actually applies to you, if it's outdated, if there's a patch that exists, so on and so forth. Prevention and detection. We use IOCs to prevent intrusions by blocking these artifacts or detecting them by applying two threat intelligence rules. So you put it inside of your signatures for your, we did a previous video where we were looking at turning Sigma rules into actual rules for our SIM software, and this is a part of that. Incident response is when you respond to an incident and then you use intelligence data to respond more effectively, because the data could confirm the likelihood of the attack and potentially attributed techniques and tactics. And then of course you collaborate with others, and this is not, there's so many different, I've also done videos on this where it's like there's different kind of like social platforms, almost like a social media platform just for the cybersecurity community. One of them that comes to mind is the Hive, where people just get together and they create cases and they create various scenarios, I guess. Cases is probably the best word for it, but they create various cases that just covers what happened to them so that people can look at it for future reference and hopefully prepare and prevent it from happening to yourself. And finally, we come to the question of, are you a consumer or a producer? Assessing whether your organization or you are a threat intelligence consumer or producer depends on the roles and responsibilities of the team and overall cybersecurity strategy. So a producer collects and analyzes internal external data, creates and distributes threat intel reports to other organizations. The consumer monitors the organization's network and systems for potential security, uses threat intelligence feeds and reports from third-party providers to identify potential security. So most likely, you and me are sitting on the consumer side right now. We're consuming the data, right? So, for example, the producer in this scenario would be TryHackMe. TryHackMe creates and collects a bunch of data, and then from that they create education for us and sources for us. VirusTotal is another one, and there's so many, right? The CVE database, NIST, MITRE, these are all producers, right? Consumers is everybody that uses that information. And so and it's not a bad thing to be the consumer. It's like they did all of that for us to use. So you're a consumer, I'm a consumer, we're both consuming the information right now. I'm technically, as I'm creating this video, I'm technically a producer of this video, and you're the consumer of the video, but I'm also consuming the data as I'm creating the video. So it's like, it's this cycle, it's a big cycle of consumption and production. Once you understand the role, you can also consider assessing the current practices based on these things, right? So understanding the classification of understanding applies to both producers and consumers. So producers evaluate the quality of the intel and then including the information relevancy, Consumers assess the organization's understanding of threat intel and whether it's effectively being used to enhance security posture. So producers evaluate the quality of the intel. Consumers assess the organization's understanding of the intel and whether it's being used to improve the security posture. Producers evaluate the organization's ability to collect and analyze data. consumers evaluate their ability to collect and consume the data. Analytics assess your security team's technical and analytical skills, including their ability to detect and analyze threats. Consumers evaluate their organization's ability to analyze and process the threat intelligence. And so it's like, you can see how they're essentially, this is the other side of this coin. Like, it's literally two sides of the same coin. Consuming threat intelligence is what we're going to go into, and I've already deployed our virtual machine, so we're going to go and kind of have fun with it. We're using Kibana, which you should already be very familiar with, because I've done I'm not going to say very many, but I've done multiple videos on Kibana, so you should very much be very familiar with Kibana, because it's part of the Elastic Stack suite of software. And Uncoder is something else that we did in a previous video. I think it was the very last video, actually, where we used Uncoder, because it's a tool that transforms Sigma rules or IOC lists or any other query syntaxes into custom hunting queries for SIM and XDR. And it's easy to use, and it's very, very awesome, and we used it previously, so we're going to use it again, and that will be kind of the piece right here. So let's see. So it says we're going to use the set of IPs and feed them to Uncoder, and then this requires setting up a free account to Uncoder website. I guess I have to create an account. Follow along with these steps and the image below, and so on and so forth, and we're going to try to come up with the answer for it. So let's see what we can do. All right, so basically the exercise is this, right? So we copy the list of IP addresses and we go to Uncoder, and on the left side right here, when we paste them, once you click on IOCs, it goes from a defanged URL to like a regular URL. And then on the right side, you click on what type of rule you want to be generated. And for this case, since we're using Elastic Stack, it would use that. And then it creates the query for us. And, as soon as you click translate, it creates the query for you. And that's basically it. And so we have what destination IP is one of these 4 IP addresses. And then you can tell from right here that I guess one of them is a duplicate IP address. And so it just created 4 specific unique IP addresses for us to use, right? So that's the whole idea. And then you take this and then you put it inside of Kibana as a query like this, where you have destination IP, whatever. We just paste it inside of the query at the very top. You just got to make sure that you're on the right index, which is FileBeat in this particular case. And then we just got to make sure that we're in the right date range as well. And then that's it. That's what we get, right? So what we're going to do to answer these questions is we're going to repeat this entire process except with this list of IP addresses. And so when you see this, you see these brackets right here. That's what it means to defang a URL. You should already know that by now. So we're going to take that list, we're going to paste it here, and then notice that now it's the actual IP address. It's not the defanged version of the IP address. And then we're going to click translate, and now we have a whole new query right here that I'm going to use for my Kibana instance. So first and foremost, I'm going to actually go to my Kibana instance, and then from there we're going to use the data that we got. All right, cool. Our Kibana instance is up and I logged in, and just to kind of show you, we are in the FileBeat index right here, and I updated the dates to the date range that they provided, which is 2/14 to 2/17 of 2023. And so we got this list, and I went over here and I created this whole piece right here. So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to bring it over here, and we're going to paste it inside a query. And I think it needs to be Lucene, because that's what we used specifically as we were creating that translation. So I'm going to do it and see if Lucene is good. Yeah, so it says 48 hits, and it seems to be good. And I got to count how many unique addresses we have. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I have 11 unique IPs. So let's see if that's right. Okay, very good. Based on the set of IOCs, how many IOC hits were discovered in the logs? And we got 48 in our hits. So let's see. That's all good too. Out of the total number of IOCs, how many unique IP addresses were discovered in the logs? Out of the total number of hits, how many unique IPs? So if we go here, And since we're doing destination IP, we want to look at the destination IP. And it seems that we got, I want to say 5. Okay, so here's what I think we're supposed to do. I'm going to click on destination IP, and I'm going to click on visualize. And it's going to build out this graph for us. And so as we look at this graph, we have our top 5 right here. And then there's this piece right here that says other, which is the other count of records, which is 6 records are in there. And so we have 5 here, and then we have, when we click on this, it shows 2 other IP addresses right here. So if I do those 2 plus the 5 that we had, it would be 7. So I'm gonna try 7, see if that's right. That is right. Okay, great. Wow. I'm actually surprised that I went down the right path there. Okay, cool. So very good. Now, how many connections were made to 185.224.128.215? So that's what we're gonna find out now. To 185 to, what is it? 224.128.215. All right. So looking at our visualization here, 128.215 has 21 records. So 21. There we go. And what is the IP address of the compromised host? Okay, so let's go and check that out. All right, so looking at our results and just clicking on the 128.215 host destination IP, the source IP only has one value here, and it's this value. So let's see if this is the actual value for our compromised host. And it is. So what is the destination port of the connection that was made to 202.151? So we're going to release this, and we're going to click on destination IP, and then we want, it is 107.175.202.151. So I'm going to just do this. I'm going to change all of this to this IP address. All right, so when we update it to that specific IP address, we get 3 hits, and then if we just scroll down here, there's something called destination port, and you click on that and you get port 80. So that should be the port, and there it is. All right, cool. So we got all the answers that we needed for this specific exercise. So now let's move on to, I wonder if we're going to do more stuff. I think we're going to do more stuff with Kibana, but let's just move on to the intelligence-driven prevention. Your organization has determined that you are a consumer of threat intelligence from reliable sources. Your task is to apply the concepts of being a consumer by deploying controls to prevent threats in your infrastructure. Using our current knowledge of threat intel, we will utilize the IOCs from reliable sources to deploy security controls that will prevent malicious activity in our infrastructure. To start, we can simplify the types of IOCs that are commonly distinguished. Domains, typically attributed to URLs that host malicious files, and IP addresses attributed to addresses known to execute attacks seen from external assets. So IP blocking via a firewall is a well-known security measure that involves blocking ingress or egressing network traffic based on the device's IP address attempting to initiate a network connection. It's typically done using a firewall, and that controls, I mean, you should already know what a firewall is. Configuring firewall rules could be overwhelming, but having a direction to deny connections from a known malicious IP address is a good start, such as prevent intrusive connections against external applications that may affect service uptime or compromise via known vulnerability, prevent connections or connection attempts to the threat actor's infrastructure after successful malware execution. So this is what it looks like. So ingress is the attacker tries to do an intrusive connection, firewall blocks that inbound connection to the web server. Egress is the compromised host trying to do a callback, and the firewall blocks them so that they can't reconnect to the attacker, right? So that's the whole idea here. This would be the compromised host trying to connect to a C2 server, a command and control server. This is the person trying to actually get into your network. So domain blocking through email is pretty similar as well, just with, it seems like an extra step. So Similar to IP blocking, we can configure email gateways to prevent known malicious domains from forwarding incoming email messages based on the sender's domain. Email gateways also depend on a rule set which should contain the block list of domains known to send spam or phishing emails. Once the block list is populated, the email gateway prevents threat actors from reaching the inbox of the target in the organization. So without email gateway blocking, this is what it looks like. The attacker sends a phishing email, goes through the email gateway, and the malicious email reaches the employee's inbox, which is the end user. With the gateway blocking, they do the same thing, but the gateway blocks the malicious domain because it's on its block list, and that phishing email never actually reaches the end user, which is very useful, especially if you have users in your company that just don't pay attention. Preventing spam emails from reaching inboxes reduces the potential attack surface. Most of the time, organization takeover starts with the execution of a malicious attachment or submitting credentials to a phishing website, which is super freaking simple, and just most employees don't even pay attention. So, domain blocking through DNS sinkhole. This is a very good one. DNS sinkhole is a security measure that mitigates the connections to a malicious domain. This is typically done by redirecting all requests from a known malicious domain to a sinkhole, preventing the resolution to their counterparts. So, the attacker has their callback server, and they try to get that connection. So the compromised host without the DNS sinkhole, right? So the compromised host will now go to their DNS server and say, hey, where is this thing? The DNS server says, this is the IP address for this. And then the compromised host actually connects to that IP address, which is the attacker's callback servers. When there is a sinkhole, the compromised host still tries to do it, right? They say, hey, where's the evil.com? And the DNS server is going to come back and say, hey, evil.com is this place. And then you try to actually make a connection, but it doesn't. It goes to another IP address that's our sinkhole IP address. And this is on the sinkhole list, right? So the DNS server says that, hey, evil.com is on the sinkhole list. So anybody that tries to get to evil.com, actually send them to a completely different IP address, which is not the evil.com, which is the callback server right here, right? So it just sends them to the sinkhole. And then at this point, the security team would have to say, hey, why are you even trying to inquire about evil.com? Why are you trying to get to that website? You shouldn't even try to get to that website. There's something wrong. Hunting sinkhole domains. Using logs generated by SIM, you're tasked to hunt all domains identified as malicious by your sinkhole. The threat intelligence team has provided a single domain to start with your activity. In addition, you may also use the following KQL query templates to complete the investigation, which is these guys right here. You need to remove the defang in your search query, obviously. Lastly, the events are stored in this index. Make sure that we are in the same date range, which we are. So, it says how many DNS queries to I don't know how you pronounce that, have been created. So we are going to try to see how many DNS queries to this have been created. All right, so just searching for that domain, we get 11. So let's see if 11 is the right answer, and it is. So that one's simple. Before deploying the sinkhole configuration, what IPv4 addresses are resolved by AgroSaxInfo IPs in ascending order? So before the sinkhole configuration, what IPv4 addresses are resolved? Okay, so there is something here called the DNS resolved IP, and that would be really the only thing that I can think of. So if we click on visualize one more time to try to bring this information for us, it will pull this information up, and it's basically the top values of the DNS resolved IPs. This one seems to be, I believe this is our internal IP, is the one that they're talking about. So it would be these two guys right here, the 104.21.48. And let me see if I can go back to our search results previously and try to look at those individually. So if we go here one more time, DNS resolved IP, so 104, and then this other guy. So let me try these two answers right here, and then separate by a comma and do this one. And okay, cool. That was kind of a guess. I'm not exactly sure. The hint itself, by the way, said that the domain resolved an internal IP address after the configuration change. So the domain resolved an internal IP address after the configuration. That long one right here, the big one right here, the 192 is the internal IP address, and then we have these two right there. And then the ones at the bottom right there are IPv6, so they're looking for IPv4, and those are the only ones that showed up. So what is the IP address used for the DNS sinkhole? Well, I feel this is, again, it's kind of more of a guess than deductive reasoning, but I feel like this is the sinkhole right here. So there were the attempts that were the before deploying the sinkhole, what IP addresses are resolved by this specific website, which is these two guys, and then there's the sinkhole that seems to have sent everything after the fact, which would be this thing. And so I'm going to actually just add this to our queries as well, just to kind of see if we can find any extra information about this, or I need to actually remove this and go to visualization and then try to see if we can get that information. So we're going to do this one more time, and then we're going to go to the resolved sinkhole. So first let's actually try to get that DNS resolved IP. So real quick, so yeah, that is the right address for the DNS sinkhole. Now it says how many hits were caused by connections to sinkhole domains. How many hits were caused by connections to the sinkhole domains. So we're going to just delete that piece and then go back to our 6,000 hits, and then we're going to use our sinkhole IP address, which is the one that ends in 13, and let's see what we get. Or just doing a basic search for that IP address gets me 115 hits. So let's see if that's right. That is right. Okay, cool. And how many unique domains have been sinkholed? Now we want to find the actual domain names. So let's find the domain name field. All right, this is where I think this piece right here comes in handy, the DNS question name, which if we click on it, we have all these values. And if we were to visualize this, let me just go to our full screen mode. It will give us our visualization right here. And then what we need to do is we need to expand this so we have all of these other numbers as well. So I have top 5 right here. So let me see if I can get the rest of them. If we click on this piece right here where it has the top values, it allows us to share the number of values. So it gives us the actual, 5 right here. So if I go and let's see, I don't know, I'll do 50 to see if it'll actually give me everything. And okay, so it actually gives me all of the domains. There is no other. Basically, I was trying to spread it so that it shows everything instead of having the top 5 and then giving me other for the rest of these. So we got 1, 2, 3, 12. So I got 12 specific records here. So I'm just gonna go over here. I'm sure there's probably a better way to do that. But we're trying to keep it simple. So there it is, and that was indeed the right answer. So just to kind of review for myself, right? So how many DNS queries to this domain, and all I did was I just searched for that domain. And then before deploying the sinkhole, what IPv4 addresses were resolved. So we did DNS resolved, and then it gave us the list of the IP addresses, and then you had one that had all the bulk of the results, which is this guy. And then you only had 2 other IPv4 addresses, which were these 2, and those 2 came out to be the answers right there. And then this ended up being the sinkhole. And to find the connections to the sinkhole, we just searched for this IP address, and we got 115 hits. And then for here, we just went to the name, so question name, and we looked at that. And then when we visualized it, you just saw what happened. We just looked at the number of hits that were available and the top values that showed up, and we had 12 values. So that's it for that. And now we're going to go to intelligence-driven detection. All right, you have successfully deployed preventive mechanisms to mitigate known IOCs, to maximize the capabilities of your detection. You are now tasked to improve the detection capabilities of your tooling. We have started utilizing threat intelligence from the previous task to prevent potential compromises from malicious actors. Now we will leverage threat intelligence IOCs to know if something suspicious is happening in our infrastructure. Optimizing detection capabilities, implementing detection based on IOCs, may be pretty straightforward as one may think. We can deploy a blocklist rule for known malicious IOCs. As example set of detection use cases is listed below. So the indicator of compromise, right, would be the IP address. So connection via firewall logs, where the direction of the connection dictates the potential root cause. Egress and ingress is what we found. So egress connection to a malicious IP indicates potential execution of malware. Ingress connection from a malicious IP detects an intrusion attempt. Then you have the URL. Connections via proxy logs, wherein the HTTP method dictates the nature of the connection. HTTP GET requests indicate a potential download of malicious files. HTTP POST requests indicate a potential submission of credentials or exfiltration. So as long as you understand what a GET request is and what a POST request is, and the GET keyword kind of just implies what it actually is. So when you make a GET request from a website, you are attempting to get information from the website. When you make a POST request to a website, you're attempting to post information or submit information to the website. And then you have the domain. So malicious domains seen in DNS logs directly indicate a malicious activity in either one of the following: the domain hosts malware or additional files for its execution. The domain is a phishing website. The domain is being used for a C2 connection. So if you see malicious domains in your logs, that means that one of these three things are happening. If you see a malicious URL or GET request being sent to a malicious file or something like that, or a POST request being sent to a malicious URL, same thing. So as long as you understand that there is a list of malicious URLs, malicious IP addresses, malicious domains, when you understand that, then just searching just for those things inside of your logs can help you. They shouldn't even exist in your logs, right? So if they're on some kind of a malicious list, they shouldn't even exist in your logs. The fact that they show up in your logs is a red flag, and it needs to be investigated further. Scenarios above depict the usage of publicly available IOCs to hit any suspicious connections across different data sources, such as firewalls, DNS, and proxy servers. However, this kind of setup may require continuous fine-tuning. So we can combine some prevention techniques discussed in task 3. I can't read today. To detect suspicious traffic. So prevention technique is the sinkhole, firewall, IP blocking, proxy blocking, mail gateway blocking, all of these things. Domains resolved to a loopback may indicate a connection that a malicious domain based on DNS sinkhole blocklist configuration. Block connections to and from a specific IP address may indicate malicious activity. Logs generated attributed to IOC blocking gives more context about the connection. Blocked web connections may indicate a malicious attempt to access malware or phishing site. The proxy service could provide more information if it has tagging capabilities. Emails blocked based on the email sender's domain may indicate a spam, so on and so forth. So these are the Sigma rules. So we've already talked about Sigma rules in a lot of cases. We're going to look at some more Sigma rules. And this is a generic signature language. So we're essentially just building a Sigma rule or finding a Sigma rule, because there are so many of them that exist already that you can just kind of use for your purposes. And this one, for example, is to hunt for sinkhole domains. So that's the title, that's the author, description, yada, yada, yada. The most important part is these pieces right here. So you have the log source, which is your DNS log. Detection is going to select the sinkhole domain, and this is the specific IP address that's been resolved to it. Condition is if this specific detection method is triggered, that's the condition for this rule to go into play. And that's pretty much it. That's like as far as how this thing works. And then these are just flagging. So if it's a false positive, we don't know. The status is experimental. It's a medium level. And then these are the tags. So the big pieces of this are this right here. These are the big pieces of this specific rule that makes this rule function. So it hunts for DNS queries resolving this specific IP. As discussed previously, such cases may indicate a connection to a known suspicious domain based on sinkhole configuration. So if you play with undercoder or uncoder IO and ElastAlert, which is one of the elastic types of languages or queries that can be made, we can just take the same rule that we had here and turn it into an ElastAlert for Lucene, right? and it'll just generate that alert for us, and then we can go ahead and do something with it. So before we use the generator rule, let's have a quick run through about ElastAlert. It's an open source framework for alerting on anomalies, spikes, or other patterns. It generates with Elasticsearch, Kibana, and other tools in Elastic ecosystem, and can be configured to send alerts to various technical external services such as email, Slack, and so on and so forth. The resulting alert rule from Uncoder contains the following. You have the alert field, so this is the type, which is debug. The filter, which is the list of query filters. The index is the name of the index that you're going to be searching through, which is FileBeat in our case. This option, which is the real alert option, allows you to ignore repeating alerts for some time. The value is 0 minutes, which will generate all alerts despite the redundancy of it, meaning repetition of it. And then the type is to the rule type that is used, which is anything. So any type of rule will generate an alert for every successful query that's been returned. Now we have introduced it. Access the machine via SSH using the provided credentials in task 2 and navigate to the ElastAlert directory. You may see that the directory contains a configuration file. The YAML file contains all the configurations needed, and the ElastAlert rules directory contains a placeholder rule. You may populate this rule with the translated sigma to alert rule. After copying the ElastAlert rule generated by Uncoder, execute the following to clean the syntax and point that. So we're going to clean it by doing this, and then the ElastAlert rule should be similar to the one below. After executing the steps mentioned above, after configuring the single YAML, navigate back to the ElastAlert directory and start executing ElastAlert. And the execution of it is this. So you run ElastAlert, start, and then this is the specific date, I guess, that we want to start from, 2/16/2023. It's going to be in verbose mode, and the rest of it is going to be output into our text file. It starts, executes the rule configured starting from 2/16. It also provides verbose output, and the snippets right here to write the results and output. Know that the file descriptors were used, and once the command is executed, you may need to wait a few seconds to finish the initial run. The following string indicates that the execution is finished, and after seeing the string above, now you can stop the execution, complete the task, review the results. So we gotta actually go and connect to that previous machine using the our attack box here. And if you've connected via OpenVPN, you can just use SSH to connect to the machine via your specific computer, and then from there we'll just navigate the rest of the stuff. So this is the information to be able to connect to our SSH. So let me just do that real quick. All right, cool, there we go. So we are now inside of this virtual machine. So let's navigate to where they told us to navigate to. All right, so we are here. We need to go to the ElastAlert directory. So let me just kind of zoom in here. So cd ElastAlert, and there we are. And if I write this, so there we go. We have the configuration and we have the rules directory. So the config YAML file contains the configurations needed, and then the rules directory contains a placeholder rule. So after copying the rule, let's see, you may populate this rule with the translated da-da-da-da. After copying the ElastAlert rule generated by Uncoder, execute the following to clean the syntax, and that in the description field, remove the string from author until the end of the line. This is being removed to make syntax of ElastAlert valid. And in the index field, replace winLogBeat to file OBeat. So what we're trying to do right here is take this piece right here. I believe this is the one that we're supposed to be using because it doesn't have anything else for me. I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't. So we're taking this full piece right here. We're going to go right here, and we're going to go to our Uncoder piece right there. I'm going to paste it here, and it automatically detects that it's Sigma at the very top right here. And then now I need to change it to ElastAlert, which is this piece right here. There's only one rule for us over there. And I'm going to click translate, and it generates this piece for me, right? Like so. And so the few pieces that they told us to do is remove the author piece so that, let's see. Let me just move this right here so I can kind of see better. The one piece to clean it up they mentioned is to remove the string starting from author until the end of the line. This is being removed to make the syntax valid. So right here, it doesn't seem to have anything. Oh, right here, this piece right here. So it says author da 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 to the end of the line, and we're going to just remove this whole piece right here. So that is being deleted, and Sigma rule for sinkhole DNS queries is what we should have, that's what it looks like right here. So that's great. And then we're going to change the index field to this specific piece right there, which will make this actually applicable to us. And that's pretty much what we got. So that should be our full rule for sinkhole YAML and alert debug description sigma da 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 type any. So from this, I'm just going to copy this whole piece, and now I'm going to go and change the rule that we got inside of our rules directory. So there it is, and then if I list that, that's what it is. So I'm going to do nano sinkhole.yaml, and we'll be inside of this. And now I just need to, oh, it seems it's literally here for the most part. I think I'm just going to delete the whole thing, and then from there we'll just paste what we got right now to just make sure that it matches exactly the piece that I got. So give me one quick second. All right, there we go. It's almost identical to what was already in here. I just didn't want to, I don't know, individually edit the fields. I just wanted to have exactly the piece that we got. So alert debug description is this, filters query string, DNS resolved 000. Although in this particular case, it seems to be a this seems to be a regex expression right here instead of putting it in quotes. So I wonder if that's gonna work. I'm just gonna see if it's gonna work, and then from there hopefully it will actually work. And that's my optimism. So we're just gonna leave it as regex. If it doesn't work, then I know what just happened. So I'm gonna go back one directory, and now we're going to run this specific command to start what we gotta start. So here we go. Okay, there we go. Starting up, disabled rules are da 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 da, sleeping for however many seconds. So let's see, I think it should be good. There we go, it's running. I think it's working. If the output file doesn't have any information, then I'll know what's up. But once it's done, we should have everything that we need. So let's see if it actually hits. So it says the following string indicates that the execution is finished. So X query hits, X already seen, X matches, X alerts sent. So it seems to still be running. Once that finishes, I guess I should be able to see. I haven't really seen anything like that yet. So once I see that, I'll be able to stop it. And then from there, we'll go ahead and look at our output file. Okay, I stopped it mainly because right here it says you may need to wait a few seconds to finish the initial run. I don't see this specific string because there were so many strings that were happening so quickly, so I have no idea if that string actually even showed up, this piece right here. But let's see, let's look at our output file. There should be an output file right now because it's been doing some, yeah, so there we go. So I'm afraid to look in the output file because I feel like there's going to be so many. Yeah, look at this, holy cow. There's a lot of results in here, buddy. Oh man, this is going to be scary. At the very, very top. Okay, so let me see. So it says, what is the value of the alert field in the converted elast alert rule? So this we actually don't even need the results for because it's debug is the value of our alert field right here. So that is what happens when we get our rule. So how many alerts were generated by the rule? I mean, this is definitely way more than that thing that it shows. So I know it's not in the double digits. I mean, it's a lot. So I feel like this was not correct. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit out of this piece right here. So let me see if I can exit out of this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the output.txt file. I'm going to go back into my rules directory and I'm going to redo our sinkhole YAML file. And instead of having the resolved IP look the way that it does, I'm going to just change it so that it looks pretty much, there's like a few pieces about this piece right here that looks different from ours. So the description and everything is fine. The debug is fine. Filter is all good. Query is all good. This piece right here, DNS resolved IP, that piece right there, this is in quotes. So I need to change that. And I'm going to also change the name because it's spelled differently. So I mean, I literally want to match exactly what that piece says. There we go. So that's what that looks like. It's the zeros and quotes. It's not a regex version of the zeros with the backslashes. So that part I'm going to change. And then the other piece is the thing right here that it says DNS sinkhole underscore. I don't know if that's going to make a difference as well, but just in case, I'm going to change it so that it looks exactly the same. All right, there we go. And we're going to do that, and we're going to exit that. And then we're going to go back one more time, and we're going to run our last alert one more time. Okay, so I think actually even the first instance would have worked because I just realized that I'm supposed to be looking inside of Kibana, not inside of the output file that we got. So looking at Kibana and just being inside of the file beat index that we had, I just looked for the sinkhole domain, which is the 000, and it seems that we have 41 hits. So let's see if that's the right answer. It is not the right answer. Okay, so let's see what I can find here. Okay, so I actually just modified the query right here to use that specific query that they gave us in the previous task, which was then there was one that said answers data, and then there was one that said name something. So where was it? Right here. So it says DNS question name, and then DNS answers data replaced with the sinkhole IP address. So that's the one that I did right here, and I just replaced it, and it gave me 40. So I think maybe that's the right answer. So let me see. Okay, cool. 40 is the right answer in this case. So we were on the right track. I was on the right track. I just needed to do this right here, and I think there was one specific entry, if you don't do DNS answers data, that maybe it just found something else as well, and it counted it, and it just threw us off by 1. So that one's fine. Now it says how many unique domains were sinkholed via this. So we're trying to go back to that DNS name query that we had right here, the DNS question name. So we're going to click on that. We're going to visualize it, and then we're going to go look at that. So let's go look at our visualization real quick. And it has another, it has the other right here. So we're going to just do the same strategy. We're going to click on this, and I'm going to increase it to 50 just to see how many I got. And it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I got 7. So let's see if that's right. Very good. And then what is the sinkhole domain that has an RU top level domain? So it's the right here at the very top. You can see it. Twizzed RU. And these other ones definitely don't have an RU. So it's Twizzed RU. So let's just type that in here. And we got it. That is it. We are officially done with this one. I was so close. I was right on the right path, but that was the only thing that I needed to do, was just modify this specific piece, DNS answers, and just make sure that we actually got the right one for the sinkhole domain, which we did. And that's pretty much it. So that's all we got. So let's check out the conclusion real quick, which seems to just say congratulations, as they normally do. So we are officially wrapped with this room, ladies and gentlemen. Nice job. Great hanging out. I hope you got some value from it, and I hope you tried this yourself as well, because this was actually one of the free rooms that was available inside of TryHackMe. So you could definitely go try this out, and you could get access to the virtual machines and everything else that was available here as well. If you got any value from this video or from this channel, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And I definitely want to hear from you in our comment section. The comment section is very active and it's very live. I get a lot of comments from a lot of different people, and it's one of my favorite things about this community because I get to actually interact with you and answer your questions. And if the question is a really, really good one, then I create a video as a response to your question, and I've done that several times now, and that's one of my favorite things as well, because I'm literally doing the stuff that is most useful to you. So I would love to hear from you, so definitely make sure you drop a comment, even if you just want to say hi. And make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell as well. And if you want to take your education a step further, I do recommend the Hackaholics Anonymous community, because it will be the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers, because I am so committed to making it so. So I give away a lot of automations, I give away a lot of one-on-one coaching. You get access to my email address, and then you can hit me up and then we can chat back and forth that way. You get the Discord community, you get members only videos, you get discounts on the merchandise, you get early access to content. There's so many things that I give as a perk that comes as a part of that community. This is not something that we just say, hey, give us some of your money and you're a supporter and we thank you for being a supporter. I very much want to give you value, and I do give value. And if you ask any of our members, they will tell you the same exact thing. So definitely check out Hackaholics Anonymous for your further education. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. I will see you in the next video. Later. This is episode 16 of the SOC Level 2 pathway of TryHackMe, and today we are continuing down our detection engineering module, and we're going to be talking about Sigma, which is a very important language when it comes down to writing rules for security information and event managers. So Sigma is one of those languages that kind of applies to everything. It's a universal language, so to speak, and this is a very, very useful tool for you to have as you go into SOC Level 2, security analysis, anything of the sort, because it's open source, it's used by everybody and anybody, and it's one of those things that it'll just apply to you in the rest of your career with every other tool that you use. So I'm actually very excited about this one. We've touched on Sigma a couple of times in the last previous rooms, but today's specific video is dedicated directly to Sigma, and we're going to be talking about its overview, what it is, how it works, how to write the rules, what the syntax is like, and all the different nitty-gritty details of the language so that you can become a Sigma master. And I'm very, very excited about it. My name is Hank Hackerson, and I'm your host for today. And to find more videos like this, or to learn about cybersecurity and pen testing and all the other good stuff, I do encourage that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And we have already the SOC Level 1 playlist on the channel. We have the pen testing playlist on the channel, and a lot of other good stuff, honestly. And I've gotten a lot of good feedback from it, so I think you'll get a lot of good value from it. So to find more videos like this, or to get more videos in the future, I do encourage that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. And if you're interested in advancing your knowledge, I do want to introduce you to Hackaholics Anonymous, which is our membership community on YouTube. And I honestly designed this with the intent of making it the premier group for security professionals and hackers. And there's 4 tiers to our perks. In every single tier, you actually get something in return for your contribution. So this is not something that we just say, hey, give us your money and thank you so much for being a supporter. You actually get perks like live streams and exclusive content and Python automations that apply to system administration, for pen testing, for cybersecurity analysis, and a lot of other amazing perks that honestly I've gotten really good feedback from already. And I think they're actually really good, valuable stuff, because there are other channels that are just saying, hey, give us $50 a month. Thank you so much for being a supporter. And I just didn't want to do it like that. So I wanted to actually give some real value in exchange. And I think you will get some really amazing value from the Hackaholics Anonymous community. So definitely check that out if you haven't already. And let me know what you think. If nothing else, we'd love to hear back from you. And hopefully we'll actually get to see you in our membership chats on Discord, and we'll get to see you in the membership community. Now, that being said, let's actually jump into our content for today, which is the Sigma room. All right, so as I already mentioned, Sigma is an open source generic signature language, and so it's used by people all over the industry. And there's actually a lot of already pre-established Sigma rules that have been written in YAML files that you can use for fine-tuning and kind of configuring your SIM software to just make sure that it's, all inclusive for your industry or anything of the sort. But today we're also going to talk about how to write your own very individual Sigma rules as well to configure and fine-tune and customize your SIM software. The learning objectives are to just understand the language, to learn more about the writing syntax and converting it to various SIM queries, navigating through the writing of the rules and various detections on Windows event logs, and practicing at some writing of the Sigma rules for an interactive case that we have later on coming up. These are the prerequisites for this room. I've actually created a video on every single one of these rooms. So if you have not gone through the security operations room, for example, I would recommend you go check that out just so you understand what that is. The Windows event logs, if you haven't gone through it, I would recommend going through that. The Sysmon room, if you haven't gone through it, or the Splunk basics and the investigating with elk basics, all of those things. If you haven't gone through those, I would highly recommend you go through those because they're going to be supportive of the video that we're going through today. So you can go through today's video without going through those videos. I'm not going to say that you won't be able to learn, but I think you'll get much more comprehensive education if you actually go look at those videos as well. But you may just be a wild person, you know what I mean? You just want to kind of jump in the deep end and see how you handle things. So if that's you, then it's all good. We're about to go into the basic definition and kind of like the overview of Sigma, and then we're going to talk about the syntax and have some good fun stuff. All right, the reason why Sigma is so important is that there's a lot of information that comes in from a lot of different types of logs. And you have to build detection queries for individual logs from individual systems, and depending on what kind of environment you're in, or depending on what kind of software you're using, it's very difficult to create a standardized investigation approach or a standardized approach to parsing through the logs and figuring out how to find signatures for different indicators of compromise and all of that. So the whole idea behind Sigma is to have this universal open source approach that applies to everything, and it bridges that gap, so to speak, so that you can use Sigma rules depending on, doesn't matter if you're using Splunk or if you're using ElkStack or Chronicle, you can use Sigma rules to customize and configure your queries and to kind of create this all-in-one type of an environment for finding indicators of compromise and the signatures that are associated with them. And that's where Sigma really kind of shines and it really comes into play. It's open source, meaning that there's a lot of documentation on it. You can go find its GitHub repository. I'm gonna click on the link at some point today. And it was developed by Florian Roth. And if you've gone through any of the rooms or any of the videos that I've done on cyber threat intelligence, you should recognize this name. This guy is a legend in the cybersecurity community, and he's developed a lot of stuff. And this is actually something that he developed, and it's kind of similar to JSON, and because it's like a structured format, but it's specific for log files versus anything else. So it's a really great tool for log file analysis in a very similar way that Snort is used for network traffic and Yara is used for files in general. So it makes it easy to perform content matching based on collected logs, to raise threat alerts for analysts to investigate, and the log files are usually collected and stored inside of a SIM or a database, and then Sigma allows you to find whatever you need out of those logs. And then I'll show you Uncoder in a little bit, because Uncoder is one of these like conversion translation type tools that we use to convert Sigma rule files into queries for various SIM tools. So these are some of our use cases. You can make detection methods and signatures shareable alongside IOCs and Yara rules. You can write SIM searches that avoid vendor lock-in. You can share the signatures with threat intelligence communities. And you can write custom detection rules for malicious behavior based on specific conditions. You need three things to make this work. You need the Sigma rule format, which is just a kind of like the general structured log description written in YAML. We'll talk about that in a little bit. You need some kind of a converter. And there are several converters that actually are written as Python scripts, but then there's also the service that we're going to talk about later, which is Uncoder. And then what happens is that you end up with the machine query that comes out as a query that will be used for a SIM. So this is the GitHub repository, and inside of the GitHub repository you have all of these things, including the deprecated versions of Sigma, as well as documentation and rules and a lot of other things. And what's really nice about this is that if any of this doesn't make sense, or if some of these things aren't fully comprehensive, where you can't fully understand what's going on, you can go to something like Gemini and you can say, hey, I'm trying to figure this out about Sigma rules, can you help me? Or go to the Meta AI. Meta AI is also really powerful. Or, ChatGPT, which is kind of like the most popular one, the most famous one, because it was one of the first official ones that was launched. But you go through all of those, and it helps you understand everything that might be missing in the GitHub repository, for example. And this is the conveyor belt visual of it. So you have a Sigma rule that's written, it goes through the translator, and then it gets converted to Elasticsearch query, or a Carbon Black query, or a Google Chronicle query, or a Splunk query, so on and so forth. So that's really what it looks like and what it actually is. It's just basically an open source universal language that can standardize a lot of signature and IOC detection so that you can go ahead and use it for your individual software security information event manager. So let's talk about the syntax a little bit. The syntax is actually very important, and once you kind of understand the syntax, everything else starts to make sense. Okay, so there is this task file that we can download that is literally this. So this is what the task file looks like, and they've given us the field along with a commented description of what goes inside of the field. So that, the title is the title of the rule. The ID would be the UUID generated from this for particular thing. For example, the status of it is the stage of what it is, the description of it, the person who wrote it. A lot of these things are not required. Some of them are absolutely required. So for example, the title is required, the log source is required, the detection is required. So these are the pieces that are absolutely required, and you need to have them inside of your rule context or rule description, syntax, whatever you want to call it. But a lot of these things are not required. They just make it a little bit more user friendly when you get into the SIM software and trying to understand where the rule came from and what it does, so on and so forth. So it's written in the YAML language, which is a structured language. It's an object serialization language, and it's a substitute for something like JSON. So some things that you need to keep in mind is that YAML is case sensitive. Files should have a YML extension. Spaces are used for indentation and not tabs. So if you want to create a tab, you don't click on tab, you do 2 spaces or 4 spaces, and now you have an indentation. Comments are attributed using the hashtag, as we just saw. Key value pairs are using the colon, and array elements are using the dash, and you'll see all of that in a little bit. And we of course have the YAML tutorials right here, which is just on the tutorials point website, and you can just search for YAML or just go to tutorialspoint.com, tutorialspoint.com/YAML, and then you'll get to the YAML page, and then you can use all of these different sidebar tabs to navigate to the specific section that you want to go to. So this is what the syntax looks like, and as I mentioned already, on the right, if you pay attention to it, there are required fields and then there are optional fields, and the title is required, the log source is required, detection is required, and the condition is required. These are absolutely necessary for the file to do what it's supposed to do. Everything else is optional, and it just makes it more user-friendly for somebody who's viewing it on the back end, or when the SIM is about to try to ingest it to try to make sense of what the rule is and what it does. It can use the optional fields to help you with that. So YAML Sigma rules, the syntax defines various mandatory optional fields that go into it, and then we have the WMI event subscription rule to define the different syntax rules. So we have the title, which is the name the rules is based on. The ID is the UUID, as we already saw, and then you can also add references to the UUID to make it a little bit more related, making it easier to form relationships between detections. For example, derived, meaning that this rule has sprung from another rule. It was derived from another rule, which may still be active, so the other rule could still be active. Obsolete means that the listed rule is no longer being used, it's obsolete. Merged means that it's combined with other linked rules. Renamed means that it was previously named something else and we just named it to a new name that it's operating under right now. And similar means that it points to corresponding rules, such as the indicating the same detection content applied to different log sources. So the same type of detection is just going to different log sources. Then you have the status. So is it stable, meaning it's in production environments and it's actually running? Is it a test, meaning that it passed the experimental phase? So experimental is one level lower than test. So experimental means that it's very generic and it's still being tested. It could lead to false results. Test means that it's gone through the experimental phase and now it's being tried to make sure that it's all good, and it may require some fine tuning. Then deprecated means that it's been replaced and it's no longer yielding any accurate results. The related field is used to create associations between this rule and the one that was just deprecated. And unsupported means that it's not usable in its current state and you shouldn't use it. And then we have the description, and it's basically a very brief description of what it does. They're saying that you can be as verbose as possible on the malicious activity that you intend to detect, but don't go crazy with long descriptions. So you can be detailed and you can explain the malicious activity that you're trying to detect, but don't lose your mind and write essays inside of the description, right? Couple of lines, couple of sentences, short paragraph, so on and so forth. But yeah, just keep that in mind. The log source could be narrowed down by product, category, service, and or definition. So for in this case, we have the product is Windows, and in the categories, the WMI event logs, right? So output of a particular product, example, Windows or Apache would be the product. The category would be the log files written by that product. So it could be Windows firewall logs or Windows antivirus logs, so on and so forth. Service is a subset of the logs from the selected product. So it could be the SSHD on Linux or security on Windows. So security logs from Windows, security so secure shell D, I forget what D stands for on that, but SSHD on Linux, for example. And then we have definition, so just describes the log source and any applied configurations. Then we have the detection. So this is one of the required fields. This is very, very important to understand, and we're going to go into this much deeper so you really understand what's going on. But this is the detection rule. So this is what triggers the rule, essentially. So under detection, you have usually, or all the time, there's something else under detection. It could be selection or it could be other things, and we'll talk about it a little bit. And then there's condition. So under detection, there's at least this, and then there's at least the condition. And in this case, the selection is all of these event IDs. So remember earlier it said an array could be a list by hyphens or by dashes, right? So this is an array of event IDs that are all of our selections. So if any of these is triggered, meaning the condition for this rule, for WMI event, the condition is that if any of this selection is triggered, then the detection is now triggered and we're going to get some kind of an alert, or we're going to find some kind of a result when we're going through our SIM. So this is the big thing to understand, is that there's a detection section, which is mandatory. And under the detection, there could be several versions of selection, and or just one selection that has a bunch of things under it. And then the condition would be the selection or the whatever the other versions of this were. It'll make sense in a little bit because I'm going to show you examples of it. But this is mandatory. So the detection is mandatory. False positive, not necessarily mandatory, but it could be a list of known false positive outputs based on the log data, which would make it a little bit easier for somebody to understand. And then again, we'll go into examples of that in a little bit. And then we have the level. So this one's also important. So informational, low, medium, high, or critical. You should kind of already be familiar with these words. Informational is the lowest level alert that comes up, so it's not severe. It's just something to be aware of. A critical thing needs to be fixed immediately. It needs to be addressed right away. And then there's everything in between. So you need to understand that if the level of this particular rule, and you know, when you go and search for Sigma rules, other authors will have created the rule, and then they'll say, hey, the level for this rule is a high level rule. So if something gets detected under this rule, you need to pay attention to it right away. Don't go take lunch if you find it. You know what I mean? It's like, skip your lunch. take care of whatever needs to be handled or report it to your supervisor. Do something immediately before doing anything else. And then the tags are usually very helpful to understand how the category of this thing goes. So it could be a CVE number from the database. It could be a MITRE attack framework, a TTP for the MITRE attack framework. A lot of these things are available in our predefined tags that are, again, under the GitHub Sigma tags. This has actually been, it's no longer tags, it's under Sigma specifications. So this is where the Sigma specifications are, and the tags would be listed under that. And so this is an example of the false positives. So excludes legitimate vetted use of WMI event subscription in the network. The level is medium, and these are the tags. So persistence under the MITRE tactic, and T1546003, the MITRE technique. Then we have search identifiers and condition expressions. So search identifiers and condition expressions. The detection section of the rule describes what you intend to search for, and it could either be a list or a map. So it's one of those two. And a list, so let's see, using lists, they'll be presented using strings with a logical OR operation. So it doesn't actually say OR, it just means that it's one of these options. So mainly they'll be listed using hyphens, for example, what we see here. So it says host application, so the field inside of the log data, there's a field for host application. The host application contains either this or this. That's what it means. If it's been separated like this, hyphen and a line, it means that either of these options, if either of those is inside of the host application field, this needs to go off. This rule needs to go off. And that's basically what you need to understand about this. And then we'll talk about these, I forget what I think they're called transformatives, these words right here. But basically the selection is saying that the host application field can contain PowerCat or PowerCat.ps1. And if it contains either of these two, then this detection rule needs to go off. That's what this is if it's operating as a list, right? If it's operating as a map, it's a key value pair. And a key value pair is a little bit, I'm not even going to say it's more complicated, it's just different, right? So the key matches up to a field in the log data, while the value presented is a string or numerical value to be searched for within the log. And it operates an AND operation. So maps follow an AND operation. This one follows an OR operation, meaning that it's either this or this. The map follows an AND operation, meaning, so in our case, the selection, the rule intends to get on the image, it ends with either of the values, and the command line contains either value listed. So for example, the image ends with /rm or /shred. So either of these two, right? Either of these two and either of these two. So previously we only had this or this, and so this still applies, right? So inside of the host application, it's either this or this, and in here inside of this, it's either this or this, and it's either this or this, right? So both of those conditions have to actually be in place. Both of those conditions inside of our selection have to be in place for this rule to be detected, for this to actually be triggered. So this is what an array is, or a map, excuse me. This is what a map is. So this is a map, this is a list. Inside of this map, we have two lists. That's how you can think about it. A map can contain multiple lists, essentially. The list says this ends with either this or this. This contains either this or this. In order for this selection to operate, this and this have to be existent, and then the condition is met and our selection is now being detected. That's how it works. Then we have the transformation modifier. So this is what we were just talking about. It contains this, right? So command line contains this, and it could be at any point in there. All means that all of the listed pieces have to actually be present. Base 64 looks at the values that are encoded with base 64. ends with means that whatever the string prior to this is, it ends with cmd.exe. Starts with means that whatever the string is, it starts with power. So it could be PowerShell, PowerShell.ps1, power.ps1, etc. So the asterisk is a wildcard character, and anything could come after that. Same thing here, anything could come before this. So that's what ends with means. It means that it ends with this, and then this starts with means that it starts with this, right? And then anything could be after that. And then you have the type modifiers, which the only thing that exists right now, which is supported by Elasticsearch queries specifically, are RE, which is the regular expressions, and regular expressions are extremely amazing and they're super useful. I would say it's more useful. I mean, they're inside of Sigma rules, so they literally apply to pretty much everything that we do. You can create regular expressions for Python scripts. You can use them in sim searches. You can obviously use them inside of Sigma rules, inside of YAML files. So regular expressions are really amazing. I created a video on it. It's actually, I think, one of the better videos on regular expressions, and it's very comprehensive. It teaches everything from beginning to end. So I would highly, highly recommend you go watch that. It's actually one of the more recent videos that came out on the channel. And I made it because we were getting so many references in all of the other rooms to using regular expressions, and I was like, okay, I have to do this. If I don't do this, I feel like I'm doing a disservice to the community. So now there's a regular expressions video. That's basically all I'm saying. So if you haven't seen it, if you don't know how they work, or if you want to kind of get a review on regex or any of those things, I would highly recommend you go and watch that video. For conditions, this is based on the name set for your detection, such as selection and filter, and it will determine the specification of the rule based on a selected expression. Some of the terms supported include the logical and or, one all, which is the all of the search identifier, and one all of them, and then not. So it's kind of confusing the way they've outlined this, but we can just look at examples for it to make sense. So where the detection seeks to look either for this tool, or this tool, and with either filter values this and this. So this is what this means, right? So we have the detection. Previous, we had detection, and then there was just one place for selection, and then under selection, there were multiple things. In this particular case, we have detection, and then there's a tools section, and it says it's either this, or this, or this. And then there's a filter section, and it's either this or this. And then our condition says we want tools and filter to be present. So something from this list and something from this list needs to be present in order for this detection rule to be triggered. And that's what this whole thing is trying to say right here, which is, it was very confusing. The first time I read it, I was like, dude, what are you guys talking about? Another example to showcase a combination of these conditional expressions can be seen in the exact extract below from the run once persistence registry event rule, where detection seeks to look for values on the map that start and end with various registries. This one's a little bit of a longer one, so don't get freaked out. The same syntax applies. So we have one detection. Under the detection, we have a selection. And under the selection, we have all of these things. Okay? Now, here's how this works. Since it's looking for two softwares to exclude, so filtering out Google Chrome and Microsoft Edge, it wants to exclude all the entries that have those software in them. So the first thing is the target object starts with this registry. Okay, it's a registry field or registry path. So our target object starts with this. We also have another target object that ends with stub path. So it's either of these, right? Then you have a filter for Chrome, and the details for the filter with Chrome could be either this path or it could be this path. So it starts with this path or it ends with this path. But in either case, these two are the filters for Chrome. And then we have a filter for Edge, very similar. So the detail starts with either of these two paths or it ends with this path. And then that's basically it. And actually, I'm sorry, this full path is the ends with portion for the filter for Edge. So you have two target objects, and then you have a filter for Chrome and a filter for Edge. And inside of the filter for Chrome, there's this. And then inside of filter for Edge, there's this. Now your condition is this. Selection, which is this piece right here. And then there is and not one of, so it has to have at least something from the selection, and neither of these. So not one of filter underscore asterisks, which means filter Chrome or filter Edge. So as long as it has something from selection and not these filters, then this is going to be triggered. Hopefully that made sense. It will make sense, I think, at some point in the future, but this was a little bit more of a complicated one, but you can kind of see how it works. And then usually you can, if all else fails, just look for the way that things are tab organized. So if this was not shrunken the way that it looks right here, let me see if I can actually shrink this real quick, so just to show you. Yeah, there you go. This is actually perfect. So you can actually see the indentation perfectly, because you have the detection, and then under detection you have selection, under selection you have the targets, and then under the same line, so in the same indentation as selection, we have the filter for Chrome and the filter for Edge, and then inside of this filter there's those details, and inside of filter there's these details. So the indentation helps you figure out what is what and how things are separated. Previously, it kind of looked like everything was under selection, but it's not. So there's selection, and then this is in the same indentation, and this is in the same indentation, which is how you can say you can have selection and not one of these. So these things, as long as these things are not included inside of our results, then our detection is going to be triggered. And that's basically how you can kind of guarantee that your rule works. So let me go back to my split view. I like the split view because when I zoom in using my mouse, this thing becomes much bigger and it kind of zooms in and it makes it much more legible. So I usually read with the split view. Okay, so first question was, which status level could lead to false results or be noisy, but could also identify interesting events? And that is the experimental level. And this was above all of these things where we went to here. So status levels right here. So the experimental level is very generic. It's being tested. It could lead to false results and interesting events. And then we have the other piece, which is rule detection comprises of two main elements, which is the search identifiers and the condition expressions. And then two data structures for search identifiers are lists and maps. I answered these right before I started recording this. I was already recording this, and then I found out that OBS wasn't actually recording the screen because it had froze, and the only thing that it was doing was recording my voice. And I was already like 45 minutes into the recording, and that wasn't fun. So I had to restart the whole thing, and now we are back to where I left off before I realized that OBS was frozen. So now we're going to look at some rule writing and conversions, and this is where it gets kind of fun and we actually start doing some stuff. So here we go. Okay, so here is where it gets pretty useful. It's a little bit, if you've never gone through anything like this, I've never gone through anything like this. Okay, so I'm speaking from personal experience. I know that this is useful, but I also know that as you're learning something new, it can be kind of overwhelming. So I'm going to take my time trying to explain this because, number one, I'm trying to understand it, but also in case you've never dealt with this before, I don't want it to seem overwhelming or scary to you. So we just want to do this correctly so that we fully understand it. So the reason why this is so important and why it's so useful is that you can find Sigma rules that have been written by other authors that can kind of resemble what's going on in your company or your job. But the best thing is for you to learn how to write them from scratch so that you can actually create something that is very, very unique to your particular case. And this is what we're going to be talking about right now. So in our particular case, we're going to be writing a Sigma rule, but then we're going to convert it to Kibana, and then we're going to use a variety of tools to convert it. And the scenario is this, right? So there's something called AnyDesk, which is a remote tool that is actually a legitimate tool. And when you download it and install it, it runs a variety of commands. And these are the commands that it runs. And then when you look at it, just from first glance, if you know anything about pen testing or security, when you see the cmd.exe, that's like, oh, they're pulling up the command line. And if a hacker gets the download file of AnyDesk and does a phishing email, and it looks like it's a legitimate email from AnyDesk, and it involves the installation or the update file for AnyDesk or something like that, and inside of this list of commands, the attacker just puts a few of his own cmd.exe commands, they can do some shady things. And this is why it's important to first understand what the actual process looks like when you want to run something, and then you create something like rules that can catch your potential attacker. So in this possible case, I think this is actually the malicious version of it, because I noticed right here where they created a user old administrator, and they added that user, and then they added them to the administrators group, and then they even added a registry for that person inside of the special accounts registry. So I think this is actually the malicious version of all the commands that's been kind of embedded into the regular sets of versions. So we have the analysis of the intelligence. So you have the source URL that marks the download for the software page. So we have the source URL, download AnyDesk from AnyDesk.exe, so that's all good. The destination file is where you have a destination directory for the download, and this is marked by the file variable, which is this piece right here, so that part also still looks good. And then you have the installation command. Now this is the part where it gets kind of interesting. So you see that there's various instances of cnb.exe being used to install and set a password by the script. Set a user and password by a script. From this, we can pick out the installation, like install starts with an silent. Other essential pieces are that the adversary, so this was the bad code. So the adversary persistence, they want to maintain access. That's what persistence means, is that they persist and they stay in the system. And to be able to do that, they created a username by the name of old administrator, and they gave themselves elevated privileges to run other tasks, and then they added themselves to the registry called special accounts. So with this information, now we can create a rule to detect when the installation has taken place. So the identification part is pretty simple. So AnyDesk installation is the title, the status is experimental, description is AnyDesk remote desktop installation, can be blah, 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 blah. The log source is going to be the process creation log source. So as indicated from the Intel, Windows devices would be our targeted device. Windows event log and sysmon provide events such as process creation and file creation. So process creation is an actual inherent event that is inside of event log and sysmon. So these are actual events that have their event IDs, so on and so forth, and that's their tag, is process_creation. Our case focuses on the creation of an installation process, therefore listing the log source category as process creation. Then you have the product being Windows. Now for detection and description, I would say this is probably the most important part, is the detection portion of this thing. So yeah, and they said it, this is the essential part. The information derived from the Intel will define what we need to detect. For the AnyDesk installation, we noted that the installation commands would be used by the adversary. They contain install and starts with win. And then we can therefore write the search identifiers as below with the modifiers contains and all to indicate that the rule will match all of those values. We can include the searching for the current directory where the commands will also be executed from, which is program data AnyDesk. So the selection is this: command line contains, so inside of the command line field contains all of these. So both of these have to show up. If all was not included here, it would be either this or this. But since we added all to the end of this specific line, that means both of these have to be present. So command line contains all of these, And then the directory also have to contain this specific piece. And both of these have to be present. Remember, this was a list. This is a map. In a list, unless you say all, if this wasn't here, right? In a list, it would be either this or this. But we put all, which means that both of these have to be present. And then in a map, both of these have to be present, which makes our entire selection. So the condition is the selection is this whole spiel right there, and then that would trigger our detection to go through. And then we have some metadata rules that we need to add to this. For example, the false positive. So if there's a legitimate deployment of AnyDesk, because it is a legitimate software, so if there's a legitimate deployment of AnyDesk, that's a false positive. But if there is not a legitimate, if it is actually somebody that got a command line and they created a user for administrator and they added themselves to special accounts, that is a high level urgency, severity kind of a situation, and you need to address that right away. This is the reference for it, which is it's a twitter.com. So I wonder if this still even works, because Twitter got changed to X. So let's see if this even works now. Oh, it does. Yeah, okay. So it does look like it's still here. The DFIR report, x.com, underground initial actions, yada, 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 yada. So, okay, cool. This actually does work. And then we have the tags, which is the attack, command, and control. And then these are the MITRE tags for, what does they say? Tactics and technique. So this is the tactic, kind of command and control, and T1219 is the technique. So now converting the rule. So you have the full rule and the full file. I'm gonna create it so that you can also see what that looks like. So we have the full rule and the full file, but now it's in a YAML Sigma file. So you need to convert it so that it can be read by what we're using, which I believe it was Kibana. So we're using Kibana in our situation. So we have to convert it into something that's readable by Kibana. And you can do that from one of two sources. SigMac is a Python tool, but it has been deprecated by the end of 2022, and it was turned into Sigma CLI. However, a copy of SigMac is available on our attack box, and I'll try to see if I can use it for whatever situation. And it does look like this. So if you look at the help menu, it has the target system that you want to turn your file into. So it could be Chronicle, it could be Kibana, it could be Splunk, it could be any of these things, right? So then you have the actual file itself, and it converts the Sigma rule into a SIM signature. The main options are T, which sets the targeted SIM backend that you want for your whatever software you're using. C is the configuration file used for the conversions. So in this case, it would be actually the name of the file that you created. And then the backend option allows you to pass a backend configuration or individual modification that dictate alert options for the SIM environment. For example, in Elastic, we can specify specific field properties to be our primary keyword field to be searched against, such as fields that end with keyword or security, like these fields. So this is the example here. So we're inside of this and we ran it. And then we ran T for ESQS, which is going to be, I don't know what it is, but whatever that is. And then C is going to be our configuration file, the YAML file, which is right here. And then the backend option is the keyword field dot keyword, and then another backend option, which is the analyzed subfield name, which is dot security. And then once you run it, I think this is actually when it finally runs, it gives you the piece, and then now it has the responses here. We can find more information for SigMac documentation and convert AnyDesk installation rule to Splunk alert as shown below. So this is the SigMac. T, it's been turned into Splunk. C is the Splunk Windows configuration file on the YAML, and then that's it. And it turns it into your AnyDesk configuration file for Splunk. But what we're gonna use is the Uncoder, which is an online service, which is actually very user-friendly. You don't need to run any Python files, and you can just copy and paste, and it'll create it for you based on the platform that you got. So first, what we gotta do is we gotta create the Sigma file. Once we create the Sigma file, we can then turn it into a Splunk query, or Kibana, I'm sorry, because we're using Kibana. So convert the AnyDesk installation we've written through this task to Elastic query and use it to analyze the log data from the launched machine on the Kibana dashboard. Take note that with the new version of Uncoded, the Elastic query will be produced in Lucene. Therefore, change the settings to be able to do the Kibana query accurately. And that's it. To be aware that the converted query may not all work verbatim as converted from the tools. This is due to the processing of regex characters, and you may be required to adjust the queries, especially around escaped blank space and varied properties. For example, for this exercise, you have to remove the asterisk characters from the result and only escape the colon in the folder path in the directory slashes. So we will get there once we get there. The first thing that I got to do is, number one, I'm just going to pull up my Kibana instance. And then the second thing I got to do is I got to actually create that YAML file with all of these details for this spiel that we got over here. So first, let's go to our Kibana instance. All right, cool. There's that. And now I'm going to open up terminal. And I want to go to my Sigma rule file, which is going to be in rooms, I think. Yeah, there it is. So we're gonna do nano sigma rule file, and here it is. So we gotta go piece by piece. I'm just gonna kind of fast forward through this whole process just to make it a little bit easier, but I will go ahead and write all of these things in here, because unfortunately you can't like select all and then replace it inside of Nano like that. There is some kind of a text editor inside of Linux, but I don't know, there's something about writing everything inside of Nano and the command line that seems super hacker, like it seems very legit. So I'm gonna do it inside of Nano, and we'll be right back. Okay, I think we're good. Level is high. Actually, there is something that I'm missing, which is our references. I am not going to put that link for the references, but I will actually put a couple of more spaces here. Okay, there we go. Now I think we're good. Now I think everything should be copacetic, as they say. So hopefully we're all good. We're going to write this, exit out. And now we have our Sigma rule. So what we can do is try to convert it to Splunk using the Python SigMac file. So let's see how that's going to work. Or I could just, I guess, copy the whole thing and go to Uncoder. Let me do that actually, because I feel like that would be probably faster. So we're gonna, how can I highlight this whole thing? Okay, there's that. Go here, paste that. Okay, perfect. There we go. And then it automatically detected that it was Sigma. And then what we're trying to do is we're going to go to Elastic Stack, right? Or Elastic Alert. And it's trying to do, okay, so it needs to be Elastic Alert. Oh, I see. So they're saying, okay, I got it. So on Uncoder, it's going to be automatically in Lucene. And we got to change the settings on Kibana to be able to use Lucene accurately. Okay, so there we go. So this is fine. So Elastic Alert, we're going to translate it, and there we go. This is what it looks like over here. This is our rule, so it should be pretty, I mean, straightforward really. So now it says, be aware that the converted queries may not work verbatim as converted from the tools. This is due to the processing of regex characters, the backslash and the asterisk, and you may be required to adjust the queries, especially around the escaped blank space and varied properties. For example, you have to remove the asterisk characters from the result and only escape the colon in the folder path and the directory slashes. So let's see. First and foremost, what is the tool that's used to convert Sigma? That is SigMac. At what time was the AnyDesk installation event created? And so this is what we're going to actually run on our Kibana instance. So it says for the Lucene query, you may have to remove the current directory proportion or portion, as this is not a tagged property on this version of Elk. So right here, where do we have current directory? Right here, current directory. So we may have to remove this. And so this is our overall query here, which is this piece right here. So I'm going to copy this piece, and we're going to go to Kibana, and we're already in our winlogb index, which is the only thing I think that we actually are going to be using in our particular situation. So let's just run it. Let's see what it looks like. So we're going to turn that so it can be Lucene, and we're going to run this, and let's see if it works. All right, so on first load, when you actually load it, it just goes the last 30 days. And I just clicked on this piece on the side right here, and for a relative, I changed it from 1 month, which was the previous thing right here. It said 1 month ago. I changed it to 4 years ago because I had no idea what the date range was going to be. And then I got one event. This literally, with this query right here, we only get one hit that shows up out of all of our logs. And when you go to the process executable right here and look at the value, it says desktop AnyDesk. So I know that's probably the one event that we are looking for. And now we're looking for the timestamp, which is in this particular case, what do they want? They want month, day, year, hour, minute, and second. So we want to go here. We got month, day, year, hour, minute, and second. So we're going to take this whole piece and copy that. Let's see. Boom. Let me see if that works. That does work. Look at that. Now, what version of AnyDesk was installed? So now we want to go and look at this whole piece right here. So just open this thing and see what information we can find. All right, so the first version that I see is this 1.12.0. I'm just going to test this out, see if this actually works. I don't know if this is actually it. It is not it. So what does the hint say? It says look at the available version fields. Okay, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the version fields. Is there something on the left right here that says version? Agent version? That could be it. So 8.23. That could be our answer. So let's copy that. Agent version. That is not the answer. So let me see. What other version field do we have here? Process PE file version. That could be it. 7.0, because I know it's not OS version for a fact. So let's trust process PE file. Hey, process PE file version is the answer, baby. Let's go. Okay, cool. So we got that answer, and we are still good, and the recording is still recording. Okay, very good. All right, so now let's go to SecOps decisions. Okay, SecOps is short for security operations, and there are decisions to be made in security operations. So threat and log investigations may flow in different directions depending on factors such as the SIEM backend, log sources, and process flows established within the organizations. Same thing applies to Sigma rules. And for example, a Sigma CLI tool or uncoder would be essential to the detection investigations. You may encounter instances where the tools produce slightly different conversion outputs from the same rule and may not entirely match up with your backend configuration. So let's, for example, look at the change mode suspicious directory Linux rule, which is something that's been developed by the Sigma community. So we have, this is the rule for change mode suspicious directory, and specifically you have the detection that says if the image ends with chmod, the command line contains any of these, then this is supposed to be triggered. And that's basically it, right? That's the rule in a nutshell. Starting in SigMac, we set our target backend to Elastic Query using the ESQS. So that's what ESQS stands for, Elastic Query. And follow selecting the preferred configuration option. After that, set the rule from the directory and obtain our output, which is a query that matches the process using the field names, image, and command line, with options that point to various directory files where it would be suspicious to find the change mode chmod command to begin with. So this is it. This is what it ran, and then it gave us the the specific query. So this full thing is the query, from what I understand. And then we have on the other side what we used. On the other side of using the uncoder, the rule conversion produces a query that matches based on the field names process executable and process command line. So in this case, I did image keyword and command line keyword, and it gave us, this is very much so a regular expression pattern. So if you don't know what that is, this is very much a regular expression pattern. And in this case, this is also a regular expression pattern. And so process executable was the keyword that I searched for, as well as the process command line. So despite the similarities in the output, you would end up deciding the best outcome for your configuration and considering any regex used to escape any special characters, which you need to go and reference the regex video to understand what it means to escape a special character, to be able to use a special character, so on and so forth. So a lot of these things, the backslashes and the forward slashes, I believe the backslash is the escaping. Yeah, backslash is escaping and forward slash is like the literal thing. So he's escaping, meaning that when you do this, you're allowing for yourself to use this as a literal forward slash, because if you don't, in regular expressions, the forward slash is the beginning of a regex pattern and the end of a regex pattern. So if you want it to actually be a literal forward slash, you have to escape it using the backslash. Same thing with this. You do escape with the backslash, and then now it's forward slash chmod literally, and that's what regex is going to search for. So that's, it may sound confusing and you might have no idea what the hell I just said, which is why I would recommend going and watching the regex video. But that's basically it. That was the entire section that we just went through. They're just letting you know that you need to know which one of these patterns that was generated applies to your environment more closely, and you would only know that if you actually work in some kind of an environment that requires you to create Sigma rules. If you're just working based on theory, you're like, okay, well, now I know that in the future I can use these different tools, and one of them is going to give me one output, the other one's going to give me another one, and I'm going to have to figure out which one is which and what to use in whatever situation. So that's kind of the whole purpose of this entire task, is to just let you know, hey, you use your discernment, use your best judgment, and try to figure out which one applies to you most. So now we're going to go to our practical scenario to test the knowledge that we just gained about our Sigma rules and hopefully make a good Sigma rule and come up with the answers for, look at all these questions. Lovely. Okay, beautiful. All right, so here we go. Let's go into the practical. All right, so here is the scenario. Our organization, Aurora, has recently been experiencing unusual activities on some machines in the network. Amongst them, the IT manager noted that an unknown entity created some scheduled tasks on one of the machines and that ransomware activity was also recorded. The SOC manager has approached you to find ways of identifying these activities from the logs collected on the environment. It would be best if you used Sigma rules to set your detection parameters and perform the search queries through the Kibana dashboard. To complete the task, you will require 2 Sigma rules processed into Elasticsearch to query for the scheduled task and the ransomware events. Below are tips to construct a good rule. For the scheduled task, understand that it is a process creation event. The rules detection variable should contain image and command line arguments. You may choose to exclude system accounts from the query. For the ransomware activity, you'll look for a created file ending with txt, and the file creation process would be run via CMD. Change the default time window on Kibana from the default last 30 days to the last year to ensure that it encompasses 2022. So that part's fine. So we're creating 2 rules. One of them is for the scheduled task, the other one's for the ransomware activity. And as it says, we're doing a process creation event. Variables should contain image and command line arguments, so on and so forth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this file that I got here, and I'm going to drag it off screen into my other window so I could just reference it. And let me make sure that my recording is still working. Okay, great. The recording's still working. Okay, so we are going to create one for the scheduled task first. And then from there, we'll see how many of these questions go. And then to detect ransomware, what log source category. So, and then we go to ransomware at the last. So the first 3 questions are for scheduled task. and the second 4 questions are for the ransomware. All right, so let's see what our hint is in our case. Okay, that's pretty useless. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we can do. Okay, so the first thing that we actually had to find, and it doesn't really involve any results that we got from the Sigma rule, is to find the actual scheduled task executable inside of the Windows environment. So it's basically the executable that runs scheduled tasks, and it's a SC tasks executable. So this is the actual executable inside of Windows that runs scheduled tasks, and then you would have your scheduled tasks inside a configuration file, and then this executable is the piece, the image, so to speak, that runs whatever the executable is. So now we know that this is going to be the image. So right here, right? So the image and command line argument. So this is going to be the piece in our image that we're going to use for our selection under the detection. And then after that, we need to also use some command line arguments that will be the creation of a scheduled task. So essentially it's create scheduled tasks. So hold on, I need to just double check and make sure that that's the case. Yeah, there you go. So this is actually it. So this is the command line, right? So I just asked, hey, what would be the command line? A command that would create a scheduled task using SC tasks. And so this is it, SC tasks, create, and that would be task name and whatever. So these are the two things that have to be inside of the command line. So we just know that for a fact. So all right, so now we got our couple of pieces. So let's go create our little rule here that we can potentially use for uncoder to convert for us, and then from there we can mess with it. I could actually even do it over here probably. So let's see what we can find. Okay, so as you just saw, I basically modified the previous rule that we had over here, and this portion, pretty irrelevant. You can name it whatever you want, really. The log source stayed exactly the same because we were using a process creation log source, as it said over here. So this is a process creation event. So we just kept it the same thing, process creation for Windows. This is the piece that is the most important. So the selection, we needed to give something for the image field, and that was going to be the scheduled tasks.exe. And then also the command line contains all of these things. So it has to contain both of those. Schedule task and create has to be inside of the command line. And then our filter, so the filter, if you remember, was the thing that would remove or not include, right? And so we want to avoid including the system user based on what we got. So you may choose to exclude the system account from the query, and this is the actual username for the system, is the NT authority system. And that's it. Our condition is going to be selection and not filter, and hopefully this will actually create a rule for us. So let me translate this, and it did create something. So it got something over here. So let me see. Okay, so I think this is actually it. You may notice that there are 2 backslashes here. And if you remember, based on what I said a few minutes ago, 1 backslash inside of regular expressions, especially in the Kibana query language or Splunk's query language, to be able to use it as a literal backslash, you need to escape it. So this 2 represents just 1 backslash as a literal backslash. And then same thing right here where you do backslash dot, because a dot can represent a wildcard character. So you have to do a backslash to have a literal dot here. There's also a version of this where you can just put this inside of quotations instead of having the double backslashes or escape backslash. But I think this should work. So this part should be fine. And I mean, we're literally about to find out if it is going to work. So we're going to copy this whole query, and let's see what we can find here. We're going to go use this whole query. All right, so that version didn't work. So I created a little version that has instead of the like excessive backslashes, we're going to use the quotations. So let's see if that works. Okay, cool, that one did work. Okay, so I think it was actually the Splunk query language. Maybe Lucene doesn't work like that, but the Splunk query language was one of those things where you had to do a backslash to escape it, so you could use a literal backslash, but essentially the command itself is the same. It's just, or the query, excuse me, the query is the same. It's just that we, instead of using the double backslashes, we did the quotations to be able to escape it. And so now we have this piece right here. So what's the question that we're trying to answer? It says, what's the name of the scheduled task that was created? So let's try to find that real quick. Okay, so here we go. Process command line was the field. So I opened it up using this little button right here, and then it brought it right here, and then inside of the search bar I just typed in command. And as we saw with our Gemini help right here, it tells us, right? So TN and then the task name. So it's what we're looking for after TN is the value. So when you go over here, after TN, which stands for task name, we have spawn. So spawn is our task name. There we go. And what time is it meant to run? So let's see if we can find that in the same situation here. Right here. So schedule task at 2010. So create da-da-da once, TN spawn, da-da-da-da-da, and then at 2010 is when it's supposed to run. And kaboom. Okay, cool. Awesome. Now we're going to go to Uncoder and just modify the previous rule that we had, because it seems to be the easiest to just do it inside of this place. So I'm just going to modify all of this and create it for our new situation. So let's see what hints we have over here. Okay, so I asked Gemini for some help here, and interestingly enough, it gave me the answer, but it's like not giving it to me the way that I thought. So basically I was like, if I'm trying to detect ransomware in Windows and I'm writing a Sigma rule, I know the product would be Windows, but what would be the category? And right here it says the category would be ransomware, but then when you go over here under the log source, it says category file creation. So this is what I was looking for. So product is going to be Windows, the category is going to be file creation. So that's the first piece that I know I want to do. So let me do this piece real quick, and then we're going to modify these pieces. Okay, and so now we got to modify a few of these. So I'm going to remove the filter because I don't need that anymore. The image in this particular case, I believe is going to be the command line image. And the command itself, we no longer need to use because we're not using a command line, but we are looking for a file name. So the target file name is going to end with .txt based on what we were just told. So I think that's it for the selection. So the image is going to be the CMD. So let's just verify this, right? File creation process would run via CMD, so that would be our image. We're looking for a created file that ends with TXT, so file creation that ends with TXT, and that's it, right? So selection is this image, target file name ends with TXT, and our condition is actually just going to be this selection, so there's no filter to deal with. And that's it. I want to say that's the entire rule. So okay, so let's translate this guy. And now we have this piece right here. And it did turn it again into this thing. And I feel like this is not going to be detected. I'm going to run it, but I think that's not going to be detected because last time it wasn't detected for the other one. So let's just run it for the hell of it. Why not? Yeah, nothing shows up. So I'm going to just real quick replace these things with... Oh, and I got to remove that one. So let's go. Interesting. Okay, there we go. Okay. I mean, that's so weird. Okay, but all right, fine. The text, the process executable text has cmd.exe in it. And the file path text has *.txt, meaning anything that comes before .txt, essentially. So it has to be a file path text with txt in it, and file executable text process executable text has to have cmd in it, and we got one result right here. So the specific thing, let's see, what are the questions here? To detect ransomware activity, what log source category would be appropriate for the Sigma rule? And that was the file event that we just found thanks to our friend Gemini. And what is the name of the created file? Okay, so let's go find the name of the created file. Okay, cool. Just searching for name inside of our results right here. Got file name right there, and it's yourfiles.txt. Pretty sure that's the file name, so let's try that out. Cool. What was the event code associated with the activity? So what we're going to do, we're going to search for event, and event code right there is 11. So we're going to try that boy out. Very cool. And then what were the contents of the created ransomware file? So now we want to actually look at the contents. I wonder how we can find that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to actually use the file name as the content, or there's the search parameter. And there's nothing here. So what if we did yourfiles.txt? Nothing there either. So that didn't work. Let's see. Oh, you know what? It's because I will actually, now I get it. All right, I get it. Because I was looking inside of this event for the contents of this thing, and there was nothing there. So if I just search for this file, okay, there we go. Okay, cool. Now we have 4 events associated with that file name, and I just need to be able to find the contents of the thing. So how do we do this? Let me see. I'm gonna do some funky stuff. I'm gonna go into my fields here, and let me see what I can find here. Okay, cool. So inside of this search bar right here, for all of our interesting fields, our available fields, I typed in command, and we have a process command line and process parent command line. When you click on process command line, we get 2 results right here. And this one is interesting because it has an echo, and I wonder, let me see if I could, I want to see these values here. So we'll just add this to our search. Let's see what we get. There we go. There's one file, and one event. And then we're going to open it up, and then we're going to type in command here. Boom. Okay, there it is. And so there we go. CMD echo desktop So echo inside. So this thing right here, this little arrow that points to the right, means that it's going to write this piece inside of the yourfiles.txt. So this is the path of the output, essentially. When you do echo whatever the command is, this arrow, the path that goes afterwards is where the content is going into. And so this is the name of our file, is the txt file. And so this is what's being echoed into the txt file. So that should be our answer. Yeah, buddy. Look at that. What did the hint say? It says search for an event with the file name as part of the command. Oh, okay. That was in there. That was one of our hints. There we go. We got it. We got the practical scenario. That was not that bad. That was okay. The creation of the Sigma rules were the big piece for this. So, you know, being able to know what category that you want to create for your Sigma rule, and then these pieces right here, this is, to me, this is the hardest part to try to figure out, and I had to use Gemini to help me. So this is what I'm saying. I'm learning how to do this, and I want to make sure that I also kind of do it right, to be able to teach you that. And the image itself is the executable, the process that is being searched for, and then you have a target file name, which could be the field that you're searching for. You have, in the previous example, what was it in the previous example? It was the command line. So inside of the command line, the command was schedule a task and create. So we were looking for those 2 keywords inside of the command line. So I'm going to copy and paste the previous one that we had, just so you can kind of, I can show you both of them, right? So What did I have here? I'll just do this, and then we'll paste this here. So there we go. This is, let's paste these things. Okay, so this is kind of what it was like for the previous one, right? So these pieces, pretty much bullshit, irrelevant, have nothing to do with it. Log source was important, so it's the process creation category for Windows, and then under that you have the detection portion. For our selection, there was the image itself, which is again the process, the executable, very similar to this one. In this case, it was the command line executable. In this one, it was the scheduled task executable that schedules the tasks or runs scheduled tasks. And then the command line itself, so the command that was ran to generate the scheduled task was scheduled tasks create and then task name and then so on and so forth. So we're looking for this specific executable as well as the command line words or strings that would imply that there was a new task being created. And then we want to filter the system user. So we want to say that we don't want anything to show up from the system user, because the system user would most likely create all of these things legitimately, and that would all be noise for us and it would be irrelevant to us. So this one actually had a filter. And so the filter was the user would be this guy. And then so when you create your condition, you're saying that you want the selection and not this. So I want everything that shows up for this, except don't show me anything that has to do with the user system. Okay, that, just reading it out loud for myself, I'm literally reading it out loud just to kind of reconfirm everything that we just went through. That was this one. That was this whole piece right here. That was the first search for the scheduled task. And then for the ransomware, again, these pieces kind of irrelevant. The log source is important because we have the file creation category for Windows. And then this one was simpler. The selection, there was only a selection, there was no filter associated with it. And the image was the command line image, CMD, and they kind of told us this, right? So they gave us these pieces right here. The file creation process would be run with this. And for this one, they didn't give us the process that we would be using for, but they did mention scheduled tasks. So for the scheduled task, understand that it's a process creation event. So what would be the process that would create scheduled tasks? That's kind of the thought process you go to try to find that. And in this case, they gave us the process, which was cmd.exe. And then they also said that we need to look for file names that end with .txt. So that's where the target file name ends with .txt comes from. And then you create your condition, which is the selection. That's it. And this one was much simpler than the first rule. And then you saw that we got our results. And then we just kind of went through the results to try to find the answers for the questions. So you can use Gemini to get you the general Sigma rule. This is what I'm saying. It's like your job is to use the tools that you have at your disposal to create these things quickly. Even if you know how to do them by hand and you know how to do them manually, if you know how to give instructions to a tool like Gemini and say, hey, listen, I'm making a Sigma rule, this is what the rule is for, and this is what it does, and this is what it's searching for, Gemini can write it for you because it's job. That's the job that it's supposed to do. You just need to know how to communicate with a tool like that. And that in itself is a skill set. So, take it for what you will. Take it with a grain of salt, so to speak. But you can do this manually. I think you should learn how to do this manually. It's important to understand what you're searching for, what the parameters are, what the a list is, what a map is. It's important to understand all of that stuff. And then once you understand all of that stuff, to make your life a little bit easier, to do things faster, to make sure that you don't make any mistakes, you can use a tool like Gemini to either create it for you or to just confirm what it actually needs to be, right? And so in this particular case, it said it like log source, the category is file creation, the product is going to be Windows, and these would be the fields or whatever. And it says field name or file name ends with this, file size end with that. And it didn't really create our entire Sigma rule for us. It just kind of gave us some examples of what it would be. In this situation, they kind of gave us what the specific parameters are, and I was able to just combine the two sets of instructions essentially, along with the rest of the instructions that they gave us inside of this room. So that is it for our Sigma room. And this was very cool. And so, we have a conclusion piece right here that has this. Oh, this is actually cool. This little cheat sheet. I'm probably going to, Sigma cheat sheet. I'm probably going to distribute it to the community. I'm going to include it as a part of this whole video. So that would be nice. That would be a nice little piece to include as the whole video, as kind of like an extra download for the whole video. So I'm excited about this path. This was very useful for me. I learned a lot. I'm going to most likely review this room multiple times just to make sure I understand exactly what just happened and what went on. And yeah, hopefully you also got a lot of value out of it too. If you found this video useful, or if you've gotten any value from this channel, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that we drop something. And you know what? Maybe even drop a comment. The comment section is very live. I get a lot of questions from the comment section, and I actually love hearing from our members in our community because it kind of helps me feel the pulse of the community to understand what people want to see, what they want to hear, and what type of content should be created. And I am very responsive, as you can tell. I go back and forth with it just to make sure that everybody gets what they need. And if there's a really good question, I even create a video from that question. So this is one of those things that, again, I'm just super passionate about, and I would love to hear from you. Just say hi, say thanks if you want, whatever, like ask a question if you got it. It just depends on what you're looking for and depends on what kind of value you're looking for. But in either case, I would love to hear from you. And if you did find value from this channel, if you find value from this video, I would very much love it if you would give us a like, if you would subscribe to the channel, and of course turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And I would be remiss if I did not mention the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. It will be, and it is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. There are many perks that are associated with it for each individual tier, and I take this very seriously. I very much love this community. I do everything that I possibly can to make sure that there's value inside of the community. And for people who are actual paid members of our Hackaholics Anonymous group, if you speak with them, you will get the testimonial that they actually are getting the values from it. And as a shout out, if you are a part of the Hackaholics Anonymous community and you're hearing this right now, please drop a comment below and mention that you are a part of the Hackaholics community and that you actually are getting value from it. I'm probably going to start saying that from now on, just to make sure that we get people to shout us out and just let us know that they are getting value from it, just so we can get more people inside of that membership community. That being said, that is a wrap for this video. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. I hope you found value from this video. I will see you in the next one later. This is episode 17 of the SOC Level 2 pathway of TryHackMe, and we are continuing on with our detection engineering module. And in today's video, we're actually going to be using a very interesting tool called SigHunt, which basically helps you fine-tune your Sigma rule writing skills. And so far, I've just done the very first challenge, and it's actually been very helpful. And it's one of those things that I feel like you can kind of fine-tune and modify a few different versions of your Sigma rule and still get the same type of response. And so I'm just really excited to go through the rest of these with you today, and hopefully you will get a lot of value out of it. My name is Hank Hackerson, and I'm your host for this video today. And to find more videos like this, or to find anything else on pen testing, ethical hacking, we have the Pentest Plus, SOC Level 1, so on and so forth. I would encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And then, of course, there's the Hackaholics Anonymous community, which is intended to be the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. And this is something that I'm committed to personally. I've already put out a lot of great content, exclusive content, Python automation scripts, live chats with our Discord community, live content that's going to be coming up, and just literally a lot more perks that are attached to our membership tiers. And if you're interested in really getting into cybersecurity or ethical hacking, there are bug bounties. That's probably something that I should be mentioning all the time. The bug bounties is where you actually hack and get paid for hacking. So Apple's bug bounty, for instance. And that's going to be a part of the community as well, where we work on these together and we go collaboratively into a bug bounty, and when you solve it, you get paid for it. So that's one of the many perks that are attached to Hackaholics Anonymous. So I would definitely encourage you to check out the Hackaholics Anonymous community, and this video is right on our channel homepage. You can get all the descriptions for everything that goes on, all the stuff that you would get in return for each membership tier, and would love to see you in that portion of our community as well. Now, without further ado, let's jump into the content of our video today. Okay, so SigHunt, basically we're creating detection rules based on new threat intelligence, and the introduction goes like this. So number one, you need to go through these prerequisites, and if you haven't already watched the Sigma video that we just talked about, Sigma syntax and all that, it's absolutely necessary, because I'm not going to be going into a lot of those basics. And you just need to know it. You need to know Sigma, you need to know YAML, and just an understanding detection engineering as well, so you can get the full grasp of everything that goes into what we're going to do in this room today, because this is a challenge room, and we're just going to be applying this stuff that we've learned to get answers and to find flags and things like that. So very, 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 very much I would recommend to actually go through the Sigma video. It should be the video that came out right before this video, so the very most recent video prior to this one, as well as the detection engineering, which is a part of this overall module. It's the very, very first video in detection engineering, so I would highly recommend you go check those out. And so the whole idea is that we're going to be using the SigHunt interface that looks very much like this, actually identical to this. And you're going to write your Sigma rule on the left hand side. You'll submit the run, and then once you do, if it's correct, it'll release the flag for that specific challenge at the top of the window, and then we'll be able to use that flag to answer the challenge questions for the rest of the room. And that's basically it. That's the entire purpose, and that's the whole breakdown and the outline of this entire video today. So that's it for the introduction. Super easy, super simple. And this is our scenario. So the Hunt Me incident, where detection engineer during the first week of ransomware incident has concluded, and incident responders have successfully mitigated the threat with their collective effort. The IR team provided the IOCs, the indicators of compromise, based on their investigation, and our job is to create Sigma rules to improve the detection capabilities and prevent future incidents from happening. So these are the 9, this should be 9, or is it 8? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 bullets here, but there's 9 challenges that we're going to be answering. And these are the pieces of it. So there's an execution of a malicious HTA payload from a phishing link. Then there was the cert utility tool to download the netcat binary, netcat execution to establish a reverse shell, enumeration of privilege escalation vectors through powerup.ps1, abused service modification privilege to achieve system privileges, collected sensitive data by archiving a 7-zip, and then exfiltrated sensitive data through curl, and executed ransomware with Hunt Me as the file extension. And so these specific pieces, and I'm not going to read these in advance, we're just going to go through one by one as we create our rules. But these are the specific indicators of compromise for each one of the attack techniques. So we're going to actually have to put this inside of our rule. And then at the very bottom here, we have the mandatory required fields. So when you write Sigma rules, there are certain fields that are required that you have to put, otherwise it won't work and the syntax won't work. And I'll show you what that means. And so for each one of these, it just tells us what our mandatory fields are. And if you want this to work, you actually have to do that correctly. And that's the piece right there that I missed for the very first one when I was writing it. So we're just going to make sure not to miss those. Okay, so let's jump into the first one. I actually got the flag for the first one, and I had to test a few different versions of this. Let me make sure that this is actually full screen. So I mean, I didn't, as you can tell right here, a lot of these are still commented because they're not absolutely necessary for this rule to work. The biggest part of any of these rules to work is these pieces right here. Everything from log source to the detection that ends with condition. These are the biggest pieces that are absolutely required for this to work. So all of this stuff, you could literally just put whatever over here. For me, the log source, all of this stuff, you could put literally any information over here, and I just kind of put some basic information. The log source, when you come in here, there is no category that exists, so you actually have to add the category, which is the process creation category, which is the event ID that's also attached to this. So a sysmon event ID, system monitor event ID of 1 is process creation. You can also have under the product, I forget what the other thing was, but there's something else that was sysmon, and I just deleted that. But the category is process creation. The product itself is Windows. And then the detection and selection, this is the meat of it. This is like the biggest piece of this whole thing. So under detection, this is just a general syntax of writing these rules. So I'm not going to go into why we have it structured this way. This is why I recommend you watch the Sigma video first. So our selection under our detection are several things. So number 1, event ID was mandatory. Parent image was mandatory. And image, of course, was mandatory. Now, these pieces right here. So if I deleted this, actually, so before I do that, I'm going to run it just so you can see what it says right here, right? So if we run this, it gives us an error at the top right here where it says it's too specific. The string update.hta specifically, it's too specific. So focus only on generic IOCs. So, and then it also gives us this little X mark right here, which we can just kind of delete real quick just to give us that piece. So it does work if I run it like this, and it usually takes a couple of seconds. So there you go. This is our flag for this actually working, and this is the overall thing. Now, I also tested it without this command line element right here, and it still worked, I think, from what I remember. Yeah, it still also works even without that, because technically they gave us right here, right? They said that the mandatory things that you need to have, the required fields, are the event ID, parent image, and the image. And if you actually have structured it right, if you've written it correctly, then all of those things should be enough for you to get your flag. And that's basically all it was, right? So it was the detection. Under selection, we had the event ID, which is 1. Parent image ends with chrome.exe, because it could be anything else that precedes this. And then the image itself ends with the ms, whatever, mashta, ms, whatever this is, .exe. And then our condition is selection. And that's it. And that was the whole thing. And then we ran it, and I got the flag. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do over here, because it already created the flag and it added the rule and all these things for me. So I didn't have to do any of this. It just automatically fixed it for me right here. So that was it for the first flag. For the second flag, this is what we're trying to find right here, which is the cert util download. So this has the event ID, the image. There's no parent image in this one, but their command line is now one of those mandatory required fields as well. So if we go back up here, this is our image, so that one's going to be good. Event ID is a process creation event ID still, so we're just going to leave those as is, but then we have to add the command line specifically. And then we have a few different pieces here. So it's this, there's that, and then there's the actual URL here. The URL could be a variety of different things. So I feel like this would be, if we just had these inside of the command line, it should be fine. So I'm going to just create it as such, and the rest of it I'm going to leave the same. I'm not going to mess with any of these at the top right here. I'll just do this. I'll just do. All right, so there's our basic descriptions. Category is going to be process creation still. Product is going to be Windows still. So since we have this as our process, we're going to leave the event ID as 1 because it's process creation. Parent image no longer needs to be here, so I'm just going to delete the parent image. Image ends with, so what was it? It's cert util, right? Image ends with cert util, I think. Cert util.exe. Yeah, so let's go fix this real quick. And then we need to have the command line piece in here as well. So we're going to have command line and then contains, and I think it needs to be all of them. So it needs to have all of these elements in here because they were all inside of the command. So if you look at this, and these four pieces were all inside of the actual command. And in order for this thing to run properly, or for it to find this piece for us, then it needs to all be inside of the command that's being run. Because if it's just URL cache, or if it's just F inside of the thing, it's going to give you a lot of false positives, and it's going to bring up a bunch of things, because a lot of different tools inside of Windows probably have an option of F. So if it just shows up for F, for basically, and this is what I mean when I say you need to go watch the Sigma video, if you don't include this, it'll look for anything that triggers any of these items, and we want all of them to be present. So that's the piece right here that we just need to make sure that all of those things are present. So I'm gonna just type that out real quick. Let me just make sure I got it on my screen. I'm so traumatized from a previous recording that like every 5 minutes I'm like, let me make sure this is still recording the screen. Okay, cool. So let's see all the things that we need to put here. Okay, there we go. So that's all we got. So we got the event ID, image, and command line. They're all inserted here. Process creation still, all these things here. Cross fingers. Okay, so let's see. String parent image required field missing. So I still do need to have a parent image in this. Refer to the provider rule creation standards. Let's see why this is still missing. I think it's because it's still running it as the suspicious Mishta cert execution. So maybe if I delete this, because maybe the ID is the issue here, because that was the previous ID. So we're going to go to our UUID. We're going to create another UUID. Copy that, come here, and let's paste that in here. Let me run it. It's still missing that. So let me see. I don't know why it's saying it's missing, or it's requiring the parent image, because it's still running it as suspicious Mashta. So let me see. Okay, so I just refreshed the page. Maybe this will actually kind of help us. I am pasting this piece right here, which is essentially the same exact thing that we had before. So let's see if this still works. It still says it's missing the parent image. Refer to the provider rule creation standards. Oh, I see. Okay, that's what I gotta do. Okay, I see. Okay, so before you move on to the next one, or before you run the next one, you gotta click the create rule thing, so it just sets the blank thing for you again, and then it actually changes this at the top. And then once you click the create rule, the required fields will also change. That's why we were still on the last one, and it still said the MST whatever at the top. So this is now correct. So I mean, it's literally the same rule that we had previously, and we just got our field, and that was the piece that I was missing. I didn't click on the create rule button. So let's go and first paste this in here real quick. Cool, there you go. So that is the correct answer. This one was phishing MHT, not just for certs. And now let's zoom out for this one. We're going to move on to the next piece. So challenge number 3, which is for the netcat reverse shell. And there's the command line, there's the MD5 hash. That is a new field that we need to have, and I don't know if that's mandatory. Let's see. Hashes are mandatory, so we need the event ID, image, command line, and hashes. So that's a new one that's been added to our list of required fields. Okay, so the hint for challenge 3 says try utilizing the hashes to find the capture to field what? Try utilizing the hashes field to capture all netcat executions without relying on its file name. So a way to do this without relying on the file name. Right, so going back over here just to make sure that we got all of the pieces that we need. So netcat, so the image is going to be pretty much very similar. Let me see if I can just modify it here real quick. So the image is going to end with netcat, so nc.exe. That one's going to stay the same. Actually, so I'm going to create rule. I'm going to click that. There we go. And so now we can, I missed that whole thing up. So let me, goodness, now I gotta do the whole spiel one more time. So we're just going to do everything from, let me see, I think the mandatory pieces are, I'm just going to delete the author, date, and modified. I'm going to delete those. I'm going to delete the ID. Well, titles probably has to be there. So netcat reverse shell. The status is going to be test. Description is going to be cool. Product is going to be Windows. That's what it was before. Service was sysmon, but instead this time we're going to do the category, which is going to be still process creation. And now the juice of the whole thing. So we need the selection pieces to be right. So since we're dealing with two sets of selections, we'll do selection one. And what I mean by two sets of selections is that when you're doing a search by MD5 hash, you can basically just do the search by the hash by itself, and it should bring up everything. So that'll be our second selection. Our first selection is going to have the various pieces in here that normally would. So there would be the event ID, which is 1. And then we would have the image that ends with nc.exe as per usual. And then the command line contains, and we will do, there are a few things in here that seem like it would be like indicative of the person running netcat. So obviously it would be contains this, so it could be anything netcat.exe in it, but I mean we already put that as our image, so that's fine. So there's this piece that could be it, but they could change their domain name. 444 could be a port that they would use for netcat, but that could also change. And there's a few things. There's only really one thing in here that would be okay, this has to be present in order for this to work, and it's either the cmd.exe or the -e right there. So I'm gonna just try this. I'm gonna do contains all, and I'm going to change it to the field is going to be -e, and then I'll also try it with cmd.exe. Let's see if that's all good. And then so that's our first selection. And then we have selection 2, which is going to be just the hash value. I need to go back one indentation right here. Hash, I think it's hash or hashes actually. Hashes contains, and then we put the hash value in here, which is this piece right here, and paste that over there. And then condition is going to be the few of these, so it could be selection 1 or selection 2, and everything else could be pretty much BS, which we're just going to delete just to make it okay. So here's the rule, here's the full rule, just to give you the full screen view here. So all these things, whatever, doesn't matter. Log source is Windows, categories process creation. The detection has 2 selections inside of it, and just pay attention to the indentation. Selection 1 is the event ID, image ends with netcat.exe, and then we have these 2. Not sure if this is going to work or if it's going to give me some kind of error or not capture the flag, so we'll have to try these, but I feel like the hashes should be fine. So we're doing selection 1 or selection 2, so it should be fine. I think it'll work, and let's see if it does. So we're going to run it, and it says specify the filter, rule 2 generic, specify the filter, required filter E. So okay, this is on this line, I believe. Interesting. Okay, the problem was because, okay, I mean, let me show you before I got the answer so you see what's going on. When I had it like this and I ran it, I got this wrong detection, hit count 10 out of 7. No idea what that means. That's not like a good error response. So all I did was I just deleted the hyphens before these selectors, and then I ran it, and then I got the flag. So there you go. that was it. So the rule, I think you just saw. I mean, you can just go back and pause the screen so you can see what it just was. And there we go. We got it. I'm not sure exactly what triggered the rule, but that was it was correct. It actually got us the answer. So it was one of these for sure. It was either this one or this one. It was definitely one of those two, I can say. But apart from that, that's it. That's really all it was. And so far, it's been simple. I know it's going to get more complicated the further we go along. It's getting like gradually, step by step, a little bit more complicated. But so far, it's been relatively simple. So moving on to challenge number 4. Okay, cool. So challenge number 4's flag is the this one, power up enumeration. And so for this one, we have the event ID, image, and command line are all mandatory, which is very similar to the last one that we had over here. And the information, the indicators of compromise that we get are the image over here is the PowerShell exe, and then we get a few things for our actual command line. So it could be a variety of things. I think out of all of these, probably the ones that really stand out most are this piece right here. Net web client seems to be, I would say, I mean, honestly, like I would test a variety of different things to see what the responses are, but there are certain phrases or words that kind of stand out as phrases or words that would be generic enough and not too generic. So it's like if you go too specific, it'll give you an error that is too specific. If you go too generic, it'll give you an error that is too generic. So I feel like, you know, PowerShell might be too generic because there's just too many things that could be PowerShell. So this seems interesting. Invoke all checks would be interesting. The net web client would be interesting. New object is too generic. And IEX would be interesting as well. I believe that's Internet Explorer. That might be the short acronym for Internet Explorer. But at the very least, for sure, we know that our image is going to be PowerShell exe. And we have a variety of things that we can test with our command line. And we only really have one selection here, so it should be fairly simple. So I'm just going to modify this current one that we have over here. And it's been kind of acting a little bit slow. So I have to try to do this outside in a different text editor. And then from there, we'll come back and try to paste it in here. So let me go ahead and type it up, and then I'll show you what the full thing looks like. All right, so I'm just going to use the interface from uncoder.io because it actually helps you with autofilling certain things, and it's much faster than trying to type inside of this actual interface right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to update a few things. For example, our image, I'll update the title and all that stuff, even though I really don't think it's actually necessary. And while we're waiting, I'm just going to click on this so it creates our new template here and just sets us to the PowerShell portion. So this is what we're going to do. So power up is going to be the name of that. It'll stay test for that. Windows is going to be the same. Process creation is going to be the same. Let me zoom in a little bit. And so we only have one selection, so I'm just going to get rid of this entire selection right here. And event ID is going to stay the same. Image is going to end with PowerShell.exe, and then we have our command line that needs to contain a variety of different things. So the first thing that we're going to try to put in here is going to be our IEX was the word, and then that's the part that I kind of don't like, is that it tries to do this thing for me. There we go, IEX. And then the next one is going to be the net web client. And then it was invoke all checks. And that was it. And then we're going to just delete the second part of this. So it's just going to be selection 1. And that's it. This is our entire Sigma rule. So I'm going to copy this, and hopefully by this time, this has already reset, and it has. And we're going to do a select all, and then paste that in there. And hopefully that'll work. So let's see if it'll work. Run. Okay, excellent. It did work, and there's our flag. So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to take that into our little answer right here. That is so slow. Even the copy paste is super slow. There you go. We're going to paste that over there. Excellent. All right, so challenge number 5. Okay, the hint for challenge number 5 says, you may consider utilizing the modifiers contains and all to indicate that the rule will match all the values. So contains and all to match all the values. So we are on challenge number 5, which is this one, the service binary modification. So we need event ID, image, and command line. So same thing as the other one. We can just leave those. And then here's where it is. So service binary, our IOC is the SCEXE. And then we have the command line. And inside of this, we have the SCEXE. That seems to be interesting. We also have config. We have the SNMP trap. That's all interesting. The bin path, the binary path is interesting. The path itself could very much change. So all of this that's inside of this quotations could change. So it can't. This is too specific, I would say. The port will change. The domain could change. Most of these things could actually change. So this is probably our most useful portion of the command line. And the event number is going to stay the same. The image is going to end with this piece right here. And command line is going to stay the same. So most of this stuff is going to actually stay the same. So I'm going to go, actually, let me click on this. So while I'm working on the thing, it'll just reload that. It's like, it's so slow. It's crazy. Okay, so we just changed the title to something basic. Same thing with the status has stayed test the entire time. This is our new description, our log source and category and all that, all the same. The only thing that has changed in this case is the image ends with sc.exe and command line contains all of these things. So sc.exe, config, and I want you to note the spaces between and after this particular portion. The spaces actually do make a difference. There was one few challenges ago where I had the information in there, but there were no spaces and it didn't register it. And I put a space before and after it and it registered it and it actually gave me the right answer. So keep that piece in mind. Now we have our new piece for service binary. This thing finally loaded, and so here we go. We're going to click run and let's see if it'll give us an error message or if it'll be all good. Okay, so exactly, look, it said the rules too generic, specify the filter, which is configuration. And so if I go down here, watch, I'm just going to put a space, and I didn't do that on purpose. I just think that that's probably what the problem is going to be. And then we're going to run it again and it's going to give us the result. Yeah, there you go. So there's just something about it, because in this particular case there is a space before it, there's a space after it. I think it would have worked even if I put like actual asterisks instead of spaces before and after it. I think that would serve the same purpose. But in this particular case, because we didn't put an asterisk, it's taking those spaces literally. And there's something about it, because config, when you do command line contains all, it has to have all of the elements in here. And if you don't put a space before and after it, it's going to actually look for something, for example, configuration or something along those lines. And if you have the space before and after, it includes the space before and after, and it'll actually give you the result that you're looking for, or serve the purpose that you want it to serve. So there is our flag for number 5. And now let's move on to challenge number 6. The challenge number 6 flag is the run once persistence, which again includes event ID, image, and command line. And just for the next few, it's going to be all the same thing. And the last one, it changes it and it gives you a target file name as the required piece. So run once, we have same image, right? So not the same image, but we're basically going to put this as ends with on the image. And then the command line argument is going to have several things that are of note. So registry add, in this case, they're both very, very interesting, and they would be something that would be of note for us to take care of. The path to the registry can change, so that part is going to be different. We have, what else do we have in here that might be interesting? I think the run once command that's at the end of the registry, that's also a very interesting thing, because it's technically something, I want to say, that falls under the executables, and it just runs once. So it doesn't run regularly, it does run once. However, I can't recall exactly what it is, but I do remember that this was something that we were using in pen testing, and there was something that we had to do in the command line every time that we executed it. So it's just one of those things that I feel like it's of note. It's something that we should consider including in our portions. So there's going to be the register, the reg, that's going to be in there for sure. Add is going to be in there for sure, and we're going to do the space before and after the add as well. And then we'll just include run once in there as well, just to see if any of that stuff is of note. So I'm going to create the new rule to reset this page, and then we're going to go in our binary editing inside of uncoder and make our modifications real quick. So let's see. Okay, all right, here we go. We got to put a space, got to put add and another space. And then over here, we're going to include run once as well. And that's it. That's the entirety of the rule. So let's go over here and paste this in here. And on the first try, hopefully on the first try, fingers crossed, let's see if it'll work. Awesome, there we go. We got it. And there's our flag. Now I just got to be able to copy this thing, and I scrolled up, and now it's going to take forever for this thing to scroll up. Okay, there we go. And then we're just going to highlight this piece, boom, and we're going to copy this piece, boom, and that should be good. Okay, on to challenge number 7. And we already know that it's going to require the same thing. So it has the event ID, image, command line. All those things are going to be the same thing. Challenge number 7 is the 7-zip collection piece. So the image is the 7z.exe, and that's going to be included. And the command line is 7z a exfil zip p. There's an asterisk in here. So these are a lot of the flags that we have over here. So 7z would be one. Space a space would be one. And in this case, I think the asterisk would not make sense. Especially, I mentioned earlier that thinking that the asterisk would probably make sense instead of the spaces, but we want a literal space. If I do an asterisk, then it'll literally anything that has a letter A inside of it will come up, because the asterisk is a wildcard character, and that I don't think will actually work. So we want the space so that it considers a literal space for us. So it's going to be 7z, it's going to be the A, and then we'll even include this flag at the end, which is the -p, and then maybe even do the space, because there is a space. Yeah, there is a space right there too. So that's our image, 7z a -p. That's what we're going to modify. So let me zoom out of this and let me click on create rule for us. Okay, so here we go. This is our new rule. We modified the same things at the very, very top. So very, very basic stuff. What I really like about this actually is that when you use uncoder and then you change the title into whatever, and you go over here, as long as I type in 7z, it gives me that autofill, and I can just kind of do that, and it just fills it in for me. So it makes it a little bit easier. And what else do we got? Okay, so we changed our image to 7z.exe. We added 7z in the command line. We added space a space and then space -p, and that's it. That's our entirety of our rule. It's been fairly repetitive over the last few counts. It's kind of like embedding the process into my system, which I actually really enjoy because I have to repeat it over and over and over again. And I'm kind of getting the hang of the overall process. And okay, cool, that one worked too. So we're just gonna take our flag, copy that bad boy, and here we go. Boom. All right, almost done. So what is the challenge number 8 flag? All right, so this one is also still event ID image and command line. Our IOCs are images curl.exe, and then we have curl. We have space dash d space, and then all of these things are changeable. So those things could differ every single time. So that's basically all we got is curl and then the D flag right here, the D option. So let's modify this real quick. And there you go. That's it. Short, sweet, and simple. So let's see. Oh, I forgot to click this button. Oh my god, now I gotta wait like 20 minutes for this to scroll down and for me to click the button. Okay, here we go. Copy paste or control alt paste. Voila. And then I gotta press the run button. And boom, we got our flag for curl. So we're just gonna copy this bad girl. It sounds naughtier when you call it a bad girl instead of a bad boy. Okay, so we're gonna copy that and then we're gonna go down here, paste it, boom, awesome. And moving on to the very last one, the challenge number 9 flag. Okay, for challenge number 9, we only have the event ID that's mandatory and the target file name that are mandatory. And what's interesting, and this is just in case you were wondering, the way that the syntax here is done is what you actually need to put inside of your rule. So target, no space, file name with a capital F, that's what you put inside of it. Command line, same thing. These are the actual fields that are required to write the rule. And these are the detection fields that operate inside of Windows. So for the most part, this is exactly what it looks like inside of a Windows log. The way that the fields are generated, this is exactly how they're generated. So just in case you were wondering, that's where the syntax comes from. And so finally, we have the ransomware file encryption, which is the ransom.exe executable. And then the file name is the *.huntme. And that's it. That's all we got. So we're just going to go write that rule and we're gonna be done with this thing. So here we go. So we actually don't have an image, do we? Oh, we do have an image, but it's not mandatory. So it says the mandatory are event ID and target file name. So the ransomware file encryption, I mean, I'm just going to do it anyway. So I'm going to do ransom.exe because that'll be in there. Ransom.exe is there. Target file name is going to be whatever hunt me. So let's see. Is going to be *.huntme, and that's our target file name. And then I just gotta find the event ID for this. So let's see. All right, so these are all of our sysmon event IDs. So let's go try to find the list here. Oh, file create. It stands out immediately. So file create is probably the one that we need is event ID number 11. Registry event is number 12. 10 is process access, raw access read, create remote read, image loaded, driver loaded, process terminated, sysmon service state changed, network connection, process changed changed a file creation time, and process. Yes, for sure it's file. It's this one for sure. 99%. That's the one. So file create. 11 is the event ID is the 11. So we're just gonna add an extra one, and ransom hunt me. That's it. I'm gonna copy this and paste it in here and let's see if this is it. Okay, so we actually got a Sigma rule is too specific for the string ransom. So focus on generic IOCs. So I'm gonna just delete this piece, and since that's too specific for them. And let's see if it'll just work if we only do these two, the event ID and then the target file name. Let's see if those will work. Yeah, buddy, there we go. That was kind of like a thing that they were trying to trick us. They gave us that extra piece of information just to mess with our head a little bit. And I fell for it. So now we know that we just don't need that image name right here. We actually don't need that. Because it was not one of our required fields, so maybe that's why. Okay, so there we go, and we got our last flag, and we're gonna click submit, and we're officially done. Let's go. I am so excited about this. Very, very cool. So that was actually very useful. I like SigHunt. SigHunt is a cool website, and it allows you to test your chops when it comes down to creating Sigma rules. And hopefully you got a chance to actually do this yourself. If not, you can always just test it. If not, you can always just test it inside of uncoder.io because it will give you an error. So if you do something incorrectly here, for example, if I do this and I leave it, usually it does give you some kind of an error. Well, now it's not doing it. Let me see if I can create an error real quick. There we go. Okay, cool. So if I forget to leave a colon, for example, it'll give me an error, and it'll say cannot read block or mapping entry. Multi-line key may not be an implicit key. Da 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 da. And so if there's anything wrong with your code in here, and you actually get some kind of an error, then you can go ahead to something like Gemini, and then ask it, hey, what's wrong with my rule? And Gemini will tell you what's wrong with your rule, and then you can fix it, so on and so forth. So if you don't have access to TryHackMe, which I think you should get, because this is a subscriber only room, and the link in the description below will actually give you a discount. So I always leave that discount link in our description for TryHackMe, because I mean, it's not expensive. It's only 12 bucks, but if you get an extra $5 off, then you get an extra $5 off, and you get access to it for 7 bucks. So it's a very, very useful place. This is like a very useful resource, is TryHackMe, and I highly recommend that you get your membership to it if you don't already have it. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the Sigma room. Hopefully the SigHunt room. Hopefully you learned some good stuff from it. And yeah, if you got any value from this channel or from this video or any kind of value at all from me, I would encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And I definitely want to hear from you in our comment section. Our comment section is live. We get a lot of people coming in and they talk to each other and then they ask me questions. And if it's a good enough question, I will go ahead and drop a freaking video just to answer your question. So definitely make sure that you drop a comment. I'm very, very interested, especially in these like long strings, these long threads. It's just so freaking fun to be able to see everybody talking to each other and the community being as active as it is. So definitely drop a comment, say hi. If you have any questions, I'll definitely answer your questions. And if it's a good enough question, I'll actually create a video for you specific to your question. So I will not leave you hanging. And if nothing else, like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, there's always the Hackaholics Anonymous community, which is our membership community on YouTube. And it's something that I'm very, very passionate about. We have bug bounties that we share with our members, and we actually go in on the bug bounties together, because when you combine forces, you can actually get something done better and faster, and you get paid real money to solve bug bounties. The Apple bug bounty, there's several of them that rank in the multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars, and there's one that I think there's 2 of them that give out $1 million reward. So I mean, if 10 people go in on $1 million, that's $100,000 each. If 100 people go in, that's $10,000 each. So it's not a small chunk of money, and it's one of those things that if you combine forces, you'll actually do better. So we have bug bounties, and that's just one of them. We have Python automations for system administration, cybersecurity analysis, pen testing. There is exclusive content. There is exclusive lives for our members. There's Discord chats for the members. There are so many downloads, and there are so many perks that I give away as a part of the Hackaholics Anonymous community. So if you have not already checked it out, I would highly encourage you to check it out. because I believe you're going to get a tremendous amount of value from it. And honestly, you will definitely get the most bang for your buck, in my humble opinion. I've heard a lot of people say that it's actually really, really great value, especially for the money that we're charging, because there are other channels that are literally charging $25 to $50 a month just for you to be a supporter, and they don't even give you anything in return. So that's basically all I'm saying, is that you're actually getting a lot of good stuff in return for this. And that's pretty much it. So I would love for you to check it out. If you do get a chance to become a Hackaholics Anonymous member, I would love to hear from you in the Discord. If not, it's all good. Just make sure you like, subscribe, and join our overall community, because you will get a lot of value just from this channel. And that's it. I'm done selling. So that's pretty much it. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. I will see you in the next video later. Welcome to episode 18 of the SOC Level 2 pathway of TryHackMe, and we are continuing down with our detection engineering module today, and we're going through the Aurora EDR, which is the Endpoint Detection and Response acronym. And we're going to be using a Sigma-based tool, which is named Aurora. So I'm pretty excited about this one. I've never heard of this tool before, so we're going to be learning about this tool together. My name is Hank Hackerson, your host for today, and to get more videos like this one, or to get videos about SOC Level 1, Pentest Plus, or any of these other playlists that we got, there's a lot of good stuff that's on this channel. I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And I also want to introduce you to the Hackaholics Anonymous community, which is actually going to be the premier community inside of YouTube for security professionals and hackers. And that's my goal, to make it the premier community. And if you look at some of the perks, you'll really very quickly understand that that's what we're trying to do. So it's things like, Python automations for cybersecurity, pen testing, system administration. I create scripts, I give them to you, and you can use them for whatever you want, including your job, day to day, for your personal use. We have bug bounties that we come together and we combine forces to solve bug bounties, and then we split the money. We have the lives that happen for the members. We have the Discord chat that you get access to. There's exclusive content specifically for the members. There is early access to content. There's discount on merchandise. There's so many perks that are inside of this thing that honestly, the goal, my sincere intention, is to actually make it the best community for hacking and cybersecurity. So if you haven't checked it out already, definitely check out Hackaholics Anonymous. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. And if nothing else, just subscribe to the channel. Make sure you turn on notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a bunch of these videos comes out. So without further ado, that's all I got for you, and we're about to jump into the content for today. All right, so if you don't know what EDRs are, so basically endpoint detection and response systems. If you don't know what that is, you're going to get an overview of it again today, but there are several other videos on EDRs on this channel, so you can just go check those out as well. But Aurora is actually something that I've never worked with before, and it's a Sigma-based tool for detection, which is endpoint detection and response. So it's a Sigma-based tool for writing detection alerts via Windows event log. So it's Windows specific. And to make this work, we're going to have a few of these prerequisites, which is the cyber defense module, Windows event log, sysmon, intro to detection engineering, and the Sigma room. And if you haven't seen any of these things, the cyber defense module, I've done portions of it. I haven't done the entire thing because it's next on my docket for content. But there are several of those rooms that we've already done. Windows event logs I already have done. There's a video on it on the channel, so you can go check that out. Same thing with sysmon, same thing with intro to detection engineering, Sigma. And so all of those things, with the exception of the few different rooms inside of the cyber defense module, most of these are already done. So if you haven't already seen them, you can go check those out. You don't need to, because I will do my very best to explain everything that's going on inside of this room. So at least you still get a good idea of what's happening inside of this room. But it would be a complete foundation if you actually went and checked all these prerequisites out. The objective of the room is to intro to EDRs and what they actually do, intro to the event tracing for Windows, learn about Aurora and its functionalities to write alerts using event logs, and investigate suspicious events detected by Aurora. So we're going to be doing all of that stuff in our room today. So pretty excited about it. Let's jump into it. Or what is an EDR? If you don't already know, what is an endpoint detection and response solution? So there's monitoring that happens, and that's a big part of what you do as an analyst. But there's something else that you need to do, which is connect these tools to endpoints. So an endpoint could be a cell phone, it could be a computer, it could be a server, it could be a website, a port on a website. So there's a lot of different endpoints that exist. And when you connect all of those endpoints to a detection tool, then what it does is it monitors all of these endpoints. And if something happens, if some kind of a alert is triggered, you get notified as the security analyst, and then you get to respond to it. Therefore, the name is Endpoint Detection and Response. And there's a lot of different tools for this. Wazoo is a really, really good one. I mean, there's so many. I'm kind of drawing a blank on all the different names. I just know Wazoo because I actually use Wazoo pretty regularly. But technically, SIM tools like Splunk and Kibana are also endpoint detection technically, because you can actually connect various endpoints and feed the logs and the traffic that come from those various endpoints to Splunk or to Kibana, and from there you will detect and then you will respond to whatever comes through it. So endpoint detection is like a general blanket term that covers a lot of different things, and then there are specific tools for specific environments. For example, Aurora, which is apparently a Windows-based tool. So the main functions of an EDR are to monitor and collect activity, as we just talked about, analyze the data to identify threat patterns. They can automatically respond to identified threats, which is basically either remove or contain them, and then notify the security personnel on staff. Then there's forensics and analysis tools to research identified threats and search for suspicious activity. So this is kind of like what happens after the incident, and you do forensics and analysis to see what just happened. And you can also do that using some of these tools. We can break down these functions into aggregation of data on an endpoint and how the data is analyzed and used to detect threats. Those are the kind of like the two general categories of what it can do. Data recording would be aggregating network communication, events, process execution, file activities, whatever, everything that happens on a network. Then telemetry, data points, telemetry. I forget how to pronounce this. Let's also do a search for what it actually means. So telemetry, whatever it is, automatically collects, transmits, and measures data from remote sources using sensors and other devices to collect data. So it's the automatic collection and transmission of data, and we have storage of data on the endpoints, for example, a server or a hybrid approach. And then we have the investigation of data. So this was the first part, right? Endpoint data recording, this part right here. And then you have the investigation, which could be sweeping or essentially searching for indicators of compromise, IOCs, to understand the impact of detection, find the root cause of detection, remediate, prevent, investigate again, hunt for indicators based on the attack, based on behavior rules of threat intelligence, and automatic detection or manual detection is a part of that. And then you have the components of EDR solutions. I'm not going to read all of this because the headline kind of gives it what you need. So you can detect, right? So endpoint detection, that's kind of the big piece of it, and it's in the title, right? So you can detect things that are going on for indicators of compromise for a threat or any kind of activity that might be happening attached to that endpoint. And then you have response. So you detect what's going on and then you respond. The response could be as simple as sending an email or a notification to somebody, or it could be, you know what, we're going to isolate this specific endpoint so that it doesn't infect the rest of our network, and whatever is happening on this endpoint, we don't want it to spread and compromise everything else, so we need to contain it or drop the connection or a variety of different things. Then you have integration, which you can integrate the specific EDR to a variety of other tools through either collection or aggregation of data. It could be integration to a Splunk resource or some kind of a SIM resource. It could be integration to the API of an AI chatbot. There's a lot of different ways that you can integrate these tools with something else. And it could be the types of logs that you ingest or the type of data that comes in, or how the data gets processed, or how the data gets output and sent out. You have insights, which is really nice because as a part of this tool, it can connect to a variety of different resources for intelligence. So it could be the CVE databases or the CVSS databases. It could be the MITRE attack framework, and it could just get you a bunch of insights based on what it's detecting and say, I think, this is the software talking. It tells you, hey, I think this is what's going on. And it gives you those insights. And then based on that, you can confirm whether or not that's actually a true positive, or if it's a false positive, or if it needs further investigation, so on and so forth. And then, of course, forensics. So when something happens, you need to go back and see what just happened and do an in-depth investigation of everything that went on. And it helps you do that as well because of the data that it collects and because of the integration that potentially can happen with forensic tools and digital forensics and all of that. So these are the general components of EDR solutions. Depending on which one you use, it may have more capability, it may have less capability, but generally it should be able to do at least 4 out of 5 of these things. So what does EDR stand for? All right, there we go. Endpoint detection and response is what EDR stands for. First question answered, and we are good. We're making progress here. All right, so let's talk about event tracing for Windows. All right, event tracing for Windows specifically is a Windows OS logging feature, and it allows you to trace and log events based on user mode applications and kernel mode drivers. So the stuff that the user does and the stuff that happens on the system. ETW provides the capability for applications and drivers to write events, and for us as cybersecurity defenders, it becomes a vital source of detection information. There are 3 parts to the ETW, which is the controller, and they're used to configure event sessions or event tracing sessions, and they also initiate the providers. An example would be the Logman exe, and then the provider is the applications that produce the event logs. So the controllers initiate providers, and the providers produce the event logs. And then you have the consumers, which are the applications that subscribe and listen to events in real time or from a file. And more often than not, it's going to be in real time when you're doing analysis and detection. And from a file is when you're doing it for forensics, because you're looking back at what previously happened. If it's in a file, that means it's already happened. More often than not, that's what's going on. It's kind of weird to set something up to read in real time from a file. So you typically set it up to ingest the information directly from the endpoint instead of reading it from the file that's being generated from the endpoint. I hope that makes sense. This is the visual of what this looks like. So we have the controllers, and they go back and forth. They they have this cycle that they go back and forth between the event training sessions. And the event training sessions can have a variety of buffers, and we'll talk about what that means in a little bit. And the events themselves get sent into log files, and then the log files send out the events that are the logged events, and they go to the consumers, which is the software that processes what just happened. Providers are the first step to this. So as you can see, it's weird the way that they have this thing, but this should be number 1 and it should be at the very top. But the providers are the various log sources, the various endpoints that provide the data. It goes inside of our event tracing sessions, and the controllers navigate this whole thing and process this thing and make it so that they can be turned out as events and turned into log files and be available for consumers to process. So you can either go through the log files and go to the consumer, or you can just go from the event to the controller to the consumer directly in real time. And more often than not, when you're doing endpoint detection and response, it's happening in real time. And what you're doing in forensics is happening from log files because it's already happened, essentially. We have our Windows Event Viewer, which is one of the kind of like the premier. I think there's also a video that I did on the Event Viewer, actually. It creates a bunch of logs. It can ingest a variety of different logs from a variety of different sources. And you can have for access, so the things that were accessed on the system, any kind of security change that might be of interest, operating system errors, hardware errors or hardware failures, driver malfunctions, and we'll look at how these things are prevented via the viewer in a minute. These are the various categories of classification. or categorization, I guess. So information is basically, hey, something happened, and if you want more information about it, it's here. A warning is something that might not be a present issue or like a current issue, but it can cause problems. An error is something happened with a service or application and it crashed. Maybe somebody forced it to crash, maybe it crashed by itself. You have a success audit, which is an audited security access that was successful. And then you have a failure audit. That's an audit security access that failed. So failed login attempt could be a failed audit. A successful login could be a success audit. And so this is kind of what it looks like when we're looking at the actual event viewer itself. And I mean, I have a Windows machine, so we're going to click around and try to find these things ourselves. But you have the event viewer right here. And then under that, you have the custom views. And then you have just these generic Windows event logs. And then you can even create various sources to create logs from. And you can then click on the application log, for example, and it'll bring you a variety of different events from the application log. And then on the general, when you just click on Windows logs, on the overview right here, on the summary, it gives you the number of errors and the warnings and information right here. You see all of that happening on the overview, and then you can go deeper into it to try to see exactly what each event was and what happened and try to find further details from it. And this is what that looks like. So if we are on the application log right here and we click on one of these events, we get a bunch of information at the bottom right here. You can go into the details of it because there's general and then there's details. And then you can even use the sidebar right here to filter through the information and to try to find other data points that might be of interest to you. There is the Windows event log room, which I know I have done, and there should be a video of that available for us. Yep, I have definitely done this. So you can go check that out. Just search for Windows event logs on the channel inside the search bar, and you'll be able to find it. Okay, so here are some questions here. So it says, which applications produce event logs? And these would be our providers. Yeah, there we go. Applications that subscribe to event logs are called, I want to say these are the consumers. Very good. And which event level would be used to describe a significant problem with a service? That would probably be an error. And what is the Windows event log category responsible for recording events associated with programs currently running? And we have that right here. It's our system. The system records events related to programs installed and running on our system, on our computer. And there we go. So that is our basic introduction to Windows event logs. And I feel like I should probably just pull it up here. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. Aurora is a Windows endpoint agent. It uses Sigma rules and indicators of compromise to detect patterns using the event tracer. And when a true positive matches, Aurora triggers the response actions that'll be displayed under the Windows event log viewer. And it's been designed to be customizable based on Sigma rule set. So we've done several videos on Sigma already. The last two videos actually that came out from this module were the Sigma and SigHunt. So Sigma was kind of like an overview of it, and SigHunt was just an exercise where we just created a bunch of different Sigma rules to detect certain indicators of compromise. So Aurora, and then there's Aurora Lite. So these are the two different versions of it. I feel like we're going to probably end up using Aurora Lite because it's less capable and probably either free. Yeah, it's open source, so it's open source. This one is also open source, or it has the open source, but I think it has a closed source or a enterprise version that allows you to kind of deal with a much busier and a larger network. So the things that just stand out from the very, very beginning, because all of these things are exactly the same on both sides. And then you have the alert output also, that's all the same. So all of these things are the same. It's just that with Aurora, or not Aurora Lite. So there are four things that come up with the regular instance of Aurora, which is Asgard, which I don't know what it is, and we'll talk about it in a little bit. I'm sure it's not where Thor comes from. Additional detection modules, unlimited number of response actions, and rule encryption. So those things come with the regular version of Aurora. It obtains data from different ETW channels and adds live information for commercial version. So yeah, this one is the commercial version from what I understand. to enrich and recreate events similar to those generated by Sysmon. It does not create tons of logs. It only populates the viewer with events of triggered rules. That's very useful, actually. It doesn't create a bunch of logs. It only populates the stuff that was triggered by the rules that we create for Sigma. Below, we can look at the comparison between Aurora and Sysmon. So the event source is event tracing for Windows on here, and Sysmon would be the kernel driver. Sigma rule event coverage is 95%. This is 100%. Relative log volume is low. This one is high. Sigma and IOC matching. This one actually has it. So Aurora has it. Sysmon does not have Sigma IOC matching. Response actions are available on an EDR. It's not available on Sigma or on Sysmon. Resource control. So there's a lot of things that comes with Aurora, but that does not come with Sysmon. But these things at the bottom right here. So incomplete data due to filters. There are, I guess there are incomplete data due to filters on Sysmon, if I'm reading that correctly. Blue screen, don't know what that really is. High system load, and that is also a yes right here. So so these risks don't exist with Aurora. So there is no incomplete data due to filters. There is no blue screen. There is no high system. I think they just mean an actual blue screen. I don't know if that's different or whatever, but that's it. So it's on supported on Windows 7, Windows Server 12, or newer versions. It must run using administrator privileges. It must also be excluded from any running antivirus or EDR solutions. This is to avoid the application being blocked from executing its services. So you gotta put it on the whitelist essentially for your antivirus or EDR solutions, so it doesn't they don't block it from processing. We can look at it with the user manual if we wanted to learn how to install and configure it, but it's come pre-installed on the machine that we have right now, so we're just going to be using it. These are some of the presets. So you have the standard, which covers events at medium level of security. Reduced covers events considered to be at a high minimum reporting level. Minimal looks at events considered to be at a high minimum. These two are exactly the same. I don't understand. Intense looks at events to be at a low minimum reporting level. So high minimum and low minimum. That's the phrasing kills me sometimes. I'm like, what are you even saying to me, bro? Okay, cool. We have affected settings, deactivated resources, CPU limit, process normality, or process priority, minimum reporting level, and deactivated modules. So this is what it looks like in these different things. So at least we can kind of try to make sense of it here. So for standard, this is the deactivated sources. CPU limit is 35. Process priority normal. Minimum reporting level is medium. For reduced, we're using 30% of the CPU. Normal, high reporting level. For minimal, we're now getting more deactivated sources. So reduced has less deactivated sources. 20% CPU, low process priority, high reporting level. And for intense, there is no minimal. There is no deactivated resources. It's literally everything. It's looking at everything. It is 100% CPU limit. Process priority is normal, and it has a low minimum reporting level, which I still don't really understand, but whatever. We are now going to look at running this thing, and it's being run from the command line from it seems. Oh, this is actually PowerShell, I believe. So this is being run from PowerShell, and I have an actual icon on my desktop, so I can just double click that, but I want to run it from PowerShell actually. I think it would be really, really cool. So running it with minimal configurations would be the minimal YAML file, and running for continuous running. So this is started directly via the command line with the option of selecting the preferred configuration. If you want it to run continuously, it can run as a service through the install flag. So instead of just running it once, if you just wanted to run it continuously, you would just add the install flag. Everything else stays the same. And these are some of the useful flags that we got here. So the status queries status information from the currently running service. The trace queries all the events that Aurora monitors from the subscribed channels. It also provides complete event statistics. And then we have our output options, or JSON, so outputs information in JSON format. And then we have the output options. That could be the Windows event log that we just saw earlier. And you can see that under the source, it actually shows Aurora agent right here under the source for the application. and then sigma rule match found, terminal, so on and so forth. So it actually shows that. We have a log file that we can export to a log file. And then we also have the std out, which just basically displays it onto the screen. You have UDP TCP targets. So you can have an internal repository via UDP or TCP using the flags, and then they require arguments in the form of host and port, such as this, and it can direct the Aurora events to an internal repository via your UDP or TCP ports, and just send the information to somewhere else, apart from the computer that it's actually scanning from. And then we have our responses. So these are the automated responses that you can run via Aurora. It can help contain a threat actor or limit their damage to the system, and the use cases for these are worm containment, ransomware containment, and the hard blocking of applications. 2 responses are predefined and custom. These are the predefined responses, so you could suspend it, so stop the process, kill it, meaning kill the process, and dump, being create a dump file in the dump path folder, but it doesn't suspend or kill the thing. You could probably do a combination of these things. Custom responses are meant to call the internal program to execute a function based on the raised alert. So you use another program to respond in some capacity. The program has to be available from the path, and the answer would be a command line query. With these responses, a set of flags can be used to modify and relay different types of information. They have been summarized below. So simulate would be to test out the rules and responses that won't be triggered. A log will be created to indicate the response. Recursive is to specify that the response will affect descendant processes. It's usually true by default. Privilege only, low privilege only, is by the low priv only flag. It specifies that the response will be triggered if the target process does not run as the local system. Ancestor specifies that the response will affect the process's ancestor and not itself. So the key value pair is indicated by integers to show the level of ancestors. Example 1 is for parent process, 2 is for grandparent, and so on and so forth. I understand how this works. So I like that name, ancestor. It's interesting. And then you have the PID, process ID. So process ID field specifies the field contains the process ID and shall be affected by the response. So the response could be, this is a predefined type of a response. The action is to kill, and parent process ID is what we put in over here. Predefined suspend, custom, and then this is the action. The action is the actual command that you run. So it's the CMD, copy the image from program data, yada, 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 inside the binary, or it is a binary file. Then we have our event IDs, which I'm not going to spend time reading right now because this is going to be very, very overwhelming if I just wanted to sit here and read all of this. But you can just look up Aurora event IDs on Google like this, and then you will get a list of event IDs from Aurora Agent User Manual, and open that up. And look at that. We got all the event IDs right here as well. So it's not hard to find the Aurora event IDs, so I'm not going to read through all this stuff, but we are probably going to refer to them as we go throughout the room. So here are our questions. So which Aurora preset supports the highest CPU limit? And that was the, I can't think of it off the top of my head, but it's the very last one. So how did they phrase the last one? Intense is the one that we're looking for. I'm just going to copy it and bring it down here real quick. Very good. And which process would be terminated when the response flag ancestor3 is used? So if 1 is for the parent and 2 is for the grandparent, 3 would probably be the great grandparent. All right, there you go. Grandparent in this case is not supposed to be hyphenated. When the Aurora agent is terminated, which event ID will be used? So here we go. Okay, so what we got here are the Aurora agent started and agent is terminating. I'm guessing that's the one. I don't know if it's terminated, but I'm going to say that might be the one, 103. Yep, that is indeed the one, like Neo. Okay, cool. So we got that. Now we're going to move on to the function tests. Our function tests, which is actually very useful in my opinion, are essentially tests that you can run to check the functionality of Aurora, basically. You can look at, for example, in this case, we're going to look at some sigma matching and indicator of compromise matching examples. So for example, if this one says that listing user account privileges, so if somebody runs this command, they're essentially checking the privileges of the current user that they're logged in as. And when that happens, it'll trigger a Sigma rule that has a high level of severity, and it creates a warning level message on our event log. So this is what it will look like. So this is it right here. So you have the warning, and it's from Aurora agent. And when you look at the details of it, it says, run who am I showing privileges is the actual title of this whole thing. And then when you go down here in the command line section, you actually see the command that they ran. And it's a high level rule right here. And it's, it's a big deal. It's a very important thing, because typically it's like, well, why are you running that command? Why do you want to know what your privileges are? And that should trigger some kind of an event. And then we have the suspicious network communication. So when running a DNS beaconing request, beaconing is typically applied to command and control servers or C2 servers, where there's some kind of a communication that's happening between a remote server that's been connected to our local machine, and where they're getting detailed information from the local machine, and they're connected. They can essentially do a number of things, and it's really, really bad. So when something like that happens, a warning message is triggered, and then we get the same thing, right? So Cobalt Strike is one of the attacks that had happened based on a C2 server command and control attack previously. So this is similar to that. This is what the rule was made based on. It's a critical level rule. It's not even a high level, it's critical. And the description is right here, is that there's a TCP IP ping that's being sent out to a specific command control server or some kind of a place. And yeah, that's what triggered this particular one. So, you get the rule references from whatever the initial location or domains were. You get the GitHub repository for that specific rule that triggered it. So these are just two examples of potential function tests that you can run. But if you just use Gemini, I love using Gemini because it's from Google and it's very quick to access. If you go to Gemini and just ask, hey, I work for this company, this is what we do. You don't need to give it any crazy details. You just say, this is the industry that we're in, this is the environment that we have set up, and I want to know what types of Sigma rules I can use for Aurora to just make sure that at the very least I have some basic configurations running and the types of rules that are going to be triggered for our specific type of environment, or for, we had these types of attacks that were done against us, and these are the indicators of compromise that our defense team gathered, and I want to create some Aurora Sigma rules. What would I do? And then you kind of chat back and forth with Gemini, and it gives you a lot of great information. So that is it for our Aurora function test, and there's no questions for us to answer. So we're going to move on to the next one, which is the detection gaps, the Aurora detection gaps. Since Aurora uses the ETW, the event tracer for Windows, to observe and monitor Windows as events, there are some sections where the ETW events aren't available or they're not easily usable. And these areas cover the detection gaps for Aurora, and this is what they look like. So we have the named pipes, which is a one-way communication channel between processes that are subject to security checks. Okay, ETW has no provider to gather information about these things. And observing named pipes is through the kernel object handle, which is noisy and can provide unnecessary information. So this is one of the things that is one of the gaps, because the only way that it can do it through or observing named pipes specifically is through the kernel object handle, which ends up being noisy, and it just gives you a lot of unnecessary alerts and triggers, which it just makes your job extra hard. And that's the whole idea. The main purpose behind Aurora is to only send things that have been triggered by Sigma rules. It's not supposed to just log everything. So that's one of the main gaps here. And the solution is to just run Aurora under intense configurations and complement the configuration with Sysmon to capture those specific events. And this, again, is it's kind of like an overview. We talked about running it under intense configurations earlier, but that's not really what they explain in the scope of this particular room. So I would, again, take this piece and copy it and paste it inside of Gemini and literally say, hey, can you explain what this means and how I can do this? How can I complement Aurora configurations with Sysmon? And it'll give you a detailed step-by-step answer. So That's why I love using these chatbots. It's great for learning as well as getting things to be done for you. I actually use them for learning more than anything else because I don't want it to do things for me. I want it to teach me how to do it myself, and it just happens to be one of the best tutors that you can get for free. So if you're not using Gemini or ChatGPT or what's the other one? There was like a really, of course, the Meta AI is also really, really functional. I really love the Meta AI as well. As long as you have some kind of Facebook account, you can log into Meta and get access to their AI. There's one that I'm missing, Claude. Claude is another really, really good one, but they have a lot of limitations to how frequently you can use it without getting a paid account. But again, just really, really powerful AI. So those are great, great tools. Registry events are the events that are generated by ETW by creating keys or writing values, primarily via the Windows kernel. However, this information may not be directly usable, as all registry handles must be tracked individually as keys are referenced by their handle. So this is one of the other gaps that are an issue for ETW combined with Aurora. So again, you would run it under intense configurations and complemented with using Sysmon to capture those events. And then finally, we have ETW disabled. So the event tracer has been disabled. And this is something that the attackers can do by patching the system calls that Windows would use to create events from the user environment. Then writing detection rules based on those events that are from the process and are caused by a provider that is not the kernel should be done with care. So essentially, if you're writing detection rules for anything other than the Windows kernel, you need to be careful how you write this thing because of the fact that potentially it could be disabled by attackers, and you may end up running either not having enough results or getting too much results, or it might be something that's obvious to the attacker that they can take advantage of. So this specific thing, it needs to be done with care. And the solution to this is that the full version, so this would be the enterprise version, not the light version of Aurora, uses the ETW Canary module to detect any manipulations of the event tracer. So having the paid version of this actually can just detect those manipulations automatically. And then using the flag for report stats allows for reporting the agent status to your SIM, and it will include stats of the observed process and dropped events that can potentially be signs of manipulations. So using this as you run Aurora could report those statistics to the SIM that you're using that includes any of the observed events, processed or dropped events that indicate signs of manipulation of the event tracer. So that is how we can look at potential detection gaps. And if you need more information on that, I would recommend taking some of this information, going to Gemini or ChatGPT or Meta AI or Claude, whatever your preferred AI is, and ask it to explain these things to you and give you examples, maybe help you write some sample rules so you can really see how this whole thing works out. So that's all we got for the detection gaps. And let's now actually go into the interactive scenario. Let's actually play around with this and try to get some answers. All right, I've already launched the VM and it should be up and running pretty easily. So I'm going to actually double click on this because I know it's going to take a little bit of a minute for it to fully run. It says that it has some time that it needs to run down. So while that's actually running, we're going to read our little scenario. So a series of suspicious activities have been observed within these systems, and the Chief Information Security Officer has recently heard about Aurora, has tasked you to carry out tests on one of the Windows hosts and assess the detection capabilities. It's been installed on our host, however, it's not running, so to execute the batch file attached on this thing, which I already did, and then investigate any produced events starting with the event ID 1 associated with Aurora to answer the questions below. And in case no events appear, just rerun the batch file. If you wanted to RDP into the machine, you can do that as well, but I already have it loaded as my virtual machine right here, so you don't need to do that, or I'm not going to do that anyways. And that's it. So we're just going to run this. So the time has already passed, so I'm going to press any key to continue. Okay, now I got to wait another 25 seconds or so for all of this stuff to finish running, and then once that's done, we'll again press any key to continue. Okay, so once I did the any key portion of this, it kind of glitched right here, and then it took me here, and then the timer stopped, and then I tried to run the batch file again, and it said failed because it's already running. And so I ran the command that we had earlier to just check the status of Aurora to see how it's going, and I ran it inside PowerShell. As you can see, it's running. The status is running. The outputs are going to the event log. Okay, after you run the batch file, the command interface, or the essentially the black screen where our CMD screen was, that just closes out. And then I ran this specific command, which is for checking the status of Aurora. You have to actually cd or change the directory into the directory that the Aurora agent is installed inside of program files, and then you just run it. So for me, it was the 64 version. That was the only thing that was available. And I just ran status, and then you see right here, it's running. The outputs are the application event log, Windows application event log. These are the active modules that are running. These are the rule statistics, located IOCs. So we have 50,000 located IOCs, domain IOCs, file name IOCs, and events that have been observed for so far are 54,000 plus events. And this is all the information that you see right here. And then we have the Sigma matches that are number 3, so on and so forth. So this is basically it. This is what we got right here. There are no response actions that have been configured, so all of that stuff has been disabled. So we're going to go look at our question. So it says, what is the title of the first event rule? So I opened up our event viewer here, and I'm looking at the Windows logs under application. And this is basically our first series of events. I think it's running in, I'm not sure if this is in date order or exactly what kind of order, but we were told to look at everything that was with event ID 1. So these are all the ones that we have with event ID 1. And let me see if there's something also under security. And let's see if we change the source. The source is all Microsoft. Let me see. Let me go all the way to the top and see what we get. Event log. So it doesn't have anything from Aurora inside of security, and it doesn't seem to be having anything for any of the other ones as well. I think the only thing that we got is through the application. Yeah, we don't have anything for all of this. So forwarded, or excuse me, for application is the only thing that we got over here. And under event ID, we have event ID 1. That, let me see. So it says we're looking at the event rule that was triggered. So, right, that's the question. Let me see. So it says, what is the title of the first event rule? And our hint says WMI event. Okay, so these are, we only have 4 that have an event ID of 1. And then when we come down here, you actually see the rule title. So hiding files with attribute da 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 da. We were told to look for something that has WMI. So this is the one that is the WMI event right here. And the rule title is process reconnaissance via WMI exe, so, or WMIC exe. So let's see if that's the one. That is the one. Very good. What is the rule ID of the matched Sigma rule? So I'm guessing that this is for the one that they're talking about. So we're going to go and get this rule ID right here. And let's go and drop that right here. Very good. And what is the Sigma rule level of the event? And let's see that. It says medium right down there. So medium. And what is the rule title of the second event? And so in this case, what do we got? We got, this is one event, which is hiding files with attribute exe. This is the WMIC, and this is again hiding files with attribute exe, and this is also WMIC. So I think there's only 2. So this has to be the second one. We only had 2. There was either WMIC or attribute.exe. Okay, so that's not it. So maybe it's this one that we have a second rule. Now I'm not exactly sure which one we're supposed to be looking at. So it wasn't that one. That's basically what we've discovered. So if it's not this one, the second event could be event number 11. So let's see if that's the one. So suspicious creation txt file in desktop. There we go. Okay, that is the one. So they're essentially saying event ID number 1, and then we got event ID or the second event ID, which would be number 11, and then we got 95, 99, etc. Okay, cool. So based on the rules characteristics, what malicious activity is associated with the event? So let's go back to 11. Based on the rules characteristics, what malicious activity is associated with the event? What does the hint say? It says look at the rule description. Okay, so let's see. Ransomware create TXT file on the user desktop. So I'm going to say ransomware is the keyword that we're looking for here. And that is it. That is it. That's all we got. I mean, I thought we were going to get a lot more information, honestly, but that is all we got. And we have, just to kind of glaze through the rest of these. So we got could not read rule file, which was the event ID 95 that gave us an error message. We have another one that was on January 24th that was generated by Aurora as well, which was important Windows event log cleared. So they cleared the event log inside Windows. That's a warning message. These are just informative. Let's see if we can find another warning message from Aurora. We got some errors. Yeah, that was it. Those were the only ones that were like warning messages. Apart from that we just had a couple of error messages that doesn't give us any information. It just says no valid license found. So that's probably because we're using the light version of Aurora. And apart from that, that's basically all we got, because the only warning ones that we got were the ransomware text file being created, as well as the those first two, which was the event creation, or not, I'm sorry, it was the reconnaissance via WMIC, and then the attribute.exe. So those were the only two events that were logged under event ID number 1, and then under event ID number 11 was the ransomware file that was created. So that's basically all we got for this particular Aurora detection exercise. I mean, it's cool. It's cool to know that there is something like this that is specific to Windows that you can run, and it'll operate based on all of the Sigma rules that have been uploaded to their GitHub repository. And it comes pre-configured with a bunch of Sigma rules. And if you wanted to, you can create your own Sigma rules for it. And just like that, we have completed our Aurora room. Again, it was kind of a quick read through of the fact, okay, that, hey, there's an Aurora tool that exists for this, and it works specifically for Windows environment. It runs based on Sigma rules. It's good because it doesn't overpopulate your event log with a bunch of different triggers and a bunch of different alerts. It only operates based on Sigma rules that have been pre-configured, or Sigma rules that you write and you configure into your software installation. And that's it. That's the only purpose that it has, is to operate based on indicators of compromise and Sigma rules that have been created. And it's for Windows. So in most computers inside of any kind of an enterprise environment are Windows computers. So they're not going to be Linux or Unix computers. And to know that there's a tool like this that exists is actually very helpful. And it's good to know how to, use it. The installation was not covered in this particular case, although over here it does tell us that, if you wanted to just kind of run it perpetually, you can run the exe file with install, and it just runs regularly. It runs as a service for continuous running. And then if you just wanted to run it once, you would be able to run it like that. But that's all we got. We didn't have any installation information. You can get that from Gemini, and I would say that you would get a lot of great detailed information from Gemini as far as the installation is concerned. But I feel like you can also just go to their GitHub page, and there's going to be a lot of great intel and information for how to install Aurora. But that is basically it. That's all we got for this particular room and this particular video. If you got any value out of this video, or if you would like to get more videos like this in the future, or if you want to go check out the rest of the videos that we got on this channel, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And drop a comment. The comment section is super live over here, and it's one of those things that it just becomes more and more humbling every time that I go through it, and I see the communication that happens not just between me and the people that are subscribing and commenting, but between the community members themselves. They actually talk to each other, they correct each other, they correct me. I've gotten a lot of corrections from people, and they also kind of check each other, which has been really interesting to see. I really like the fact that people talk to each other, and they kind of make sure that everybody inside the community is very respectful. And that's one of the big things that I really genuinely love about our community. I think that we have some of the highest class people. They're jokesters, don't get me wrong. Like, they do talk smack and they do talk shit and everything like that, but it's all done with a light-hearted kind of a tone and light-hearted mood, and it's just all support, it's all love, and everybody, we all know why we're here. So everybody's here for the same purpose, to learn, to grow, to advance. And it's just nice to see everything inside the comments. And now what's nice is that if you actually ask a really good comment that has like a good question inside of it, I'll create a video for your specific comment. So for example, one of our guys, his name is David. He's actually also one of our Hackaholics Anonymous members. He asked the question to create something for sysadmins for Linux. And I was like, you know what, I'll go ahead and do that. And I made the video, and it became one of our most popular videos because apparently a bunch of other people also wanted to get information about Linux system administration and so on and so forth. So the next one is going to be about Python for cybersecurity, because that's also something else that I saw inside the comment section, using Python specifically for cybersecurity. And I mean, anything else, literally, if you guys drop a comment that it has a good question, it has a good request in it, I will make a video specifically for you, and I'll even shout you out at the beginning of the video to say that go thank this person, because it was because of them that we were able to make this video. So this is it. This is the Linux sysadmin video, and it's not even 9 days old, and it's one of my, as for me, 15,000 views on a video is a really, really big deal. I don't buy any of my views and none of that stuff. So it's a very, very big deal that less than 10 days we got 15,000 views. My next biggest video is 18,000 views. So you can see that, you know, and that was 4 months ago. So it was a very, very popular video, the Linux video. So, you know, again, if you drop a comment, if you have a question, and if I can't answer your question inside the comment itself because it's too long of an answer, I will make a video just for you. That being said, I also want to give a shout out to our Hackaholics Anonymous community. This is going to be, sincerely, because it's my intention, it's my goal to make sure that it is. It's going to be the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. And there are everything in here. For example, bug bounties. I'm going to explain what they are in just some public videos, but we actually combine our forces for bug bounties to solve some of these bug bounties for these big companies and make money, and then split the money accordingly. And I don't know exactly how we're going to split it. We have to figure that out inside the community itself. But we are going to do bug bounties together, solve problems together, make money together. There's Python automations for system administration, ethical hacking, and cybersecurity. There's exclusive content. There's live streams that happen just for the members. There's early access that they get to stuff. There is the discounts that they get on the merchandise that happens. And I mean, there are so many more things that I can't really think of right now because it's like a long list of perks that I'm giving away. And it's not one of these communities where we say, hey, listen, just give us $25 a month and thank you so much for being a supporter. That's not how it's going to work. I'm going to give a lot of value in exchange for the hard-earned dollars that you guys give as a contribution to this community. So it really is genuinely my intention to make it the best community for security professionals and hackers on YouTube, and that's Hackaholics Anonymous. So if you have not checked it out already, this is the description video on our homepage on the channel, and you will get a chance to get details on all of this stuff, including why I'm doing this, as well as all the perks and the different levels that we have. And if you want to join, apparently it's kind of like a big deal. I didn't know that it was hard to find the join button. Some people are saying that the join button isn't there. You just go to youtube.com/@HankHackerson, and then when you click on that, there should be a /join at the end of it as well. When you click on that, there should be a pop-up that says, hey, this is right here, like this. So you get the join option, and it gives you, can I pause this? Yeah, and it gives you the join with all the different perks that we have and all the different levels that we have. So it would be youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join. That's the link. Or you can just click the link in the description of the actual video itself, and it should take you to that. And that's it. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video. Later. This is episode 19 of the SOC Level 2 pathway in TryHackMe. And in today's episode, we are going to finish up our detection engineering module. And we've gone through all of these things, and we have finally ended up at SOAR, which is a very, very, very popular concept in security analysis and security engineering. And SOAR stands for Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response. And this is where a lot of the things that are used or done using scripting or using automation systems or maybe even AI are going to be done, because it's all centered around automation, response, and orchestration. So I'm actually very, very excited about this one. I think it's going to be more of an introductory type of video, and we're not going to be going into the nitty-gritty and the deep details of setting up security, automation, and orchestration. But overall, I'm very, very excited about learning more about it, and hopefully you are too. My name is Hank Hackerson, your host for today, and to get more videos like this one, or to get access to the rest of our content, for example, SOC Level 1 or Pentest Plus or Junior Pentester, any of those good things, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And this video and this channel is sponsored by our premier YouTube community, which is Hackaholics Anonymous. This is going to be the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers, and you get a lot of perks for being a part of this community. I do encourage you to go check that out. The link to that is in the description below, and there are things like bug bounties that we collaborate on, and automation scripts that we give away, and a lot of really, really good stuff. So I don't want to take too much time away from this video, but I do encourage you to definitely check it out, because Hackaholics Anonymous will be the premier community for security professionals and hackers, and I would love to see you in there as well. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the security orchestration and automation room. Alright, so there's not a surprise about security attacks and security events just becoming more complex as hackers get better at doing their hacking activities, and the sophisticated capabilities that they have, and the tools that they use, and the tools that they build, and they combine their forces and they join teams to be able to do certain things, and those are called advanced persistent threats, and they're funded by gigantic companies or funded by countries to pull off a lot of the things that they do. And as these things become more complex, and as the attacks and the security events become more sophisticated, the challenges that are raised for people like us, which is people in security defense, and even if you want to be in offensive security, and if you want to be a pen tester, even those types of people, you still have to know what all of your adversaries are going to be doing. And the challenges that have brought up for us for justifications for performing security differently. So this is essentially what we're going to be talking about in today's video, is how can you perform security differently? And in this particular room, that's what we're going to be talking about. And one of those big things is SOAR. And SOAR is the next level to SIM. So security information and event management is essentially the tools that we use. These security information event manager tools are the tools that we use to manually look at the log files that are organized and analyzed. The very step prior to that would be you using the command line and parsing through these, thousands of lines of log events that are happening, and you trying to manually find that through the log itself. The next level up would be to use a SIM, where you feed it a bunch of different log files, and the SIM brings you the events of interest, the notable alerts that come up. And then from there, you look at those events and you manually orchestrate, or you manually investigate, right? And then the next level up from that is using SOAR tactics and SOAR tools to automate what is done with the SIM tool. And this is the highest level up when it comes down to security administration, security analysis, security engineering. This is kind of the be all and end all that you want to get to, is to be a SOAR developer, right? And, it's not done with just one set of tools. That's the thing. It's like there are a lot of great tools that try to make it a one-stop shop, but you still need to know a variety of different skill sets to be able to pull it off. And that's the thing that, I really don't think we're going to go into the deep depths of this. This is an introduction to SOAR more than anything else, but we should be able to touch on some key topics so that you really get a good grasp of it, a good understanding of it. And then from there, I'm sure we're going to, in future modules, we're going to go deeper into it so that we can really understand how to actually be a good SOAR developer or SOAR analyst. And yeah, I'm honestly very, very excited about it because this is important to me as I go through my career and as I go through my personal development. It's very important to me. So hopefully it's also important to you. So these are our learning objectives for today. So we want to expand the knowledge of security operations through orchestration, automation, and response. As I mentioned, we want to familiarize ourselves with the common SOAR workflows and then assemble a malware investigation workflow. That's what we're going to be doing today. The prerequisites are the Security Operations Room, Junior Security Analyst Intro, and Intro to Detection Engineering. And all of these have videos on the channel already. So if you just go to our channel homepage and click on this magnifying glass right here, you can search for whatever room that you want to find or whatever type of content that you want to find. And the hashtags should be able to take you there, and the description in the video should be able to take you there. So, you know, if you do Intro to Detection Engineering, you'll find the video to Intro to Detection Engineering, right? So that's essentially how you can navigate all of the content that's inside of this channel, because as the days go by, we just get more and more content inside this channel. And a lot of the content is also user recommended. So some of it is, you know, being recommended by the actual people who are coming from our community and requesting videos. And then some of it is coming from TryHackMe. And then when I have occasional ideas where I'm like, this would be kind of cool to talk about, I'll create videos like that as well. So you got to get a little bit good at navigating all the content that's on the channel, because it's just only going to get more. And that's it for our introduction. So let's talk about the Security Operations Center. If you don't already know, but we're going to talk about the evolution of SOCs and all the other stuff associated with them. All right, Security Operations Centers, SOCs, have become visualized as a large action-packed room with threat alerts from numerous monitors. So imagine like a big wall of monitors basically, and analysts going back and forth trying to figure out what just happened and then trying to contain the threat that's going on. But that, all of that being said, there's this comment right here that says no two SOCs are the same, and they're all set up differently. And that's very important to understand. So depending on what job you get, or depending on what your previous experience is, if you go into another security operations center, it's most likely that it's not going to look like the last one that you were at. The basics are that the SOC, the Security Operations Center, the SOC is meant to provide a location to centralize crisis communication and provide monitoring capabilities. And it could be for a physical infrastructure, logical, or network infrastructure. But that's basically it. You have a central location for communicating and for monitoring. That's what a SOC is for. The whole goal of all of that is to protect the assets of the organization and the company. And again, that could be physical assets. It could be the people. It could be computers. It could be networks. It could be gold, right? Like there could be a variety of different things that you're trying to protect. So to understand this, there's the Security Operations Room, again, that there's a video for that you can just go find by searching through the channel, and you'll be able to find that information. SOCs have evolved over time, as you can kind of imagine. There's new technology being added all the time. The first generation was basically handled by IT operations teams, so the tasks were a lot more blended. The main functions included device monitoring, managing antivirus security and log collection, which was limited and often referred to in the event that an incident was reported. So this is after the fact, right? So they weren't able to catch what was happening in real time. They responded to it after the incident was reported. The second generation is when SIM tools emerged, and they allowed you to be a little bit more live in your detection and be real-time response. And this was event correlation, that it connected various log events to each other. So the authentication log versus the firewall log versus the network security log, all of those things combined, the events of those various logs were correlated together so that you can kind of get on one screen an understanding of all the events that were happening, instead of going manually through all the different logs yourself and trying to piece things together, right? The added aspects included event correlation, syslog collection, and case management. This meant that the security threat management was the main focus and aimed at correlating events to establish leaks and provide analysts with visuals that would assist them in investigating incidents. So It's still used in investigation of incidents, but it allowed for a real-time threat detection and threat management as well. Third generation expanded the use of SIEMs by adding vulnerability management and incident response capabilities. So now you're graduating from threats to detecting vulnerabilities and managing those things and trying to patch them in advance, and of course responding to incidents. And the fourth generation is advanced security capabilities, including the data security, data enrichment. And with this, the SOC can analyze large amounts of data to uncover threats in real time. As an example, the threat intelligence feeds that have become valuable to SOC teams, expanding the horizons of security investigation. So threat intelligence feeds are from third-party sources. So it could be from MITRE, it could be from CVSS or CVE, it could be from a variety of organizations, right? So NIST, right? So a lot of these different places can give you a feed of threat intelligence that you can use to combine with the intel that you're getting from your current company or from your environment, and then see where the overlaps come in and use the threat intelligence feed to see if something in your organization is shady and you need to pay attention to it. The book is Security Operations Center, Building, Operating, and Maintaining a SOC. And you can definitely learn more about the SOC generations inside of that book. And then we have the SOC capabilities. So the whole idea is to enhance security incident handling through continuous monitoring and analysis. And this is done through having the right amount and implementation of people. So you can have a million people, but if they don't know what they're doing, or if they're being misused, for lack of a better word, if those sources, these resources are misappropriated, then you're not going to get the best out of your people. So it's the right number of people and the right implementation of people and processes and technologies that can support the capabilities of the SOC and the goals of the business in general. So the first one is to monitor and detect. This one's kind of pretty self-explanatory. You want to monitor what's going on, detect if anything bad has happened. The next one is to respond to an incident. So if something has happened or is happening, then you want to be able to respond as best as you can in real time, or you want to have the information to respond to during your investigation after the incident has happened and you've contained it, and now you're trying to figure out what just happened and how you can remove the malware, for example, or stop the malicious process, for example, shut down the infected endpoints, so on and so forth. Threat intelligence would be getting a constant flow of data, and this is what we kind of just touched on. So the SOC team is always updated on the latest developments and have the best available sources to address emerging threats. And a lot of times, threat intelligence doesn't come from NIST or MITRE, because the stuff that ends up on NIST and MITRE has already been tested and proven, and there's been reports written on it, and people have come together and they agreed to say, okay, we're going to put this on NIST now. So a lot of times threat intelligence can come from within the organization itself, other people inside of your organization, where they detected something or they noticed that something was going on and they're like, yeah, this is what's been happening, and you get that information much faster than what ends up on NIST. There's a place called The Hive, which is essentially kind of like a social media platform for security, and people go on The Hive and they create these various cases that people can go and get their intelligence from as well, because that's coming from the actual SOC teams that are putting this up and saying, hey, this is what just happened to us. Or if you go to Virus Total and you read through the details of what happened with people and the information that people give from what happened to them, these are the various types of resources that are not as official as MITRE or NIST, but they are still very valid and they can keep you up to date. And maybe even Twitter, just you don't know where the threat intelligence is going to come from. That's why you want to be involved with a variety of different sources to see where you can gather your intel and keep yourself up to date, just in case something happens that's not on MITRE. And it may not be considered a 0-day vulnerability, because technically, if it doesn't exist on these official platforms, it could be considered 0-day, but it may not be 0-day because somebody else could have actually ran across it and they may already have some kind of an approach to deal with it. And now you have to just you have to be good at gathering that intelligence. Log management is fairly simple. You want to maintain and review all the logs, all the network connections and activities within the organization. With all this, the baselines for regular activities can be established, and then you provide evidence for forensic investigations. Recovery and remediation, again, to be able to recover the systems or recover the information, remediate when incidents occur or if anything has happened that you need to fix. Remediation is more on fixing and addressing things. Recovery is if you've lost services or if you've lost data, you want to be able to recover that. And then if you lost money, that could be a piece of it as well. The SOC provides effective communication with affected parties to ensure that the incidents are addressed, and then security process improvement, which basically means that you want to improve your current security processes and your playbooks and all of that stuff. And post-mortem investigation, that I always refer to that as death, but I guess in this case we can also use it as a term for security analysis and incident response, to be able to find the areas that you want to work on. That's all based on the improvement of your security process. These are the challenges that are in SOCs, okay? Alert fatigue is a real thing. Alert fatigue basically happens when there's so many different alerts that will come in and you just don't have enough eyeballs to address everything. That's why the previous thing where it's like you want to have enough number of people, but you want to implement the use of those people and processes and tools correctly. Alert fatigue is one of these things where when you configure your security tools, you want to configure them to give you the right number of alerts and reports. You don't want to get bombarded with a bunch of data, and that's also considered to be a false positive. So you get a bunch of irrelevant alerts that come up that have nothing to do with anything that you're dealing with, and it was just something that the system was like, oh, hey, this is an event of note, when in actuality it was nothing. It was nothing that was important enough to get to the SOC center, and now somebody has to invest their time and energy and bandwidth to try to process what just happened. Human beings are limited on bandwidth. We can't address everything at once. And that's a very real thing that happens in SOC centers because there's just too much data coming in. Disparate tools means that when a security tool has been deployed without the integration within an organization. So security teams have to navigate through firewall logs and rules that are independent from endpoint security logs. And this leads to an overload of tools. So you just have excess number of tools that now you have to manage, which is essentially very similar to this problem. You just have too many things that you have to manage. Then there's the manual processes. So a lot of things aren't documented, leading to a lack of means to address threats. And most people rely on established tribal knowledge. And we just talked about that, right? The stuff that's been already established and it's done by experienced analysts and it's already in some kind of a database that you can refer to. But most of those things are never actually available, and that's what we rely on. So you have to do things manually and you have to go learn the hard way, essentially. And then there's the talent shortage, which is why you and I are in this business. For the most part, you and I are in this because we understand that there is a really big need for cybersecurity professionals. And when there isn't enough people, teams have to expand and recruit people, and it's not easy to do because a lot of people will say that they know what they're doing when in actuality they don't. And they just, I don't know, read something or watched a video or something like this and, oh yeah, now I know cybersecurity. It's like, nah, bro, you have to have years of experience to actually be considered somebody that needs to do this. That's why I like TryHackMe so much, because you go through these labs that actually give you the experience to use these tools, and you can then address all of the stuff that you are putting on your resume as, yes, I have used Splunk. Yes, I have used and I know how to investigate using Kibana and ElkStack, and I know how to do yada, yada, yada. That's very, very important. It's not just about reading and learning something through a video and just not applying any of this stuff. So even if you don't have access to TryHackMe, I do recommend that you go download XSAC and Kibana and get it for free because it is an open source tool, and you can install Logstash and Kibana and just use those tools so you at the very least know what they're like, so that you can get it in your bones, in the cells of your body, to actually develop your experience instead of just knowledge base. That's very important. So here are our questions. It says, under which SOC generation, SOC generation, did SIM tools emerge? And that would be the second generation. How would you describe the experience of having an overload of security events being triggered within a SOC? And we call that alert fatigue. Oh, I misspelled that. There we go. All right, cool. Those were our two questions for the second task, technically. And now we're going to jump into security orchestration, automation, and response. So we understand why security operations need orchestration, automation, and response. All right, as we've already established, security operations face a lot of challenges, and analysts are usually overwhelmed by these types of things. So security teams would love to be able to bring all of these things into a single platform or interface, making the integration of all of their existing tools possible. And this is where SOAR comes in. It allows you to integrate and combine all of your tools into one central location so that you can respond accordingly and analyze threat intelligence efficiently, automate response flows, triage incidents, etc., etc., etc. So this is truly the power of SOAR and security orchestration automation. So first, security orchestration. Just like organizing a musical orchestra, security orchestration is an act of connecting and integrating security tools and systems into seamless workflows. This streamlines processes and information flow, effectively helping organizations handle security events. Orchestration works in tandem with automation, which we'll be talking about in a little bit. So what's important to understand is that it chains together individual security tools, tasks, processes to make them work together towards the same tune or goal in this particular case. So if this is our security orchestrator right here, this little guy in the hoodie, and there's all of this information that is coming in, we need to be able to bring all of it in one location so that we can properly analyze and respond and investigate. So you see this stuff from identity access management, case management, intelligence feeds. These are your firewalls, and these are bugs, and I guess these are ideas right here, and a variety of different sources, endpoint detection, security information event management, a SOC analyst, right? So these are all the places that intel can come from, and you need to be able to orchestrate so that you can properly respond to it. Once you have your sources orchestrated and integrated, then repeatable patterns will show up. And then that's where automation comes into play. And it's must have, meaning it will save so much time and energy, and it's kind of silly for a company to not use it or not have it. And this could be complex tools, information workflows, actual Python automation, a lot of things. And a lot of these tools that have already been pre-made are automation tools. They already have this scripting language, and they have playbooks, and they have templates that you can download and just install to automate and respond to certain things. It's actually, honestly, it's so freaking useful. I think Red Canary was one that I was interviewed about for a job, and I didn't know enough about it, so I didn't get the job, but they mentioned that this is the tool that we use, and we would very much like it if you knew how to do this, so on and so forth. So it was very important. So automation goes beyond just laying out the necessary action steps to handle a security event and offer preventive measures. It's meant to provide additional insights into threat response and allow security teams to adopt and customize their response workflows to reduce handling time. So it's meant to save time and energy, essentially. Security response is when everything has been detected or something's been detected and it's been analyzed. Now you got to respond to it. So there needs to be a triage that's been set in motion to avert the damages from any adversary. This requires analysts to identify the appropriate steps to contain and remediate the threat, With the help of automation, incident response processes can be executed seamlessly. And this is what's beautiful about the connection of all of these things. You orchestrate all the data, you automate what you can automate, and then you can respond immediately without you even having to pull a trigger. The system just responds for you because you already pre-established your triage and response mechanisms, and it just knows what to do and it'll respond for you. So SOARs versus SIMs. SOARs are compared with SIMs, but they are not the same thing. SIMs are deployed alongside SOARs. And so this is where it's important to understand. So centrally collected logs and event data from all these different sources goes into this SOAR. So the SIM centralizes and collects the data. The SOAR gets all of the threat feeds from the SIM and then does whatever it can with it, right? So SIM generates the alerts, collects the security alerts is what SOAR does. It collects the security alerts and intelligence using a centralized platform. There's more human intervention that's required with SIMs to manage the rules and so on and so forth. But in SOARs, the orchestration and automation ensures less human intervention because it's going to respond for you. That's where the automation part comes in. The SIM limits the response workflow. The SOAR employs workflows and playbooks to ensure end-to-end response automation. So this is what I meant referring to the templates that are available for SOARs, is that they exist already, and depending on what type of threat intelligence has been gathered, depending on what type of incident is going on, it'll respond according to the pre-established playbooks and workflows. And then you can build your own as well, but any decent company will have playbooks and workflows, and it just makes it very, very easy to set up, or relatively easy to set up and deploy immediately. So playbooks and runbooks is essentially what the SOAR depends on. So a security playbook is a structured checklist of actions used to detect, response, and handle threat intelligence. Another common terminology is a standard operating procedure. These things can also be a part of the SOC themselves, but it's also something that a SOAR solution will also use. Playbooks assist SOC teams in having end-to-end process of handling routine incidents and establishing metrics for response. We can look at these in the next task. The other hand, we have runbooks, which are defined procedures to achieve a certain outcome and have a high degree of automation. Runbooks can include human decision elements, but they can also just run by themselves. So the workflow is this, right? So the SOAR detects the event detected by either the network intrusion detection or the SIM. It enriches that threat intelligence. So once it gathers the information from feeds, then it'll provide context to it. It'll have additional context about that event, such as the tactics that were used, the techniques, procedures, and this could be from MITRE, for example. Then the SOC analyst can use that data to conduct a deeper investigation, right? So the enrichment of the data that was just detected from the SIM, then the SOC analyst can actually make a decision according to what's going on. The SOAR would then analyze that event and give you a triage, meaning give you some kind of potential and severity of what's going to happen to the organization if this continues. And that'll reduce the mean time to detection, meaning the average time to actually detect something and the average time to respond to something, to a security event. So the SOAR helps already. It just helps you with the enrichment and to tell you, hey, this is what we think is going on. So you don't have to do as much investigation. You just say, oh, okay, based on this information, I can act accordingly, instead of you having to continue or go and do your own investigation or try to find triage opportunities. Then there's the response, right? So automated actions based on the runbooks. So to contain the threat, to mitigate any damage, it could be something that's triggered the isolation of the compromised system or block the identified malicious IP addresses. These are simple responses, but they can also get very sophisticated in terms of what the responses would be. Then there's remediation. So you have response, then you have remediation. If anything needs to get done to patch the system, to upgrade for anything that might be a vulnerability, all of those things are provided to you. More often than not, it's not going to do the remediation for you, but it's going to tell you that, hey, based on this root cause, this is what you should do to fix your system and to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And then it'll just create a report for you. The reporting part of it is really amazing because it just creates this unbelievably detailed report with pulling all of the data that it used from threat intelligence to enrich the stuff and say it's based on these different resources that we think that this is a threat, this is the triage that we have, this is what you should do to respond, or this is what I did to respond, speaking on behalf of the tool, this is what the tool did to respond to this, and it was blocked, blocked these IP addresses, and then this is what we think you should do for remediation. All of that is going to be generated by the tool for you inside a beautiful PDF document that you can send to your stakeholders or your CEO, whatever. Very, very, very cool. So the factors are this. So when you're understanding all the aspects of this, it could be managed from a single platform. The notable factors would be when you're trying to find a SOAR solution for yourself, right? So the notable factors would be the open integration with existing tools that you have out of the box. So future integrations with new or custom technologies should be considered if you're trying to bring new technologies into your infrastructure. But whether or not you can integrate with all the tools that you already got, that's one big thing, right? Will it actually integrate? That's kind of the question. With the tools that we're already using, can we use this SOAR tool to integrate with all of our current tools? If we can't use it, why would we get this SOAR tool? Like, we need something that actually integrates with all the stuff that we're getting for our logs and our SIM, so on and so forth. Hopefully they have a streamlined collaboration or a smooth handoff, escalation to support day-to-day SOC operations, maybe a GitHub repository, maybe an actual customer service team, something that'll help you get the kind of kinks worked out. The dashboards that provide the analysts with capabilities should be fairly simple to use. You should have the capabilities to build something, to customize something, test playbooks to improve the incident response process. Key performance indicator is what a KPI stands for. So a role-based KPI dashboard and reporting hopefully are available to support measuring and improving the SOC performance. So this should be available when you're considering your SOAR solution. And then automatically correlate and combine related alerts from multiple tools to minimize false positives and eliminate alert fatigue on analysts. That's the kind of the whole goal of this, right? So to minimize alert fatigue, to make the job of the analyst easier so that they can actually focus their limited brain bandwidth on really important things. That's kind of the purpose of a SOAR solution. All right, here are our questions. So it says the act of connecting and integrating security tools and systems into seamless workflows is known as security orchestration. Let me see if I can spell that right. There we go. And then what do we call a predefined list of actions to handle an incident? And that is called a playbook or a runbook. In this case, it's a playbook. So there we go. All right, making some decent progress here. So let's move on to our next piece, which is the workflow of a SOAR. All right, depending on what the incident is, there's going to be different workflows, right? So in this particular case, I think the big thing that we're looking at are the phishing workflow. I think that's the big piece that we're looking at. So the scenario would be this, right? So, the THM Corp employees have recently received numerous suspicious emails and have reported them to the SOC team. As the lead analyst, you wish to develop an automated workflow to analyze email files and perform case management using various security tools. Because if your tool can analyze the email file, it'll either just block the email from being sent, or it's going to send it to spam or send it to the phishing folder, whatever it is. And the human being on the receiving side of that email will never even see that email. And it'll just make the job of the security team so much easier. You don't have to train people to do anything. It just simply blocks the emails, right? I mean, you should probably train your people anyway, but it'll just block malicious emails because it detects what's happening inside of the email and just sends it to the appropriate folder and never gets to the user's inbox. Phishing attacks are the most common attack vector used in breaches. Social engineering is a really big deal because the systems are getting pretty secure, and the weakest element of any security infrastructure is the human being because we make human errors. So for security analysts, investigating phishing emails becomes time consuming and involves manual exercises like analyzing attachments and URLs. That's where SOAR solutions can do these things for you. It'll do it in the background while other investigations are ongoing, and remediation can be performed when a positive phishing email is identified. Hence, block the email. Don't send it to the user. Just send it to the spam folder and report the sender and report the attachment and the hash value, so on and so forth. So what it looks like is this, right? The email has been received and it's isolated in a sandbox environment prepared for this specific type of an event, a phishing event. The trigger is executed to create a ticket on case management solution like the Hive, as we talked about it, and this will allow for better documentation and follow-up on the incident. Then it parses the email for URLs or attachments or any kind of indicator of compromise, and if anything like that is present, it's going to be extracted, and then the hash values of that are going to be generated for those extracted attachments. A virus total trigger is executed to analyze those URLs and file hashes to make sure, hey, does something already exist? Can somebody verify that this is actually a malicious URL? And in the event that there are no results from virus total, a manual email analysis has to be done to ensure that whether or not it's malicious. And then the malicious outcomes from an automated manual analysis trigger a deletion of the malicious email and a communication notification to the organization, and probably reporting as well. And the incident ticket is updated with the indicators of compromise results, and reports are generated, and the workflow is over. And that's basically what it looks like inside of one shot right here. The email comes in, simultaneously an investigation ticket goes out, and then the URLs of the attachments are contained. And then if the URL has some kind of attachment, if it doesn't have it, it goes to the user or over Slack channel, so on and so forth. If it does have it, if it contains an attachment, it goes through this. If it contains an URL, it goes through this. The attachment computes the hash. This is actually, I love visual overviews like this as well, because it gives you kind of a good idea of what would happen simultaneously all at the same time. And the information just goes out the way that it is. And if it's malicious, it gets deleted. In my opinion, it should also be reported, and everybody should be aware of it, and it should be added to a blacklist. The sender should be added to a blacklist. A variety of different things should be done on top of just deleting the email. But this is how the email can be. This is all done by security orchestration. You understand? Like this previously used to have to be done by a security analyst, but all of this is done automatically through the software that you would be using. And I mean, look at how much work is being done like automatically through a machine or through some kind of a software. It saves a lot of time and energy. And then we have another scenario, which is the CVE patching. So a new CVE report has been received. As the lead analyst, you need to establish a workflow that will analyze CVE details, assess its risk threshold, create a patching ticket, and test the patch before being pushed to the production environment. The CVE database, the common vulnerabilities and exposures, it's a classification list for publicly disclosed vulnerabilities. And we talked about all of this stuff in the Vulnerabilities 101 video. So if you don't know what vulnerabilities are, go check it out. It should be fairly simple to wrap your head around. But there's a video for vulnerabilities, and in case you don't know what the CVE database is or the CVSS scoring system, how do I zoom in here? CVSS scoring system. If you don't know what any of these things are, I would recommend you wrap your head around them so that you understand where the resources are, how to get access to them, and what it means for something like security orchestration automation, right? So as a security analyst, you have to always be on the lookout for publications on new CVEs and the remediation plans for those CVEs. And it can become overwhelming because there's so much stuff happening all the time. And it creates a backlog, and patches don't get applied because you have to deal with all of those things manually. And it leaves your environment more vulnerable. That's the end result of all this, is that the environment isn't secured when it should be. And this is what SOARs, again, are powerful for. They orchestrate and automate vulnerability management processes. They address critical issues based on related security advisories in the CVE database, for example, and then in a timely and efficient manner. And that's what's lovely about it. So the SOAR monitors advisory lists and pulls details, extracting any new CVE data. It queries the internal patch management system, and if the received CVE has been seen before and patched, if the CVE has been addressed, it ends the workflow. If it's not been addressed, it's going to be assessed to see if it applies to any of the assets that you have in your company. If it's applicable, a tracking ticket is created and assigned to an analyst. If not, the patch management system is updated with the information and the workflow ends. For a created ticket, the SOAR will compile a list of assets needing patching against that specific CVE. The patch management system is queried for the presence of the patch. The database is updated with the latest patch information if it's not present. The SOAR creates virtual test environments to test the patch is applied, and test metrics are logged. The SOAR updates the CVE ticket with test outcomes and notes success and failure rates. The patch is deployed to production assets. Analyst verifies the rollout, and the SOAR conducts a vulnerability scan against all those assets to see if it's still there. If it's not, the analyst develops and deploys a mitigation plan if the assets are still vulnerable. The CVE ticket is closed, vulnerabilities are cleared, patch management is updated, and the CVE has been addressed. And this is kind of like a longer workflow. I can't really look at it. Let me see if I open it up like this. Yeah, it doesn't really help. These are basically the steps, right? These are the steps that we just went through, and you can kind of understand what those steps are. But that's how it works on the CVE side of things. So look at how many of these things are done by the SOAR. It monitors the advisory list and pulls anything from the CVE database. Then it queries the internal patch management system to see if it's been seen before and it's been patched. If it's been addressed, the workflows, and if it's not, it's going to be assessed to apply. And this is, again, done by the SOAR, right? If the CVE is applicable, the SOAR creates a ticket and sends it to an analyst. Then, if there is a CVE ticket, the SOAR will compile a list of the assets that have that specific vulnerability attached to them. And then it creates another virtual test environment to test the patch. Then it updates the CVE ticket with the test outcomes. And then the SOAR conducts a vulnerability scan against. It does all of these things for you. Do you understand how powerful this is? These things are amazing. They are literally amazing. It's like essentially AI. It's basically what it is. It's an kind of artificial intelligence with permissions, because if you can't really go set up ChatGPT as the AI, because you would need to give it permissions. You would need to get the API of GPT and then give it permissions to run through your entire network. And that's what a lot of people get, like a lot of CEOs and a lot of organizations, they get a little bit nervous about that because, they're like, well, I don't know if Microsoft is going to end up owning all of my information. I don't want to do this, right? So it's like, that's where SOARs come in, because it's a specific software. You pay for it, you deploy it in your environment, and now you still own all of that data. Nobody else is getting that data because you bought this software to deploy in your environment, and it does all of the things that it's supposed to do for you and make your life easier without relaying your information to any other party. And that's why it's so powerful. It's basically AI. It's basically an automated response type of a system, and it's freaking amazing. So are manual analyses vital within a SOAR workflow? I would say nay. Well, yay it is. So we do still need to do a manual analysis. Well, that does make sense, because you don't want to completely rely on the SOAR. So now let's look at this thing, right? So this is what we have on our deployed site on the right here. And this is a threat intelligence workflow practical application that we're going to use based on all the information that we just learned. And let's apply it and see what we get. All right, here's the scenario. You are a SOC lead who has recently faced a large breach investigation that took ages to complete due to a lack of automation. McSkitty recently advised you to adopt a SOAR and set up automation workflows to help the security investigation. McSkitty sent you a checklist for threat intelligence integration workflow, and your task is to figure out how it works. So that's what we're about to do. To automate the process, use the different screens to activate the elements required for the SOAR workflow. Run and test the workflow until you obtain a smooth transition, and of course, get the flag. So here we go. We're going to zoom in right here. Let me see if I can zoom in by double clicking. I can. Awesome. All right, cool. So here we go. The objective is to simulate the actions of automation in a SOC environment through toggling various settings. You'll have to enable, disable in order to get the right combination of events. Okay, so it says adjust the settings for automated manual workflows to adopt a SOAR and set up automation workflows that will help you in your security investigation. We have the case ticket, threat intelligence, data extraction, reputation checks, and course of action. So case ticket, integrate case management workflow. Use the settings to integrate threat intel workflow. Okay. All right. That's basically what it says. So let me see what I can do here. All right. So here's our case ticket. It says the creating of a case ticket is manual. Communicate case ticket is manual. Delete case ticket is manual. Assign case ticket manual. All these things are the pieces of it. Now, what can I do here? Can I drag this or do anything? No. All right, so this is what we got. Oh, I see. So I can turn this on and off. I see. So creating the case ticket could be automated. Communicating the case ticket should be automated. This should be automated. Assigning the case ticket should be automated. And updating the case ticket should be automated. And that's what we've left over here. I don't know if that's right or wrong, but I guess we'll find out. So threat intelligence right here. So it says fetch new incident alerts. I'm going to say that's automated. Set the fetch intervals. That should be manual. Failed fetch notifications should be automated. Discard old alerts should be automated. And we're going to do that. And do we drag this on here? No. That's all we get. Okay, so there we go. And then if I click run, I see. Okay, good. All right, so data extraction. Extract domains. That should be automated. Extract IPs should be automated. URLs should be extracted. Analysis. Analyst extraction. So analyst data extraction for unknown new threat lookups. I want to say that should be automated too. So the analyst extraction, the data extraction for unknown or new threat lookups, that should be, I think, no, that's actually by the analyst, because the CVE database and all these things would be where the SOAR operates. So it shouldn't know unknown things, because if it's unknown, it doesn't have access to that in its threat intelligence feed. So we're going to leave that. Reputation check. So the reputation results output, that should definitely be automated. Analyst validation should not be automated. Sandbox testing should be automated. And course of action. So block domains, yes. Block URLs, yes. Analyst approved COA should be done by the analyst. Block IPs, yes. Update case tickets, yes. And let's run it. Okay, so it's saying the case ticketing is incorrect. So let's see if that's what we got. So create case ticket. Use services such as the Hive ServiceNow. That should be automated. Case management assignment. I feel like that should be automated too. Update case ticket should be automated. Communicate case tickets such as email and Slack. Maybe not that part. Delete case ticket should be automated. So let's try this again. Okay, so all right, so here's what I'm gonna show you the official combination, and I'll show you which ones actually worked and how the whole thing was set up. I think it should have reset it. Yeah, I think it did reset it. So yeah, here we go. So from all of these, the ones that should be checked are, so you want to automate create case ticket, the communicating it, assign the case ticket, update it, the deleting of the case ticket, which this is what the answer was, but I feel like based on the information that we just got, it should also delete the case ticket for us, but this is what was required for the case management settings, and these were the ones that we had to automate, right? For threat intelligence, everything was automated with the exception of this last piece, which is discarding the old alerts. So again, I feel like it should do that automatically, but we're moving on with that as well. And then we have data extraction. And all of these things were automated with the exception of the last piece, which is the analyst extraction. This one I basically didn't touch the entire time. It was the same. And then we have reputation checks. And for reputation checks, the only thing that was automated was the results output. The sandbox testing was actually manual. And the analyst validation, because the analyst has to validate it, that was also left as manual. And then finally, we had the course of action. And all of these were also correct. So it was the block domains, block IPs, update case ticket, all of that stuff was good. And then the analyst had to just approve the last piece. So that was supposed to be manual. And that was it. And then we run it. And then you see the thing goes through perfectly. And then it gives us the flag. So that was the variety of things. But I will say, just based on what we read, I feel like that the things that, with the exception of like the analyst validation, a lot of those things like delete the ticket or whatever, that I feel like it should be automated, because that's what it kind of showed us in the workflows that we were using. And it just feels like, you know, deleting something after it's been done, that should be done by the SOAR as well. But, you know, whatever. We'll just leave that as what it is. And that was it. We are now, yeah, the conclusion is the conclusion, and that's very, very simple. So that was it. That was like our intro to the SOAR concept, and that's actually the last piece of the detection engineering module as well. So we are officially done with detection engineering, And now we're going to go into threat hunting, which is going to be our very next video. And that one's actually, it seems like it's going to be a little bit more exciting because we're going to be doing a lot of actual hunting. So I'm very excited about what's going to be going on in the next series of videos that were coming out. And this is still all under SOC Level 2, and we still got a good amount of stuff to work on for SOC Level 2. So should be exciting. I'm really excited about it. Hopefully you got value out of this video, and now you have a better understanding of what a SOAR software or a SOAR resource solution looks like. If you got value out of this video, and if you want to get more videos like this one, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, I really want you to get involved in our comment section. The comment section is very, very live and active, and people, I mean, they drop comments all the time. There's a lot of thank yous and this was awesome and things like that, and I respond to everything, by the way. But there's also questions that come in and literally conversations that happen where it's like we just go back and forth inside the comment section, and I answer a lot of the questions that come in because I want to be as helpful as I can to you specifically. And then if you ask a really good question, then I'll go ahead and create a video to answer your specific request or your specific question. For example, this specific video was created based on a request that was made by one of our paid members in Hackaholics Anonymous. And I mean, I've made videos for people who aren't a paid member, so I don't want you to feel like you have to be a Hackaholics Anonymous member for me to do this, because if the question is good enough and if the concept about it is valuable enough, then I'll make a video to answer that question. And then what's interesting is that it gets very well received. And, you know, for this channel, getting 19,000 views in 13 days on a video is actually a big deal, because most of the videos get a few hundred, or let's say if it's like decent, it'll get 1,000 views or something. So to get 19,000, that means this was actually a very popular video amongst all of our members, amongst the overall community, and it brought a lot of people again in the comment section, and people were dropping a lot of responses. So this is what I mean when I say please drop a comment. Say some, if you have a question, ask your question. There is no such thing as a stupid question. I will answer all the questions. And if it's a big question, then I'll create a video to answer that question for you. And there's been so far a handful of videos that have been created just to answer the questions that came in from the comment section. If you just want to say hi, and I'll say hi back to you. And anything like that, I welcome all of the comments. But if you have a question, please drop your question. I want to create content for you specifically, not just things that I think would be cool or whatever, which I'll probably end up doing anyway, but I do want to create things for you specifically to help you along your path in cybersecurity and pen testing and hacking, so on and so forth. So I do encourage you to definitely drop your comments, like the channel, subscribe, all that good stuff, and I do want to hear from you in the comment section, so definitely make sure to say hi. And of course, Hackaholics Anonymous, there's the plug. I mean, I want this community to grow, because the bigger that it gets, the more we are able to create specific content for you guys. And this will be things like automation for security, for cybersecurity, for pen testing, for system administration, literally Python automations, scripts that are created to give away so that it makes your life easier and you can become more valuable when you go to your job application and you want to apply to a SysAdmin or a cybersecurity analyst job. You can say, yeah, I have this stack of automations that I've collected, and you can literally say that you created them, so long as you know what they do and you can explain what they do. That would be a really good thing that you should do, or you can do, in my opinion. Then there's the bug bounties that we join forces on. There's live streams that are only for the members. There's the Discord chats that the members get access to. There are so many things that I love giving away to our members, because you guys have made this channel what it is, and I want you to get value genuinely from this channel. And it's going to be, mark my words, Hackaholics Anonymous is going to be the premier YouTube community for people who are in security and for hackers, and I would love to see you as a part of that community. So definitely check it out. Check out all the different perks that are available, and the link in to join that community is also in the description of that video. And yeah, that's it for my plug for Hackaholics Anonymous. This is your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. We are getting pretty close to 10,000 subs, and I'm gonna have to reveal my face fairly soon. So I'm excited to see you in the community. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video. Later.